Chapter 51 Dragonstone, Dragon Taming. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Late at night. 3 figures slipped back into the Red Keep. One returned the carriage, and the 2 ran back to Maegor's tower together. In the bedroom. Eamon took off his patched hat and took a deep breath. I'm back. It's late at night, it's time for you to go back and rest. Eamon loosened his collar and wanted to catch up on some sleep. Unexpectedly, a hug rushed from behind, holding him tightly in his arms. Eamon was stunned and looked up to see a pretty, reddish face. Rhaenyra showed her true feelings and whispered, "Eamon, thank you." "Why are you thanking me?" Eamon turned his head. "Nothing, just thank you." Rhaenyra rested her chin on the other person's shoulder and rubbed her cheek gently. Eamon groaned and pushed, "Go back to bed quickly. Don't bother him, it's almost dawn." "Good." Rhaenyra smiled wryly, unbuttoned the old linen clothes, and replaced her previous beige skirt. "Then, get into bed. Eamon. Come on, let's rest." Rhaenyra only exposed her head and waved cheerfully. Eamon was speechless. After confirming that the other person really wants to stay here, change into your pajamas and go to bed decisively. Damn it, he's only 8 years old. I'll sleep with you in my arms tonight. Rhaenyra hugged the little guy and smiled in triumph. I have just experienced so much, and the pictures are so impactful. In urgent need of a soft pillow to soothe the soul. Eamon rolled his eyes, rested on the girl's unique crispy soft pillow, and slowly closed his eyes. I thought I could sleep peacefully. After a while, a drop of water fell on his cheek. Eamon opened his eyes and saw Rhaenyra biting her lip and secretly dropping small pearls. You have a toothache. Eamon had nothing to say and turned around to lean into the soft embrace. I have mercy and give you a hug. Rhaenyra sat up and held Eamon in her arms, tears welling up in her eyes. She still doesn't understand. It seemed like ever since she became heir to the Iron Throne, everything had taken a turn for the worst. Alicent, father, princes, and ministers. Now, even his uncle Daemon, who had been the best to him since childhood, was like this. Just because I'm a girl? Rhaenyra asked herself. Eamon opened his mouth and wanted to say it was because you were stupid. But seeing people crying so hard, it would be hurtful to say it out loud. Okay, don't cry anymore. Eamon hugged her in turn and patted her back gently to comfort her. Rhaenyra softened and buried her face in Eamon's neck, sobbing quietly. I don't blame you, you just have a bad mind. Eamon comforted softly. Woo. Rhaenyra felt even sadder after hearing this. Eamon pursed his lips, knowing that he shouldn't talk too much. The candlelight flickered indoors, and it was particularly quiet at midnight. Eamon felt calm, holding his crying head in his hands, staring directly at the table. A dragon-shaped stone sculpture was lying there quietly. It was given by Uncle Viserys in the hope that his nephew could mend the relationship between the brothers. How is that possible? Eamon murmured in his heart, rubbing his face against the smooth cheek in his arms. A wisp of fragrance inhales into the nose, giving it a sweet and greasy taste. What happened tonight made him realize a lot. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. But this is just an appearance. In the real world, everyone has their own ideas and strives for personal goals. It seems like thousands of troops are fighting to cross the river. Eamon bumped his head against the opponent and said, Rhaenyra, prepare a boat for me tomorrow morning. Where are you going? Rhaenyra broke away from her arms, still speaking awkwardly. Eamon looked at her red and swollen eyes and wrote lightly, find a dragon and ride on your crotch. Hearing this, Rhaenyra was stunned. Unexpectedly, the little guy would suddenly become determined to train the dragon. Eamon tilted his head, indicating that he had no other choice. Dad Daemon has a firm attitude and only watches the show without intervening. As his son, he cannot interfere with his decision. The trip to Chowdo Island is bound to have an impact on the royal family. For him, an 8-year-old child, defending the royal family is political correctness. The majesty of the royal family has been shattered, and his status as a prince will also plummet. It will be even more difficult to take root in the valley in the future. Dragon, it's very dangerous. Rhaenyra swallowed a mouthful of saliva and reminded her seriously. Eamon rolled his eyes and teased, "Aren't you also a big female dragon?" "Eamon, I'm not kidding," Rhaenyra said angrily. Eamon restrained himself, "Me too." Rhaenyra's throat was tight and she couldn't say anything negative. "No matter how you look at it, the little guy is more reliable than me." Just when Eamon was about to get impatient, Rhaenyra acquiesced, "The royal ship leaves the day after tomorrow. If you set off tomorrow morning, you may be able to catch it." "That's good, sleep." Eamon broke free from his arms and lay back free. Rhaenyra stared for a while, then lay down too, resting her head on her not-so-wide shoulders. Eamon moved, feeling awkward. He found that the other party had become dependent on him. Rhaenyra was very clingy, her elastic white legs under her skirt stretched out, and the quilt was pressed against her body. Eamon Alexander. When he wanted to resist again, he heard soft snoring in his ears. Rhaenyra slept. She felt very insecure and slept well tonight. Because she was sure of one thing. Eamon was the only one who was willing to help her sincerely. Others wanted to cling to her status to achieve some purpose. Only Eamon didn't take her seriously. What the best in the world is just a lie. She knew Eamon had never alienated Alicent, and the two of them were flirting behind her back. But there was nothing she could do. Others were like vultures circling around, always wanting to see her corpse so they could feast on it. Eamon didn't. He suggested helping her do practical things and gain the love of the people. He was just like the little prince in a picture book. "Eamon, Alicent is a bad person." Rhaenyra smacked her lips and uttered a muttering. The next day. Early morning, a remote beach. A small boat went into the sea, splashing waves with a splash. Two men in black robes ran onto the boat and swung the oars to row. "Thank you for your hard work, two lords." Eamon sat on the boat and thanked her. Eric and Alec looked at each other, and the two brothers said in unison, "It's a long journey, please don't mind." Eamon smiled and put on another small black robe. The boat was arranged by Rhaenyra, and the Cargill brothers were borrowed from Alicent. This trip to Dragonstone is not easy to be discovered. Very particular. Going with a big fanfare means standing on the side of the royal family, and will be remembered by both Valerian and his father Daemon. Going quietly is another way of saying it. If you can successfully tame the dragon, you can play a silent deterrent role after going to Tidehead Island. Ensure that the royal family does not lose face. On the contrary, if you raise the banner of supporting the royal family before taming the dragon, you will only be attacked by everyone. It's still the wise saying. Enter the village quietly, don't shoot. Crash. The waves hit the boat with the waves. Eamon lay on the board, closed his eyes and gathered his strength. Time passed quietly. In a blink of an eye, the sun set. "Prince, wake up." Sir Alec called softly. Eamon got up from the boat with sleepy eyes and looked around blankly. At a glance, a large island with strange rocks stood in the sunset and waves. Eamon was refreshed and smiled, "Dragonstone. He's here." Chapter 52, Chasing Under the Moon, Dragon Training. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The sun sets. Eamon stepped onto the beach of Dragonstone and trotted on the golden sand. The salty sea breeze blew, hitting my face with a slight chill. "Jazz, follow quickly." Eamon shouted gleefully. He is running. It was the second time in my life that I set foot on Dragonstone Island and ran on the beach. The goal is particularly clear. Located among the mountains, a huge mountain stands tall and majestic. Longshan. Dragon Mountain is an active volcano, and the dragon's lairs are there. Eamon smiled, full of enthusiasm for facing the unknown. He wants to tame a dragon. Two white knights followed closely, looking for branches to make torches in advance. It's getting dark. Even on Dragonstone Island, one must be extremely vigilant. The sun gradually sets and the sky becomes dark. Eamon led the way, bypassing several steep hills and arriving at the barren land with jagged rocks. Further ahead is Longshan. "Stop, who is there?" Suddenly, several firelights lit up in the distance, and a loud shout rang out. Eamon looked back. But they saw a group of people coming from a distance in the direction of the Dragonstone Castle, which was built on the cliff. One old man and two young men were dressed in coarse linen clothes and held bamboo sticks tightly in their hands. 5 guards wearing armor and red cloaks. One of them looked mean, tall, and strong, and rushed this way aggressively. Exactly what he shouted. "Prince!" Sir Alec's expression changed slightly and he asked for his opinion. "Be patient and don't be impatient." Eamon was much calmer. Dragonstone is the homeland of the Targaryen family, and Dragon Mountain is the lair of dragons. It is normal to have a dedicated guard force. The patrol quickly approached. The old dragon man with an old face looked wary and asked in High Valyrian, "Who are you, and what is the purpose of coming to Dragon Mountain late at night? Why are you asking so many questions? Catch them first." The tall knight at the head looked worried and waved his hand to catch someone. "Stop." The 2 white knights showed no signs of shyness and drew their long swords from their waists. Aemon stared at the tall knight and stretched out his hand to stop him. "I am Aemon Targaryen, the son of Daemon, the prince of the dragon clan appointed by the king." The voice was sonorous and powerful, but he spoke High Valyrian. As he spoke, he looked at the dragon man. The old man's expression changed, and he was obviously confirming his identity. He solemnly said, "The prince has arrived. Please forgive us for not being able to welcome him from afar." As he said that, he pulled 2 young dragon men to salute respectfully. Without further questioning, Aemon's long silver-gold hair and innate noble temperament clearly showed his identity. Besides, High Valyrian is fluent. Upon hearing the word "prince," the tall knight's face changed slightly, and he quickly changed his attitude and saluted. "Your Highness, Knight Alfred of Dragonstone Island, extends my sincere welcome to you." Aemon frowned slightly, recalling where he had heard this name before. He seems to be a character from the Dance of the Blood Dragon, period, and he is still a 25-year-old who has been living inside and outside. This person contributed to Rhaenyra's death. "Prince, what should we do?" Alec was alert and did not withdraw his sword. Aemon didn't intend to hide anything and said bluntly, "I came here just to tame a dragon." This time he spoke in lingua franca that everyone could understand. The old man took a look at the sky and sincerely advised, "It's getting late, why not go to Longshan tomorrow and choose a young dragon?" "No, I want a dragon," Aemon said seriously. "You shouldn't be so reckless." The old man was shocked when he heard this. The torch illuminated the night, and His Highness the Prince's fair face lifted up, still revealing his childlike innocence. "How can this child wake up the sleeping dragon?" During the conversation, someone had a small thought. Alfred is a middle-aged man and is the most senior hired knight on Dragonstone. He has always been highly respected. But if you stay on Dragonstone, your status will remain stagnant. Daemon's son, wouldn't that be a good opportunity? Alfred lowered his head and pondered, his eyes sparkling shrewdly. It is known that the king had a difficult relationship with his brother Daemon. This time when Daemon returned from the Stepstone Islands, he did not stay on Dragonstone Island, which saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. According to rumors from their former colleagues, the relationship between the king's brothers has become increasingly difficult. Daemon's son did not go to Dragonstone in an honest way, but secretly landed on the island in the middle of the night to train the dragon. There must be something weird in it. Maybe he has the intention to rebel. Alfred was so excited that he almost couldn't help himself. The worst outcome is that the king does not allow his nephew to train the dragon, so he secretly goes to the island. He was not at fault for stopping it, regardless of the specific reason. Even if you guess wrong, you can still use the excuse that the prince is young. That's right, just do it. After thinking this, Alfred pushed away the old man who still wanted to persuade, and said solemnly, "Prince, it's late at night, why don't you move to Shergu Tower to stay temporarily? The Stone Drum Tower is the dragon's stone castle built on the cliff." Aemon frowned and refused, "No, thank you for your kindness." Not wanting to get involved too much, he gave the 2 white knights a look, turned around and continued on his way. Etc. How could Alfred let the cooked duck go into his mouth, but he actually stepped forward to stop it? Aha! Aha! The 2 white knights immediately raised their swords and blocked the dragon men and the guards who were approaching together. "What do you mean?" Aemon was a little confused. He didn't expect someone to be so tactless. Alfred said with a look of "Good for you, Prince, why don't you listen to the Dragon Keeper's advice and go back to the Stone Drum Tower to rest tonight? Eamon's eyes flashed, and he ordered decisively, "Sir, stop them." From the ugly face of the other party, you can see that he is full of thieves and prostitutes. "Prince, be careful." The two white knights were not vegetarians either. Each of them held the men with one hand. Eamon didn't delay much and ran away. Seeing this, Alfred was anxious and didn't care about pretending to be submissive. He shouted, "Stop him, don't let His Royal Highness be in danger at night." The four guards and the dragon keeper hesitated for a second, but decided to chase after him. The former obeyed the order. The latter thought that the prince was young and shouldn't offend the dragon. "You go to help, I'll stop him." Alike attacked with a sword and told his brother to follow the prince. Clang! Alfred drew his sword and fought back, and the two long swords collided in the night and sparks flew. A bright moon rose into the sky. Hoo-hoo! Eamon ran quickly, keeping a steady pace of breathing. With the bright moonlight, he was getting closer and closer to Longshan. Looking back, he saw several figures chasing him. "Haha, I can't let you stop me." Eamon laughed. There was no tension or urgency, only the reckless joy of chasing under the moon. Not long after, running along the bumpy road, he arrived at the foot of Longshan. Looking back again, the figure seemed to be stopped. But it seemed that he couldn't be stopped for too long. "That's enough time." Eamon climbed the steep slope, his eyes fixed on the hillside. There were green plants covering the area, and occasionally thick smoke came out of the cave, which was quite clear-cut and distinct. If he remembered correctly, the two ownerless dragons were sleeping in a smoking cave. Chapter 53. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Chapter 53 Bronze Fury, Wormasol, Dragon Taming. Soon, Eamon found a large cave full of vines based on the scene in his dream. There was no reason. A faint familiarity, plus a trace of inexplicable fear. Squeak! The golden-nosed rat crawled out of the bag, sniffing around with its golden nose. Eamon put it on the ground, took off the bag, bent down and said, "You go, wait for me to come out. Dragon taming is too dangerous, there is no need to bring this little thing." Squeak! The golden-nosed rat was reluctant, and its head arched hard into the palm of its master's hand. How can rats be afraid of death? Be obedient, the dragon flame will roast you. Eamon's eyebrows were gentle, and he pushed it, "Go quickly, take my precious bag." Squeak! The golden-nosed rat was reluctant to leave, and its little mouth picked up the bag strap and ran away, looking back every 3 steps. Eamon smiled and watched the little thing slip away. He was not 100% sure about dragon training. Dragons are dangerous, especially those with violent tempers. According to the family's dragon training history, most of them were completed in their teens, and a few were completed in adulthood. For example, his great-uncle Viserys and his father Daemon. As the bloodline of brave Balin, the two brothers both trained dragons after the age of 20. Daemon was even later, taming bloodworm Karakshu in 105 AC, when he was already 24 years old. In this regard, only cruel Maegor could match it. "Cheer up, don't lose face." Eamon patted his face, more serious than ever before. Then, he strode into the cave. Click! Lighting up a spare torch, Eamon squinted slightly to adapt to the dark environment. Taking a few steps, the gravel under his feet rolled. Eamon looked around and found that the inside and outside of the cave had changed greatly. A naturally formed cave, with milky white stalactites hanging overhead. Against the backdrop of the flames, a hazy halo was reflected. It is a different world. "He's in, stop him." Suddenly, an old dragon keeper's urgent shout came from outside the cave. Eamon turned his head suddenly and saw a few flames flickering at the entrance of the cave. No more waiting. Eamon's eyes were stern, and he rushed deep into the cave. There were footsteps behind him, and the old dragon keeper's whisper. "There are 2 ownerless dragons sleeping in the cave, don't wake them up rashly." But no one would listen. In a short time, the small figure had already disappeared into the darkness. Time passed by. Deep in the cave, Eamon rushed all the way and noticed that the environment began to change. The naturally formed cave wall showed traces of artificial excavation, and the ground turned into a hard and heavy stone slab. Correspondingly, the temperature rose rapidly. Yaiman ran for more than 10 meters, sweating profusely and panting. It didn't look like a cave, but more like an underground fire vein close to Longshan. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he turned around a wide fork in the road. Immediately, the space suddenly opened up. The stalactites on the top of the cave disappeared, turning into an empty deep cave. The stone slabs under his feet were laid forward all the way, expanding into a platform at the bottom of the cave. Where is this? Ayman paused, feeling inexplicably familiar. Looking left and right, along the entrance of the platform, there stood a row of thick stone pillars. It was somewhat similar in style to the stone wall inlaid with a natural furnace in the dream. It was solemn, making people feel depressed. Ayman's mind turned, and he realized that this was the end. Then, it's time to try to wake up the dragon. And the method of awakening, Menghuo learned at that time. Ayman cleared his throat, mustered up his courage and slowly moved forward, humming a Valyrian ballad. Swallowing fire, riding wings. Two heads stand side by side, singing to three. By my voice, the words of fire. The voice was clear and childish, and the melody was soft and melodious, echoing in the dark cave. Ayman walked while humming and came to the edge of the platform. This is the dragon song that awakens the dragon, communicating with the dragon with High Valyria and establishing a spiritual connection button. Blood magic, the sacrifice has been paid. Ayman bent down, put down the conspicuous torch, and kept his eyes on the darkness. Duh. The torch fell to the ground, making a noise different from the childish humming. At this moment, a slight hot breeze came from the air, and a great pressure swept over the whole body, with a sense of impending disaster. Ayman froze all over, realizing that the test was coming. Indistinctly, the darkness surged quietly, and a vague outline seemed to emerge. Through the weak firelight, a copper halo was reflected. The words of fire, supplemented by bright eyes. Ayman suppressed his anxiety and looked at it. Boom. Suddenly, a huge dragon head rose from the ground, and the giant mouth covered with fangs opened, spewing out sticky copper flames. It was as if the hot magma surging underground suddenly erupted. Ayman's breath was choked, and he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. The copper flame was the great horror in the dream. With the fire rising to the sky, the rocks above his head burned hot and red, and the cave was as bright as day. Finally, everything was seen clearly. A huge dragon with bronze scales all over its body was crawling under the platform, and at this moment, a dragon head with a sharp horn crown was exposed. The huge dragon mouth covered with bronze scales continuously poured out copper dragon flames. It was like venting the mania in his heart after being suppressed for a long time. Ayman's expression was blank, his purple eyes reflecting the entire dragon. He had only one thought in his mind. The natural furnace in the dream was clearly the dragon's kiss in front of him. The rolling copper water that engulfed him several times was the bright copper dragon flame that looked like magma. Roar. The bronze dragon raised its head and roared, then slowly lowered its head, staring at the silver-haired boy on the platform with a pair of bright copper pupils. Ayman was in a trance, and chanted according to his instinct, destined to fly, free and beautiful. He recognized the giant beast in front of him. Wormizar, known as the Bronze Fury, is the largest and perhaps the most ferocious adult dragon in the world except for Vagr. Wormizar shook his head gently, approached the dazed silver-haired boy, and showed a mouthful of sharp fangs. It seemed to be a warning, but also to reveal his nature. Ayman's heart was pounding, and he couldn't help laughing. The dragon opposite him was the most special one he had ever seen. The messy fangs were different from any dragon with neat teeth. The dragon's jaw, covered with bronze scales, has a downward slanting scar. Under the extremely majestic appearance, it shows an arrogant and domineering attitude. Too perfect. Ayman fell in love at first sight. Facing the giant beast with bared fangs, he forgot what fear was. This is the dragon that Targaryen should control. Suddenly, there was a noise behind. The dragon handlers and guards all ran over and stood at the entrance of the platform. No. The old dragon handler was so scared that his legs softened and he almost fell. The prince actually woke up Wormizar. This is the worst result. In the smoking cave of Dragon Mountain, two ownerless dragon companions are sleeping. Wormizar has a manic temperament and will not show mercy to anyone who disturbs him. And it protects its companion very well, blocking the gentle dragon deeper in the cave. If anyone offends, they will encounter dragon flames at the first time. Prince. Eric came hurriedly, his black robe in disarray. The other side was outnumbered, so he failed to stop them. Roar. Woomither's pupils suddenly shrank, his fangs stood up, and his wide wings rested on the platform. Eamon saw this and suddenly woke up, turned back and shouted, "Sir, get out of the way." Eric was stunned when he heard the words, and hurriedly fell down in compliance with the order. The others were all dumbfounded when they saw it. Eamon didn't mind his own business and dodged. He knew. These people angered the dragon and were about to pay the price. Hiss. Woomither roared, and opened his mouth to spit out a blazing copper dragon flame. Lie down. The old dragon keeper was experienced and held down an assistant to lie on the ground. The next second. Boom. The copper dragon flame sprayed on the cave above his head, and the hard stone quickly melted, turning into pools of magma dripping with dragon flame. Several guards did not obey the order and stood there stupidly. The lava fell off one after another, smashing them to the ground, burning them and their armor to slag. Ah! A young dragon keeper who was chasing actively failed to dodge in time and was hit by a pool of lava on his shoulder, and he screamed miserably in an instant. In the painful wailing, his chest was burned empty. Chapter 54, True Dragons Are Not Afraid of Fire. Dragon Taming. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Woomither's pupils were cold and indifferent, as if he was crushing a few tiny insects to death. Eamon opened his mouth slightly, and had a direct feeling of its power. Roar. Woomither shook his head, roared at the silver-haired boy, and retreated under the platform. But it didn't want to go back to sleep. Eamon looked around and noticed that there was a second natural cave deep in the cave, leading directly to the outside of Dragon Mountain. That was the passage for the dragon to enter and exit. Woomither turned his body, supported the ground with his wings, raised dust, and crawled towards the cave entrance. It was going out to find food. No, I haven't started yet. Eamon was quick-witted and ran to the edge of the platform at a high speed. The elder of the dragon cave said, "Feeding the dragon is more conducive to taming. And if you fail to tame a dragon once, it will be difficult to have a second chance. Absolutely can't let go." Eamon was determined, and his chest rose and fell violently to prepare. He was going to tame a dragon tonight. It must be it. Womothel turned around completely, sweeping the platform with its thick tail, ruthlessly choosing to ignore it. It had no interest in recognizing its master. As a masterless dragon, it would rather wait for a powerful warrior than a weak cub that craves power. The weak are not worthy of touching it. It was this cold attitude that really stimulated Eamon's competitive spirit. "Look at me, Womothel." He took a step forward, and his shout echoed in the cave. Womothel snorted heavily, ignoring it. "You can't escape." Eamon's eyes were bright, and he had made up his mind. He looked down at the height of the platform, which was slightly higher than the broad dragon back. "Here I come." Eamon gritted his teeth, stepped on the edge of the platform and jumped. The small body flew into the air, drawing a not-so-smooth parabola. The feeling of weightlessness came, and his hands and feet were numb. Bang. He fell heavily on the back covered with bronze scales, bounced twice, and almost slipped down the dragon's tail. "I caught you." Eamon groaned in pain, and his little hands clasped the gap between the scales. A free fall from several meters high, thanks to the strengthening of, solid as a rock, otherwise he would have been smashed into a meat pie. Hiss. Wormasol suddenly turned his head, his bronze vertical pupils stared at the little thing on his back, and cruelly grinned. As soon as Eamon looked up, he saw the fire accumulated deep in his throat. No. No dragon flame. High Valyrian blurted out, ordering the dragon to retract the dragon flame. When Wormasol heard the shout, a trace of recollection flashed across his bronze vertical pupils, and he really closed his dragon mouth. The thick and long neck turned back and continued to crawl towards the cave. It smelled a familiar smell, the same as the previous owner, and there was a weak connection between them by blood. If it were another person, he would have turned into a charcoal long ago. The attack did not come, and Eamon's heart was pounding, but his mind was still clear. He was at the end of the dragon's back, enduring the severe pain in his hands and feet, and staggered to the middle of the back. Riding on the dragon's back without being attacked was half the success. As long as he could complete the control of flying, this dragon would be his. Outside the Dragon Mountain. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and a layer of silver frost was sprinkled on the earth. Hiss! Suddenly, a roar like thunder came out, resounding through the silent night sky. A huge monster with bronze scales all over its body and brown wing membrane stood on the Dragon Mountain and dived down with inertia. In an instant, the wind was howling. Eamon lay on the dragon's back, his silver hair and black robe fluttering. His face was trembling in the wind, and he couldn't open his eyes at all. Wormasol didn't care, and when he fell to the middle of the mountain, he spread a pair of broad brown wings. In an instant, the wind blew. Ah! Eamon was terrified and couldn't help but scream. No wonder he screamed. Just now, the dragon under him soared into the air, making him feel what real weightlessness is. Woomazor flapped his wings and flew high, showing his strong body. Fly! Eamon closed his eyes and screamed, making the storm more violent. The fact is as he wished. Woomazor is huge and a little clumsy when crawling, but when it flies, it shows its strong posture. With a light flap of its wings, it has already soared 100 meters away. The speed is not inferior to any dragon. Eamon gritted his teeth, but the harsh conditions made it difficult for him to persist. Woomazor is a masterless dragon and has been sleeping in Dragon Mountain for more than a few years. During this period, it burned the dragon's saddle on its back and did not have normal dragon riding equipment. What's more difficult is, its bronze scales were thick and smooth, and there were no dorsal scales on its neck and tail, nor even a place to hold on. Woomazor, fly! Eamon's hands were stinging, and he shouted with all his strength. The dragon flew higher and higher, as if it was going to the moon. Eamon couldn't bear it any longer, and reluctantly opened his eyes, and saw a pair of small hands with blood flowing. Both hands clasped the bronze scales, and the fingertips had been torn by the wind pressure. This was still, solid as a rock, otherwise the fingers would have been broken. Boom! Woomazor flapped his wings again, and the height exceeded the towering Dragon Mountain. Eamon's fingertips clasped the scales, and his whole body was suspended directly in the air, swaying in the wind like a straw. This couldn't be like this, he would die. Eamon's brain crashed for a moment, and many self-rescue strategies surged in his mind. At the critical moment, his right hand suddenly loosened, and the dragon claw dagger slipped out of the sleeve and clenched in his palm. Dang! Eamon swung out the dagger, and the curved tip pierced into the gap between the scales and got stuck there. Suddenly, the feeling of weightlessness was relieved. Eamon followed suit, and the dragon-toothed dagger slipped out of the sleeve of his left hand and pierced into the gap between the scales again. The two daggers were like the handles of a dragon's saddle, giving him a fulcrum. Hiss! Wormasor roared, and the pain on his back angered him. His body stopped rising and turned to soaring. Finally, Eamon fell from the suspended state, and his belly hit the dragon's back. Hoo-hoo, I'm not dead yet. Eamon was panting and hurriedly adjusted his position to make himself sit as much as possible. He really suffered a great loss. It was fatal for a dragon without a dragon saddle. Wormasol kept soaring, and the ferocious dragon head broke through the wind resistance, like a siege vehicle. But it was bigger than a siege vehicle. Eamon sat firmly on the dragon's back and had time to look at the whole dragon. The dragon's horn crown is ferocious, dark and keratinous, covering the entire dragon's jaw to the back of the head with a layer of thorn-like barbs. The bronze scales are extremely thick and hard, comparable to steel plates. This is a talent born for defense. A pair of broad brown wings, each flapping to create a strong wind, is twice the size of the body. And its size. Eamon took a rough look and saw that it was at least more than 80 meters from head to tail. When flying in the air, its body blocked the moonlight, which could be said to cover the sky and the earth. Hiss! Woomazor didn't give him more opportunities to get familiar with it. He slightly tilted his wings and turned to fly. Eamon gritted his teeth secretly and held the dagger tightly. Crackling! A group of seabirds suddenly flew over and crashed into him. Eamon was shocked and lay down to avoid these stupid birds. Boom! Woomazor flew high enough, and his huge body bypassed the dragon mountain and actually made a head-down dive. Iman's body tensed, and the feeling of weightlessness came again. Fly. He was in unbearable pain all over his body, but he still refused to admit defeat. Only when the dragon obeys the command can it be considered successfully tamed. Hiss. Wumasal dived to the lowest point, his abdomen brushed against the rocky hillside, and his thick dragon tail smashed large rocks. It didn't give up, and soared into the sky. Iman's brain gradually became numb, and a trace of anger emerged in his heart. He continued to shout, "Fly, Wumasal. Man chooses dragon, dragon chooses master." He had no way out, only one way to go to the end. Wumasal rushed into the sky, his copper-bright vertical pupils flashed coldly, and a hot torrent surged in his chest. It seemed that he was infected by the spirit of the little thing and was going to give a final farewell. Boom. The huge dragon mouth opened, and the copper-bright dragon flame spewed out, turning into a waterfall of flames. The high temperature burned the air and formed a small vacuum area. Iman looked up and saw the dragon flames. The fear of the rolling copper water surged into his heart, and his heart seemed to stop beating. The next moment, adrenaline opened the floodgates, and the will to survive dispelled the fear. It was just a psychological shadow. He died so many times in his dreams, but he was not really killed. In this case, let him break it. Iman trembled all over, and his unyielding spirit burst out. He roared, "Come on. Thank you Liuking for the 5,000 coins reward. Thank you Liming Jusher for the 900 coins reward. Thank you Book Friend 758158 for the 500 coins reward. Thank you Qingfeng Jixia and Disaster Black Dragon for the 200 coins reward. Thank you Hill 2, Book Friend 923885, and Book Friend 014439 for the 100 coins reward. It's the third round of recommendations. I'm very excited and happy. The chapters of Dragon Taming will be posted one after another to avoid being stuck. I hope you guys can continue to read this, and it would be best if you give me some monthly tickets. Thank. Chapter 55 Successful Control, Dragon Taming. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Wumathar's pupils were indifferent, and he rushed straight into the bronze dragon flame, which then engulfed his entire body. Iman would not sit and wait for death, and thought of the only way to save him. He called up the Magic Essence panel, and the card panel was filled with 2 green and 1 blue useless cards. At this time, the dragon flame rushed to his eyes. Iman remained calm and counted his breaths in his heart. In a flash, 0 o'clock in the morning arrived, and the card panel was refreshed. Buzz. The 3 cards spun wildly, and the white mist rolled and surged. When the gorgeous light took shape, it turned into 3 new cards. Iman did not hesitate at all, and turned all the cards over 3 times in a row. 1 white and 2 blue, the sky-like blue color is better than green. 1. Constitution +1, safe and harmless physical enhancement. 2. Sapphire Amulet, provides 3 magic shields to resist 3 high-level magic attacks. 3. Solid as a rock, bones harden like stone. Pop. 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 Iman's mind was stretched to a line, and in an instant, 3 cards were connected and activated. The white card shattered in an instant, turning into a milky white halo that rushed into the chest. 2 blue cards were cut off from it, and a water blue halo fell on the chest, condensing into a silver necklace inlaid with sapphires. A deep blue halo drilled into the heart, pumping blood with every beat, flowing into the deep bone marrow, strengthening bone density, and cleansing the impurities in the marrow fluid. When the halo disappeared, the bones of the whole body underwent earth-shaking changes, and the blood flowed all over the body, subtly strengthening the hair follicles, organs, etc. The small body was molded into a hard stone. Boom. Iman had no time to have extra emotions, and the bronze dragon flame rushed to his face, like a surging wave that swallowed him up without leaving an inch. It's so hot. Burning like hell. In an instant, this thought came to Iman's mind, and there was no part of his body that didn't hurt. Buzz. The sapphire amulet on his chest activated, releasing a water blue full-body shield that wrapped him up. Wormasol was extremely fast, and the ferocious dragon head rushed out of the dragon flame, lowered its head and was about to dive down. Coincidentally, a bright moon rose into the sky and hung in the center of the night. Snap! A water-blue halo flashed in the copper-bright dragon flame, lasting for a second and a half like a broken mirror, turning into dots of light and disappearing with the wind. Eamon was at the edge of the dragon flame, and the terrifying high temperature hit again. The sapphire amulet entered a cooling period and no longer provided a shield. Eamon's heart seemed to stagnate, and the black robe and clothes on his body were instantly burned out, and his skin was impacted. Fly. At the moment of life and death, Eamon's heart was filled with madness, and his small body opened his arms. There is no escape, so embrace death. Hiss. Woomisel roared passionately, and his huge body dived down, completely escaping from the coverage of the bright copper dragon flame. At this moment, it seemed to be baptized. The vertical pupils flashed with divine light, and the bronze scales showed metallic luster. The whole dragon looked like a work of art made of bronze. Flame. It also brought him strength. However, the world suddenly became quiet. 1 second, 2 seconds. This continued for several breaths. Except for the sea breeze blowing at night, there was only the heavy breathing of the giant dragon. A trace of haze flashed across Woomisel's vertical pupils, and he did not hear the young and ambitious voice of a child. He flapped his wings and planned to leave the island. Fly, Woomisel. Suddenly, the familiar voice came again, with the wildness of blood. Woomisel's vertical pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked back at the back slightly. The silver-haired boy on the dragon's back climbed up again, facing the moonlight with his head held high and one arm raised high. He is still alive. Haha, you can't kill me. Eamon laughed loudly, revealing the joy of surviving a disaster. In the last period of time immersed in the dragon flame, he chose to put aside everything and resist the high temperature of the distorted air. The panel automatically emerged. Eamon Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 33%. Skills, Riding, Mastery, Archery, Great, Magical Hands, Proficiency. Magic Card, Solid as a Rock, Intermediate, Purple, King's Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Double Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3. Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Evaluation, the pure blood of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King, derived from blood and fire. Eamon glanced at the bloodline column, and turned over the card panel. The 3 cards all disappeared and turned into a supreme and precious red card. God-given bronze, it contains a large copper vein, and a designated mountain can be put into practice. What really attracts the eye is the number next to the golden hourglass. Essence, 1002. Eamon couldn't help but raise his mouth, and joy filled his heart. When touching Wyrmisaur, the blood purity plus 5%, and 100 essence points were provided. In order to fight against the dragon flame, exchange 3 cards. The prices are 10, 150, and 300 respectively. These 3 cards are also the key to his success. Just now, the card panel refreshed a free red card, and the essence number provided 900 points again. What does this mean? Wyrmisaur, let me be your new master. Eamon supported the dragon's back with both hands, staring at the dragon intently. This dragon left by his great-grandfather. Woomither's pupils were suspicious, and he was also staring at the silver-haired boy with reddish-white. Under the dragon flame, the stone would melt. The other party was just almost burnt. That's right, Eamon's skin was red, just burns. Thanks to 33% of the blood of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King, and the secondary strengthening of solid as a rock. Otherwise, he would have turned into ashes. Eamon stroked his scattered and burnt silver-gold hair, revealing a cute and handsome face, and his purple eyes were bright. Without saying a word, he just looked. He will succeed, for sure. Woomither flapped his wings, and his huge body stopped in the air, and his pupils were also staring at the other party. In the night, a man and a dragon looked at each other. Eamon raised his chin proudly, and his eyes reflected the majestic appearance of the bronze beast. Woomisaul narrowed his vertical pupils slightly, and the figure of a silver-haired old man in the depths of his pupils slowly faded, and the full picture of the boy on his back emerged unconsciously. In the dark, a close connection was established and continued to deepen. Eamon blinked, stretched out his bloody right hand, and said instinctively, "Fly, Woomasoul." Woomasoul's vertical pupils widened, and he quickly turned back to the dragon head. Hiss! The next second, a thunderous roar resounded through the night, sweeping up to the sky with gusts of wind. But this time, it was steady and slow. Iman saw it, and the palm holding the dagger loosened, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. He fell backwards and lay flat on the broad dragon's back. The bright moon in the sky came into view. Iman blinked, stunned, and stretched out his hands to catch the moon. In that simple moonlight, he seemed to see a familiar figure. Gray hair, old face, thin waist and straight body, wearing a golden crown on his head. Iman's lips moved slightly, with thousands of emotions in his heart, whispering softly, "Great-grandfather, are you okay? Uncle Viserys inherited your throne. Alicent became the queen. And now I have inherited your dragon." Watching the moon under the moon, the old friend is gone. Aemon grinned, his body was in a big word, closed his eyes and said to himself, "From now on, it is my dragon, and the new history of the Targaryen family will be written by us." Hiss! Wormasaul seemed to have a sense, looked back at the driver, raised his head and let out a rough roar that kept echoing. It seemed to announce to the world that Bronze Fury had awakened from its slumber. Please read, please vote, please reward. Ball Ball. Chapter 56 The Afterglow of the Morning Sun, the End of Dragon Taming. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. That night. Chowdo Island, Gaochao City. Who is that? Rhaenys Targaryen stood in front of the window with a solemn expression, looking at the bronze dragon soaring wantonly on the sea. If I read it correctly, it is my grandfather's dragon. Who awakens it from its slumber? Tamed? What does it matter? Corlys Valyrian hugged his wife from behind and said calmly, "The royal family is so thin, how can we expect our Majesty Viserys to go out and train the dragon himself?" "You don't understand, Corlys." Rhaenys said cautiously, "The dragon cannot escape." She was worried that the dragon had been tamed by some mean bastard or something. The Targaryen dragon king bloodline will be pulled off the altar. Corlys's mind moved slightly, he lowered his head to admire the beauty of his wife, and a smile appeared on his serious face, but there are dragons on Chowdo Island, or 3. This is also his capital that dares to challenge the majesty of the royal family. Even the Targaryen family, which claims to be orthodox, is just 2 dragon masters, one big and one small. Among them, Daemon, who is threatening, is still his partner. Corlys, there are men of the Targaryen family. Rhaenys looked calm. A ray of moonlight shone down, illuminating the balcony blocked by the fence. Rhaenys had long black hair mixed with a little silver. Her beautiful face was full of heroism, and her high cheekbones under her purple eyes revealed her inner strength. Her mother is Miss Jocelyn from the Baratheon family. The toughness of the Deer family dyes Targaryen's silver hair. When Corlys heard this, he stared at his wife blankly. He was born into the Valyrian family, which is also of ancient Valyrian blood. He was born with silver hair and purple eyes, and had a convincing nobility. Due to being at sea all year round, his fair skin is somewhat tanned, which further highlights his masculinity. Rhaenys glanced twice and turned back to the bedroom. Her husband is good at everything, brave, talented and has a fighting spirit. All the advantages that a man should have can basically be found in him. The only thing is that he has a deep desire for power. Looking at his wife swaying back, Corlys frowned slightly. The royal family, what other men are there? Do you expect a child who is still young? Haha, the Targaryens of the past were so weak. Corlys took one last look at the dragon soaring over the sea, and was amused by his own thoughts. King Viserys was narrow-minded, which caused internal and external troubles for the royal family. His wife is one of the legitimate Targaryen heirs, and their children should be closer to the Iron Throne. He won't stop. The beginning of the day. There was a blush on the horizon, and the red sun rose from the sea. Beach edge. Alec took off his black robe, pulled out the silver armor inside, and punched the long sword in the gravel. He was panting and looked very ugly. On the opposite side, stood dozens of Shirgu Tower guards. Alfred's expression worsened, staring directly at the exquisite silver armor that symbolized the White Knight. After struggling all night, all the work was in vain. 2 White Knights escorted the young prince to Dragonstone, confirming the king's regard for his nephew. The rumors from the outside world are simply not credible. Damn it, why didn't you reveal your identity earlier? Alfred's teeth itched with hatred, and the nails on his fingers that clenched the sword pierced his palms. If he had known that the two white knights were escorting him, he should have adopted a softer approach. Alec's eyes were sarcastic, and there was a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how high the other party's resume was. All I know is that this person has second thoughts about the royal family and is finished. Hiss-ka-dash. There was a roar from far away in the sky, and a huge bronze dragon flew back from the seaside facing the fiery red sun. It's His Royal Highness. Alfred's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of an idea to clear his name. He dropped his sword and ran after the dragon. He wanted to be the first to congratulate the young prince on his success in training the dragon and swear allegiance to express his loyalty. I believe that a child will be easily fooled. Your Highness the Prince. Alfred looked happy, opened his arms and kept shouting, like the most devout believer. As if hearing his call, the giant bronze dragon slowly landed. Alfred's eyes were intense, but he suddenly noticed that the giant dragon was flying towards him. Wait, no. Boom. The sound stopped suddenly, and a large dragon claw stepped down accurately, crushing him into a puddle of mud. The head with a frightened expression was squeezed and luckily flew out. Completely dead. Wormiser's eyes were straight and indifferent, and he didn't care at all about crushing a small insect to death. He shook the dragon's head and lowered his neck. Eamon jumped off the dragon's back with a bang and walked up to the dragon. I saw a hideous-looking head on the road and kicked it into the sea like a ball. Asshole, you scared me to death. Eamon patted his chest and cursed. After passing through the dragon flame falls, my courage soared like a rocket. A mere death can't stop His Royal Highness from moving forward. Roar. Wormiser was lying on the beach, his huge dragon head resting lazily on the gravel. Eamon's whole body ached, and he knelt down gently in front of the dragon's head, placing his forehead against the ferocious dragon's kiss. Smelling the dragon smell like copper rust, I feel peaceful inside. How are you, big guy? Eamon murmured softly, feeling that they were a perfect match. Wormiser didn't even move his eyelids, breathing heavily to regain his strength. At this moment, the red sun is rising, and the entire coastline is filled with fiery red. Backed by the towering dragon mountain, with the golden beach below. A man and a dragon face each other, leaning on each other. Inexplicably, they form a beautiful ink painting. Alec and a group of guards did not dare to step forward, looking at the beautiful and thrilling scene from afar, and a thought came to their minds. Your Highness, maybe you are a real dragon. Eamon was unaware, and gently rubbed the bronze scales on his forehead, feeling the hot temperature of the dragon. He finally had a dragon of his own. He could also touch it as he pleased. Wormisol closed his vertical pupils and let the driver hug the dragon kiss, still maintaining a proud attitude. It recognized the other party. This bold silver-haired boy is qualified to be on an equal footing with it. Wormisol, I feel your heart. Eamon smiled slightly and tried to communicate the first established spiritual bond. Every time the bloodline was purified, he would have an inexplicable feeling. As at the beginning, he felt that he could hatch a dragon egg. But the black dragon egg placed in the cradle since childhood refused to hatch. When his bloodline was raised to more than 20%, he felt that he could tame a dragon. But at that time, the dream fire rejected him the first time and did not accept the second contact. Now, his bloodline has been raised to 33%. He is very sure that he can communicate with Wormisol through the bond. Even if this feeling is still very weak, it is real. Eamon was exhausted physically and mentally, leaning on the dragon's kiss, mumbling, I know, the dragon egg does not hatch and the dream fire refuses, both are the guidance of God, let me subdue you. Roar. Wormisol understood, and sneezed violently in his nose. The familiar feeling of weightlessness came. Eamon rolled back several times, and sat on the beach with his legs apart again. Well, why am I here? His Royal Highness was confused. After a night of thrills and excitement, his brain almost stopped. Roar. Wormiser raised his head high, his pupils showed dissatisfaction, and his wings supported his strong chest. And the shriveled abdomen under the bronze scales. As if to say, boy, it's time to eat. Eamon was very upset. Did he find a boss? You are indeed the arrogant Bronze Fury. Stable update time, 8 a.m., 4 p.m. The dragon training chapter is officially over, and the next step is to enter the trip to Chowdo Island. To be honest, Jojo wanted to write this a long time ago. In the first part, One Day Crown Prince, after the dragon was trained, the plot of Chowdo Island should be promoted. However, it involved some review issues, which made Jojo dizzy and turned to write other unremarkable plots. This book learned a lesson, and I dare not offend the river crab god, again in the selection of the heroine. Chapter 57, Valerian and #039, S Provocation. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The next day. Tidehead Island, Hull Town. The naming day celebration of the uncrowned queen Rhaenys Targaryen was held as scheduled. Many nobles came by boat and took the opportunity to show goodwill to the Valerian family. At this moment, outside the port of Hull Town. Hiss! A golden dragon spread its wings and soared, rising higher and higher along the sea level. A three-masted sailing ship with a three-headed red dragon flag sailed slowly, and the ramming horns cast in the shape of golden dragon heads rode the wind and waves. Dragon. Many merchants in the free trade city screamed with excitement and fear when they saw the golden dragon. When they saw the royal ship escorted by the dragon, they realized that the Targaryen family had arrived. Ugh. On the deck, Viserys lay on the railing and couldn't stop vomiting. The king of a country, the last driver of the Black Death, Balerion, actually got seasick. Prime Minister Lionel stood beside him, silently took out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to the pale king. Thank you. Viserys was very weak, took the handkerchief and wiped his mouth. Lionel said nothing, watching the king return to the cabin to rest. This trip will not end well, and difficulties are still ahead. If the king can't hold on, the royal family will lose face. Half an hour later. The royal ship entered the port, and the sailors worked hard to carry the gifts. Viserys pushed his wife's hand away and walked down the deck alone. As a king, he can't show his weak side. Hiss! Syrax hovered overhead and roared loudly. Viserys glanced and nodded secretly. His younger brother Daemon refused the good intentions. Daughter Rhaenyra became the only card that the royal family could show. Although Syrax was still a little dragon, it was enough to deter prying eyes and maintain the dignity of the royal family. Hiss! Suddenly, a second dragon roared in the air, releasing undisguised hostility. In the middle of the distant clouds, a light silver dragon rushed out and rushed straight to Syrax. Syrax was unprepared, and when he reacted, the other party had already rushed to him. Boom! The light silver dragon was extremely fast, brushing past it and whistling, sweeping the sharp sea breeze. Hiss! Syrax was shocked, flapping his wings back and forth, and almost lost his balance. Don't be afraid, Syrax. Rhaenyra's face was livid, and she hurriedly calmed the dragon's restlessness. The light silver dragon turned around and returned, fortunately no longer launched an invasion. A silver-haired young man rode the dragon, showing an apologetic look, and shouted, "Sorry, princess. Hyan has a strong sense of territory, and I offended you. He has a handsome appearance, a hooked nose, and standard Valyrian descent with silver hair and purple eyes. There is a bit of tenderness between his eyebrows and eyes. The first impression is, pretty." How could Rhaenyra believe his lies? Her cold face looked cold. "I will apologize to you, I promise." Lenino avoided his sight, unwilling to directly cause a conflict, and flew away on the dragon's sea smoke. At the port. Viserys looked up and witnessed the incident with his own eyes. This is simply an attack, it is treason. Lyonor was excited and gnashed his teeth in hatred. As a loyal minister of the royal family, he firmly believed in the principle that the master humiliated the minister and died. Alysanne looked surprised, and she didn't expect the Valerian family to be so domineering and challenge the royal authority in public. Viserys. Looking at Rhaenyra in the air, she wanted to say something. "Okay, let's go." Viserys waved his hand to interrupt, his face was terribly gloomy. The current royal family obviously does not have the powerful strength comparable to the Valerian family. Be patient and see what the sea snake Corlys means. A white-painted palace pulled by 6 horses came running, carrying the royal family members to the climax city. In the air. Rhaenyra was full of frustration, and she comforted the frightened Syrax, and her indignation was beyond words. The two sides were not only different in family power. Even the tamed dragons were different. Among the 4 generations of dragons, Hyan was hatched from the Dragon Mountain on Dragonstone Island, and was tamed by the equally young Lenino when she was a young dragon. A few years ago, she participated in the Stone Steppes Archipelago war with the sea snake Corlys. Cultivated rich combat experience. And Syrax was hatched from a dragon egg in the cradle. She was a few years younger than Hyan and had never participated in any battle. In terms of size alone, Syrax, who was more than 10 meters, was 2 circles smaller than Hyan, who was more than 20 meters. It was not its opponent at all. The Valyrian family, wolfish ambitions. Rhaenyra clenched her pink fists and subconsciously looked in the direction of Dragonstone Island. Aemon had been gone for 2 days and 2 nights, and had not sent back any news. He had found an excuse to cover up his dragon taming plan, but the truth could not be hidden. He had to be present for today's event. At noon, the sun was shining brightly. Climax City. A stone castle built on a cliff by the sea, with a large tree in the simple front yard with swaying green leaves, it looked as vibrant as the current Valyrian family. The White Wool Palace crossed the blue stone pavement outside the castle where the tide was surging, and stopped at the entrance of the front yard where people were noisy. Viserys walked out of the car and led his entourage into the house. Rhaenyra settled Syrax and followed behind her father. In the front yard, nobles and wealthy merchants from all over the country gathered, and the atmosphere was lively. The moment the king arrived, the voice stopped abruptly. Viserys' eyes flickered as he stood at the door waiting to be greeted. Lyonor took the lead, looked around, and asked, "Where is Lord Corlys? He should greet his majesty." Boom. The castle gate opened wide, and 2 figures slowly walked out. One looked 70% similar to the sea snake Corlys, and was also tall, but his expression was more arrogant. The other was still young, a handsome blonde young man of the same age as Lenino. Seeing the newcomers, Lyonor was furious and stepped forward. "Lord Wymond, what does this mean?" In front of everyone, his voice rose. "Is this how the Valyrian family greets the king?" It was simply treasonous. Wymond walked 2 meters away and stopped, nodded to apologize, and said calmly, "My brother has just returned home from a long journey and is waiting for you in the 9 Flights Hall." Facing the king with such an attitude, it was already quite rude. Lyonor's face flushed and he was about to get angry. Viserys stretched out his hand, blocked him behind him, and shook his head to signal not to cause trouble. Lyonor stopped talking immediately, but he was still angry. Even if the sea snake Corlys didn't come to greet him personally, his wife Princess Rhaenys should send one of his 2 children. Not just one brother. But the king was patient, so he couldn't interfere. The group suppressed their emotions and walked in. "Get out of the way, kid." Harold, the commander of the Iron Guard, looked ugly, pushed the blind guy away, and vented his temper. Geohang Hall. Corlys stood in front of the window, looking down at the king's family entering the door. His eyes were deep and scary. The king was indeed weak, but he was also an extremely difficult master of pretending to be confused. "How long can you endure it?" Corlys raised his head slightly and muttered to himself, "When it comes to children, no one can be indifferent. When watching the drama and related knowledge, I feel that the sea snake Corlys's family is really rich. Controlling half of the country's fleet, the family is rich enough to rival a country, and also has 3 dragons. Among them, Va is the top fighter, Melias is not weaker than Korakshu, and Hyan is also one of the best dragons of the new generation. On the other hand, the strongest dragon knight demon of the Targaryen family was expelled, leaving only Rhaenyra to fill the facade. No wonder Weicho's wound became inflamed, and he was looking for a powerful husband for Rhaenyra all day long. After marrying Alysanne, it was also Cuckoo who gave birth to babies and trained more dragon knights. No matter who came, they couldn't sleep at night. Chapter 58, The Strength of Vormissol. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Soon after. Hull Town, outside the port. A huge beast with bronze scales all over its body and a majestic and powerful figure swept the wind, crossing the Blackwater Bay with a momentum like thunder. Faster, Vormissol. Aemon lay on the dragon's back, his face full of excitement about riding the dragon. After a day and a night, the men and the dragon recognized each other. Now, Eamon sat on an ancient saddle and gradually mastered the skills of riding the dragon. With the saddle, it's really much easier. Eamon's eyes lit up and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Today is Aunt Rainie's naming day celebration, and he was a little late. But there was a reason. It was to install the saddle. Eamon stroked the dancing silver silk and looked down to admire the saddle with an ancient appearance. Saddles are usually divided into two parts, dragon saddles and rope ladders. His saddle was worn by Bael Ryan, the Black Death, during the Conqueror period. The dragon saddle is made of precious black steel, and the front is engraved with 3 lifelike red dragon emblems. The lower end of the black steel dragon saddle is connected to a dense special rope ladder, which covers the thick and long neck and shoulder spine of the dragon like a net. These special rope ladders are made from ancient Valyria. They are not only strong and wear-resistant, but also have the ability to resist fire. The workmanship and quality of the whole set of saddles are treasures in the 40 Dragon King families. However, during the reign of Maegor I, as Bael Ryan continued to grow, the saddle gradually became unsuitable. In addition, Maegor I's personality of being fond of new things and tired of old things made another set of saddles for use. This set of black steel saddles was stored in the tomb of the Stone Drum Tower and gathered dust. It happened that the original saddle of Wormasol was burned, and after being reminded by the Dragon Keeper, this set of saddles was replaced. It's a bargain for me. Eamon held the delicate handle that fit his palm, feeling indescribably satisfied. He had his great-grandfather's dragon and the Conqueror's saddle. Who could compare with him? Hiss! A loud dragon roar came from the sky above Hull Town, accompanied by the deep sound of the bell tower. Eamon had sharp ears and looked at the clouds in the sky. Boom! The thick clouds rolled and surged, and a light silver young dragon emerged. Its body was well-proportioned and strong, and its appearance was very majestic. It shuttled through the clouds like a fish in water, and it was as light as the sea mist. At a glance, the body was about 20 meters in size. Sea smoke. Eamon recognized the young dragon without blinking. Roar! Wormasor roared, and his huge body accelerated in vain, knocking away all the clouds around him. Its character was even more domineering than Vagr. Not only does it not tolerate other dragons flying overhead, it will also be moody and drive away nearby fellows. When it sees Haiyan, it immediately releases its dragon power. Hiss! Haiyan saw a bronze giant beast from afar, and had the thrill of attacking Syrax, and roared back fearlessly to warn. Lenino also discovered the flying dragon, and was tense at first, and then his brows suddenly relaxed. He recognized it. That was the bronze fury of His Majesty the Centenarian King, Wormasor, who was tamed by someone. And the silver-haired boy on the dragon's back. Is it Daemon's son? Lenino looked tangled, but still patted the dragon's back. Haiyan, go up to it. He has his own mission. He rode the dragon to fly over the town of Hull, showing his strength to the guests and giving the royal family a warning. But the person on the other side was Daemon's son, and strictly speaking, he was still an ally. In addition, Wormasor was huge. He only needed to get closer so that the passing ships could see the dragons of the two families. Meet. Hiss! Haiyan received the order, raised her head and neighed excitedly, flapping her wings to charge. At this time, the harbor was full of large and small ships, and many people looked up. Except for King's Landing and Tidehead Island, people had no chance to see dragons. 2 dragons dancing in the sky was even more rare. The other side of the far end. Eamon was stunned when he saw this, and then smiled. Attack! He gave the order in High Valyrian. His voice was childish but contained irresistible power. That's right, he was going to do something bad. This time he came to Tidehead Island to dampen the spirit of the Valyrian family. If the other party dares to come, then take the opportunity to shoot down a dragon and first reduce the combat power of one of the other dragon riders. After losing a dragon, would the sea serpent Corlys still dare to be so unscrupulous? Hiss! Vormasor's vertical pupils showed a fierce light, and his huge body swayed back and forth, accelerating with the help of inertia. At this moment, he showed his rich experience in battles. Even though he was not fast enough, he could make up for his shortcomings. In a flash, the 2 dragons met in midair. Lenino saw that the opponent was not friendly, and thought of the title of Bronze Fury, and said in surprise, "Dragon Flame." He was very decisive and wanted to use the dragon flame to block and avoid the battle. Haiyan was excited, and a mouthful of orange-yellow mixed with silver dragon flame spewed out, as if clouds and mists gathered and surged. Lenino stared closely, hoping that it would work. Boom. Unexpectedly, Wumazur did not dodge or avoid, and hit him head-on. Not only did Iman not stop him, he also smiled and lay down. It was this smile that made Lenino shudder. It's going to be bad. As soon as the thought came up, the mist-like dragon flames burst out and scattered, covering a large area. Lenino looked around, but could not find the shadow of the bronze dragon, thinking that the other party would hide away at the critical moment. The heart that had been lifted up fell, and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to hurt his young cousin. Hiss! Suddenly, a rough roar came from below, as if thunder was rolling down. Wumazur rushed up from the blind spot of vision, and the ferocious dragon had opened its dragon mouth and bit Haiyan's right wing. There was a click, followed by Haiyan's piercing cry of pain. No. Lenino was shocked, and his body was almost blown away by the impact, and he shook violently with the giant dragon under his crotch. He felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a dizzy feeling came over him. Hiss! Haiyan's condition became worse, and one side of the dragon wing broke directly, and blood was splashed instantly. The previous excitement and fighting spirit disappeared, and the fear of death filled his heart. He was immediately confused, struggling, and wailing. Wumazur revealed his bloodthirsty nature, occupying an absolute advantage, and the dragon's mouth tightly locked Haiyan. Let it wail miserably, and toss it around like a toy. It wants to make this little dragon pay for its arrogance. Haha, well done. Iman laughed heartily, his body swaying left and right with the dragon's movements. This was his first dragon fight in his life, and he was not the least bit cowardly. It seemed as if he was born to ride a dragon. Roar! A fierce look flashed across Wumazur's pupils, and a pair of broad brown wings flapped, biting Haiyan and tearing it wantonly in midair. The dragon claws tore the scales apart, and blood gushed down. With a size difference of 4 times, Haiyan had no power to resist. It was like an eagle catching a sparrow. The claws could not touch the opponent, so he could only scream and randomly spray dragon flames. But there was no aim at all. Iman dodged from time to time, and was extremely resistant to dragon flames. His blood was boiling, as if he had endless strength. Instantly, the roars and roars of the two beasts echoed within a radius of dozens of miles. The crowd in Hull Town could not see the dragons fighting, but they realized that the battle was fierce just by the sound. The azure sky was soon painted scarlet by the hot dragon blood and flames. Boom! Not long after, the huge bronze dragon rushed down from the sky, still locking the opponent in its mouth. Drop it, Wormasol! It flew until it was less than 10 meters away from Tidehead Island, and pure High Valyrian language sounded on the dragon's back. In the eyes of the people below, the bronze dragon finally let go and threw the light silver dragon away. Then, it turned around and took off. Hiss! Haiyan was extremely miserable, one of its wings drooped weakly, and it kept falling with a whine. The light silver scales were stained with blood and emitted hot white smoke. It fell to the ground with a bang, splashing dust and sparks. The crowd was horrified when they saw it. That was a dragon fell. Land. Eamon glanced back, thinking of quitting while he was ahead. Hiss! Suddenly, a sharper dragon roar came from a corner of Chowdo Island, full of deterrent warning. Eamon looked up. A huge dragon with red scales, sharp teeth, and claws as bright as copper foil, and a streamlined body flew into the sky. It was much bigger than the young Haiyan. Karakshu, who was slightly inferior to the snake-like body, was on par with the Dreamfire in the Dragon Cave. Eamon was a little surprised. Melia's. Could it be Aunt Rainy's? Thinking in his heart, he clenched the grip. Friends, remember to read. Zhou is ambitious and wants to recommend it on Sanjiang. But my foundation is a bit poor, and I don't have enough collections and books to read. It's miserable. Chapter 59, Bronze and Fire Birth. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Hiss. Melias hovered in the air, his eyes fixed on the bronze dragon, with no intention of launching an attack. Eamon took a closer look and showed a look of surprise. The saddle on the dragon's back was empty. It was not Aunt Rhaenys who was riding the dragon. The fight between the two giant dragons was probably too noisy, and it alerted Melias, known as the Red Queen. "It's okay, Wormizer." Eamon patted the dragon on the back and signaled the big guy not to be impulsive. He knew how the title Bronze Fury came from. Angry for no reason, violent without warning. He has an arrogant and domineering personality and an extremely bad temper. Obviously my great-grandfather was such a kind and wise king, but the accompanying dragon was so violent. Based on the unreliable theory that humans and dragons have complementary personalities, Aemon concluded, my great-grandfather must have been a man with a wild heart and good control. Wormizer moved his eyes back, glanced at the thoughtful driver, and landed on the ground calmly. Seeing the other person's appetite for it, I was too lazy to get acquainted with him. Boom. Wormizer landed with a bang, just not far from Haiyan. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the miserable-looking dragon-controlling combination was revealed. No. Haiyan. Lanino's face was charred. He rolled down from the dragon's saddle, threw himself on the dragon and screamed. He was only blackened by the dragon's flames and suffered some scratches when he fell. In comparison, Haiyan was miserable. The entire dragon lay limp on the ruins, with most of the light silver scales on its chest broken into pieces, and hot dragon blood gurgling. The most serious problem is that of the right wing. After being bitten violently by Wormizer, the entire shoulder blade was broken, several holes were made in the wing membrane, and the wound was bloody and bloody. It seems that I am exhaling more and inhaling less. Hiss. Haiyan's pupils were dilated, and a fragile whine emerged from the depths of his throat. No. Don't. Tears welled up in Lanino's eyes. Regardless of the burning dragon's blood, he hugged Haiyan and cried. He didn't expect this result. A fair and lovely child dared to fight with others as soon as he rode a dragon, and his attacks were so ruthless. Eamon sat astride the dragon's saddle and motioned to Vermithor to lower the dragon's head, rubbing salt into the wound. I'm sorry, cousin. My dragon is still disobedient. It can be seen from Haiyan's charging posture that this is not the first time he has done this today. Since you have come forward to provoke, you will pay the price of blood and fire. He didn't kill him, he was especially merciful because Haiyan belonged to the Targaryen family. You know, he didn't even give the dragon flame command. When Lanino heard the words, he felt that the words were familiar and harsh, and he lay on Haiyan and cried louder. In this situation, face is no longer a concern. He only felt sorry for Long, who had been with him since childhood, and could not imagine the pain of losing him. This scene fell in Eamon's eyes, his expression softened slightly, and he reminded, the dragon's vitality is very strong, it will get better. He just wants to catch orders, not kill a dragon. As long as the injury is not fatal, it usually heals on its own. At best it's a matter of time. Lanino turned a deaf ear and lay on the dragon crying. A group of patrolling guards arrived, and the leader was the blonde young man who followed Wyman to greet the king. His name is Joffrey Moran, he comes from a noble family in the Stormland, and he is known as the Knight of the Kiss. The entire Chowdo Island knew that he was still Lanino's underground lover. Lanino, how are you? Joffrey's eyes were full of worry and he stepped forward to support the other person. Lanino burst into tears, and no one wanted to pay attention to him. He didn't want to do this task, and his father had to force him to do it. It's better now. Haiyan almost died when he bumped into his younger cousin who had a darker heart. When I think of this, I can't help but feel ashamed and angry. Seeing this, Joffrey was filled with shock and anger. He drew his sword and pointed it at the culprit on the dragon's back, shouting loudly, "Who are you, harming the heir of the Lord of Tide on the territory of Tidehead Island?" The guards drew their swords one after another and stood in front of the bronze dragon. Wormizer didn't even look at it. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth with his scarlet tongue and inadvertently exposed his sharp fangs. Are you questioning me? Aemon looked down from a high position and said calmly, I am born of bronze and fire, Aemon Targaryen. The son of Daemon Targaryen, the heir to Runestone City, and the prince of the Dragon Clan. A series of titles are louder than the last, focusing on a high number of people and so on. Just to tell the world. Among kings, he is number one. Joffrey was indeed frightened, and he was in a panic, but he still managed to hold on and shouted, "Your Highness, I admit that you are of noble birth, but this is not the reason for you to act like a child and hurt others." As soon as this statement came out, the onlookers were shocked. How could a secret Taoist be like this? Aemon sounded amused, as if he was watching another joke. Roar. Wormizer felt something in his heart and roared towards the opposite side. The hot wind and waves were like steel knives. Joffrey was horrified, stretched out his hand to block the strong wind, and slipped and fell. The guards were so frightened that they all held up their shields and did not dare to show their heads. Hee hee. Aemon chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid, it's just protecting me." After saying that, he ignored the fierce-looking soft-footed shrimp and patted the dragon's back gently. Wormizer's eyes were indifferent. He glanced at the guards who shrank into quails, turned around and flapped his wings to take off. One person and one dragon left safely. Only the people in Hull Town with frightened expressions and countless whispers that could not be hidden were left behind. His Majesty King Rinrue's dragon. Both the practical and symbolic meanings are outrageous. Climax City. Wormizer soared in the sky, a pair of broad brown wings covering the earth, attracting the attention of countless guests. After circling 3 times, it landed outside the castle gate. The huge body fell to the ground, kicking up countless wind and sand. Aemon unchained the saddle and slowly climbed down the rope ladder. After a while, he jumped to the ground with a bang. Aemon clapped his hands and sighed helplessly. The dragon is just inconvenient, and maybe this is the trouble with happiness. Who is this? The dragon he rides looks like Wormizer. Still a child, a Targaryen boy with silver hair and purple eyes. The guests present were stunned and started talking about one person and one dragon. Aemon stretched his muscles and walked towards the door of the castle vestibule. Under a simple stone arch. On the swollen bluestone road outside the castle, 2 king's guards in silver armor and white robes arrived. It was the Cargill brothers who had come by boat from Dragonstone in advance. The 2 brothers were born from the same egg and have almost the same appearance and body shape. His hair is combed back, his facial features are strong, and he has a neat short beard. He looks capable and heroic. His brother Illich had a loyal character. Seeing that no one was greeting the prince, he stepped forward and asked, "Where is Mr. Corlys? Why don't you come out to greet the prince?" The younger brother Alec was a shrewd man and found that no one around him answered, and did not even show due respect to the royal family. Silently holding the hilt of the sword, he walked to his brother and stood shoulder to shoulder. Aemon looked as normal as he had expected this. Specifically waiting for 2 white knights to be the vanguard. To avoid opening your mouth and lowering your status in vain. When no one responded, Illich looked indignant and said, "Is this the way the Valyrian family treats guests? I can't imagine whether the king was treated equally. It turns out, follow the right people. Not only will your attitude toward others change, but the way others treat you will also reverse." Several figures walked out of the open castle door. The sea snake Corlys walked in the forefront. His expression was indescribably solemn, and his demeanor was awe-inspiring. He walked across the vestibule to the stone archway. Aemon looked up and down, raised a smile on his lips, and waited for the other party to greet him with a salute. Not moving a step, as steady as a dragon mountain. Behind him, Wormizer poked out the dragon's head, staring at it with his bright copper eyes, and his fangs flashed with cold light. He punched his nose hard, blowing out thick smoke mixed with the smell of sulfur. "Your Highness the Prince." Corlys looked at it carefully, and with great vigilance, he lowered his arrogant head and said, "Welcome." At 10:20 in the previous chapter, changes were made to increase the intensity of the dragon fight. Friends who are interested can take a look. Chapter 60 Who is the Real Dragon? Prev. Next. Knights_stay. He saw the bronze dragon and heard about the dragon fight in Hull Town. There is no doubt that Lenino lost. The sea snake lowered his head, still staring at the silver-haired boy, trying to reveal his appearance and see through his heart. "I thought you were too busy to get away." Aemon feigned surprise, crossing his arms Targaryen style. His Royal Highness did not say that he was flat. The sea snake remained polite and replied, "I am very busy today, but I must fulfill my responsibilities." Very official statement. Eamon nodded lightly and greeted with a smile, "Get up quickly, Lord Corlys." An elder salutes a junior like him. He is not a bad boy who relies on dragons to bully others. "Please come in, His Majesty the King has been waiting for a long time." Corlys straightened his back and guided with one hand. "Just looking at the etiquette, I can't find anything wrong with it. It seems that if you do this, you can confuse a child." Eamon pretended to be polite and let the other person go first. Corlys was not polite and led the way with several nephews and nieces who were accompanying him. After walking a few steps, I suddenly realized that His Highness the Prince had not followed. "Prince?" Corlys turned his head, his eyes doubtful. And at this moment, I saw an unforgettable scene. The silver-haired boy smiled slightly and stepped alone into the crowded green leafy vestibule. Boom. As soon as the little figure stepped in, a pair of brown dragon wings spread out from behind the stone arch. A leaf covering the eyes seems to add a pair of wings to the figure. When the figure stepped down the steps in front of the door, the scene behind the door was finally revealed. I saw a majestic bronze dragon raising its head, bending its strong hind legs and kicking, and soared straight into the sky on the spot. Hiss-ka-dash. The thunderous dragon roared, setting off strong winds that swept across the sand. Eamon was very calm, holding a small backpack and walking with his back to the dragon. Corlys's pupils suddenly shrank, his face was watertight, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Suddenly, he recalled his wife's words. Targaryens and men. Even an 8-year-old boy. Corlys was stunned. For every Targaryen born, the gods tossed a gold coin to determine whether it was greatness or madness. Obviously, the child in front of me is not crazy. "What's the matter, Lord Corlys?" Eamon seemed completely unaware, like an innocent child. Corlys shook his head and said, "Congratulations, you have tamed His Majesty King Rinrue's dragon." "Congratulations, there are dragons on Chowdo Island too." Eamon smiled, but his words were harsh. He won't be polite. Anyone whose words are not pleasing to the ears will not be given face. Anyway, he is young and childlike. Leaving behind the solemn-faced Corlys, His Royal Highness the Prince walked into the castle familiarly. Vermithor hovered overhead, roaring through the thick clouds, like a demonstration against House Valyrian. 2 white knights followed behind him, blocking the prying eyes from all directions. With a height of 1.2 meters, he suddenly has an aura of 1.8 meters. Geohang Hall. The celebration was held on time, with attendants setting up tables, chairs, and benches and serving delicacies. "Eamon, sit next to me." Rhaenyra smiled sweetly and greeted the little guy. They had already met and learned about each other's results in taming Wormizor. She was pleasantly surprised. After learning that Hai Yen was injured and Lenino was sad to miss the celebration, he couldn't hold back his good looks. Nantung deserves it. Viserys sat on the throne and looked at his nephew with a smile on his face. Different from being taciturn when he arrived, he was high-spirited now. At a young age, Eamon tamed the Bronze Fury Vormizor, the second largest man in the world, who was at the peak of his prime. The family's power surged instantly. Moreover, upon landing on the island, he wounded the young dragon, Sea Smoke, and reduced the number of dragon masters in the Valyrian family. How could he not be excited as the situation waxed and waned? What a good boy. Viserys worked hard to maintain his image as king, secretly encouraging himself. If only this was his son. Damn Daemon. No, I have a place to sit. Aemon waved his hand, just being intimate with Alicent for a while, then turned and walked to the seat at the bottom. He's already showing off enough today. It is not suitable to get too close to the royal family anymore or to elevate oneself too high. Boom, boom, boom. Intensive and orderly drum beats sounded in the hall, symbolizing the official opening of the celebration. His Majesty. Corlys walked into the hall, nodded to the king, and took a seat next to the throne. That is the position of the king's minister, or the royal minister. In Climax City, it is the host's seat. Coming with him was a heroic woman with long black hair mixed with silver. Cousin. Rhaenys smiled and greeted her blood relatives. It's very casual and not formal. Viserys smiled back and stood up to hug the other men. Alicent and Rhaenyra stood up one after another, and the 3 women greeted each other. When 2 family members met, they seemed to be as close as one family in front of all the guests. Corlys sat down and talked like a learned man. There was no hint of the undercurrent beneath the smile. Just then, an interesting scene happened. Rhaenys said nothing, ignored her husband's gaze, turned and walked off the throne. She is today's protagonist. But he refused the seat he was supposed to take and sat down in the empty seat below. Aemon only smelled a faint scent of lavender, and in a blink of an eye, there was another person beside him. After hesitating for a second, Aemon whispered, "Aunt, happy name day." "Yeah." Rhaenys nodded in response and looked at her nephew up and down. It was this little guy who beat her son and made him cry and scream. Aemon turned his head silently. "If you want to see it, go ahead. He looks very good anyway." Dong dong dong. The second round of intensive drum beats sounded, urging the guests who had not arrived yet to hurry up. Aemon looked around and didn't see his father Daemon. Will he not come? It's not in his character not to show up in such a scene. The thought came out. A tall and thin figure walked out of the door of the crowded hall. "Here he comes." Aemon's eyes lit up. At the same time, Viserys and Corlys also discovered this uninvited guest. Daemon was seen walking into the hall in a black suit with a smile on his face. He strolled along the way, just like walking in his own home. Soon, Daemon found his son below the main seat, and a touch of admiration flashed in his eyes. He had learned that his son had tamed the dragon left by his grandfather, the dragon that was sleeping in Dragon Mountain, Wormithor. Looking at the brief history of the Targaryen family, it was also the first time that an 8-year-old tamed an adult dragon. Although the bronze bitch of the valley tainted the bloodline, it was worthy of his seed. "Father." Aemon had a good impression of this father and nodded in greeting. "Well done." Daemon smiled and walked to the opposite seat to sit down. I don't know if he was talking about taming the dragon or defeating Lenino, who had just defeated the sea smoke. Rhaenys glanced at him, saw that her cousin was gloating, and didn't give him a good look. The episode passed quickly. Boom boom boom. The last round of intensive drum beats was to welcome the finale guest. The door of the Geohang Hall was open, and a group of people dressed in foreign clothes entered one after another. The leader had black hair and brown eyes, handsome appearance, tall stature, luxurious clothes, and a sword on his waist, and walked in with his head held high. Today's second protagonist, the son of the former king of the Sea of Bravos. How about changing the update time? Update in the early morning from now on, 2 chapters at a time. Chapter 61, either Get Out or Dragon Flame. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. The other party walked through the hall with great style and grace. Walking to the main seat, he raised his chin arrogantly and put one hand on his chest. "Lord Collis, Harold Knowlton salutes you." "Welcome, Lord Harold." Corlys nodded, showing no unnecessary emotion. After greeting his prospective father-in-law, Harlow turned his attention to the most expensive person present. "Your Majesty on the Iron Throne, I have long admired your name." Harold lowered his head slightly, but his words were not heard. Afterwards, he bowed to Queen Alicent and Rhaenyra respectively, with a neither salty nor gentle attitude. I don't know if it was done to Corlys on purpose or because his eyes were higher than his head. This move naturally annoyed many people. Viserys didn't need to blame him, but Prime Minister Leonor glared at him. If the former hadn't stopped him, he would have opened his mouth and scolded him. Viserys had simple ideas. On this occasion today, it was not him who acted in disgrace, but the sea serpent Corlys, and the entire Valyrian family. Because that is Corlys's prospective son-in-law. Just treat it like watching a show. Harold didn't care at all. He noticed Rhaenys at the bottom and stepped forward to salute. "Dear, uncrowned queen, please accept my blessing." As he spoke, he extended a hand in a gentlemanly manner. Rhaenys had no expression on her face and handed the back of her hand to the other person for a gentle kiss. Tisk, tisk. Aemon was amazed and watched the whole process. This guy was probably in his 20s, his face was pale, his steps were sloppy, and he looked like he had been drained by alcohol and sex. The son of the former Sea King of Bravos, at this level. Collis and Aunt don't look stupid, why did they choose such a son-in-law? Aemon shook his head secretly. He glanced quietly at Aunt Rhaenys, wiping her hands on the tablecloth under the table. It seems that he is also very dissatisfied. It should be the suggestion of the sea snake Corlys. Aemon rolled his eyes and suddenly thought. The former bluff Sea King was assassinated, and the value of this political marriage was lost. No wonder this guy from the original world has been defecting to Chowdo Island for many years, but he has not been able to officially marry his fiancée. Neptune and I are dead. As a bereaved dog, he dared to be disrespectful to the kings of the Seven Kingdoms and say, the uncrowned queen, in public. Who will die if you don't die? Without knowing it, Hiroyo stared at the silver-haired Aemon, curious. Princess, who is this person next to you? Rhaenys rolled her eyes and didn't want to answer. Harold was embarrassed and didn't want to lose face, so he got in front of the handsome silver-haired boy. You. Aemon felt dirty even at a glance, so he interrupted directly, get out. This is the attitude of His Royal Highness when faced with people he doesn't like. The small mouth opens, the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. Harold was stunned when he heard this, thinking that he heard wrongly. But when Rhaenys turned to look at her nephew in surprise, she realized that this was the case. Suddenly, a sense of humiliation came over me. Ever since I was assassinated, I have been hit by obstacles everywhere. Wherever I go, I always have a warm face but a cold butt. Now that he has defected to Chowdo Island, some people are still insulting him. Then his defection was not in vain. You. Harlow looked ferocious and opened his mouth to question. Call out. A cold light flashed before his eyes, grazing the side of his face. Harold froze, his face numb, and then he felt a strand of hair fall off. The one just now seemed to be a table knife. I, Aemon Targaryen. Aemon tilted his head, holding another fork in his little hand. Harold came to his senses and took a step back hastily. He didn't expect that he would offend a Targaryen. Aemon pointed at him with a small fork and said one word at a time, either get out or dragon flames. Harold's face turned purple for a while, and he repeatedly made sure that Rhaenys had no intention of helping him out, and his facial features were distorted. But there is nothing we can do. His Highness the Prince said dragon flames, which means there must be a dragon. If he offends the other party, he has hit the wall. Aemon's face was cold and his eyes were very unfriendly. He is here to support the royal family, not to cooperate in acting. If you talk too much, the other party doesn't deserve to hear it. If you don't follow the guest rules, the knife will chop off more than just a hair. Harlow was going crazy inside, and he didn't dare to make a mistake after all. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter of all the guests, he walked back to his seat dejectedly. Suffering the humiliation, he discovered that his fiancée was not even there. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be grateful that the embarrassing scene was not seen, or to be sad and angry that no one took it seriously. Viserys chuckled and said, your would-be son-in-law is a wonderful man, Lord Corlys. The words were filled with disgust and contempt. Corlys's face was gloomy, he took a deep breath, and became silent. I kept reminding myself that today's focus is on the royal family. It's okay for Harold to be embarrassed. Just treat it as mediocre and incompetent in advance, in sharp contrast to your daughter, and your actions in the future will not live up to the truth. Is it accurate? Aemon ignored the overt and covert fights over the throne and took the initiative to talk. He accidentally discovered that his accuracy was very good. Not only can he draw the bow and shoot arrows, but he can also throw accurately. Ifeidao Meng raised his head proudly. Rhaenys was amused by him, stretched out her hand to touch her fair face, her eyes softened inexplicably. Aemon was stunned for a moment, a little at a loss. He was very cold before, but he suddenly became enthusiastic. Slow heating type. Don't think too much, you are just a nephew in my eyes. Rhaenys had a magnetic voice and said with emotion, your name is my grandfather's compensation to me. Aemon blinked and understood. His great-grandfather had 13 children in his life, of which only 3 were sons. The youngest, dragonless, Vagon, was cold-hearted by nature. He went to the citadel of Old Town at the age of 16 and died there. The older, Aemon Targaryen, was the legal heir. He tamed Corax at a young age and gave birth to a daughter, Rhaenys. And his grandfather, brave Balon, was the second heir after his brother's death. Unfortunately, neither of the brothers inherited the Iron Throne. It almost triggered a succession dispute before the 101 Great Council. Rhaenys looked at little Aemon quietly, her fingertips slid across her fair face, and she gradually lost herself. In a trance, she seemed to see the shadow of her father. Thinking of this, she smiled secretly in her heart. Her father had short platinum hair, blue eyes, a masculine face, and a tall and heroic figure. The little guy in front of him had standard silver hair and purple eyes, and his face was still very tender, with 2 dimples when he smiled. After a while, Rhaenys took back her hand and said with a sense of loss, "You can come to Tidehead Island more often, just don't ride the dragon anymore." God knows how angry Corlys was when he learned that Lenino was attacked. If she hadn't suppressed it, he would have gone to Viserys and Daemon to ask for an explanation. She missed her relatives very much. Aemon's eyes flickered, and his hedgehog-like personality was restrained. He felt the rare and precious maternal brilliance in the other person. His mother, Lady Rhea, loved him, but never expressed it easily. Aunt Rhaenys' closeness to him made him feel weird. He felt that he might have taken the wrong person with Lenino. The celebration continued, and the music gradually became melodious, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Rhaenys picked up the wine cup and restored her noble temperament of calmness and composure. Aemon took a few bites of the food and jumped off the chair and left. The banquet is boring, and it lasts all night. Let's go out for a walk. I can find Lana. Last time, I didn't have time to see how big Vhagar was. Looking at the main seat, Alysanne and Rhaenyra were busy dealing with the enthusiastic crowd. It is worth mentioning that since Otto Hightower was dismissed as Prime Minister, the structure of the Red Keep has changed drastically. Just like what is happening now. Alysanne is surrounded by noble ladies from the Old Town family, including those from the Reach and Stormlands. She is still okay. Rhaenyra is even more exaggerated, surrounded by noble young men from all over the place. Women are trouble. Aemon looked down and ran away. If 2 chapters are released at the same time, it will be about 1 at midnight and 1 chapter at 0:01. There is a 1-minute interval for scheduled release. I will post it first today to see what friends think. Chapter 62 Lana Vhagar. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. East Coast, Beach. Aemon walked out of Climax City and walked slowly here. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat got out of his backpack, turned his head and looked around. Whenever we go to a new place, it has become a habit to look for treasures. Aemon patted it, pinched the furry body and put it on his shoulder. The little thing is very loyal and always stays at Longshan while training the dragon. His Royal Highness was very moved. From now on, if he has a bite to eat, there will be leftovers for Shushu. The Valyrian family is really rich. Aemon looked around and saw many ships sailing. This is still a remote area, replaced by Hull Town and Spice Town. There are as many ships in the port as chess pieces on a chessboard. A roaring naval battle, everything was burned down. Aemon shook his head secretly, his determination to become stronger and more independent became stronger. If the dance of the blood dragon cannot be stopped, no matter how prosperous the town is, it will be in vain. The scenery is just temporary. Half an hour later. Aemon walked up a steep slope and saw a familiar silver-haired figure from a distance. Lanael. What a coincidence, we met here. Aemon became interested and decided to hook up with him. Of course, just sharing the joy of taming the dragon. He has a fiancée who is still alive. At this time, Lana was sitting on a sparse grass slope, blowing the sea breeze alone. Silver-gold wavy hair floated in front of her eyes in the wind, and her white fingertips gently tucked behind her ears. Because her back is facing away, her graceful figure under the blue dress is uneven, showing her natural beauty without reservation. But no matter how beautiful the appearance is, it can't hide the loneliness in the heart. What are you doing? Aemon climbed up the grassy slope, his big eyes full of curiosity. Lana looked back in surprise and asked doubtfully, Aemon, how did you find this? Just walking around, I happened to see you. Of course Aemon did not admit his little thoughts. Seeing that the other party showed no sign of crying alone, he asked a question, you haven't answered me yet, what are you doing? Could it be that he knows how stupid his fiancée is and is hiding here to relax? He guessed correctly. Lana rolled her eyes, patted the seat next to her, and said, sit with me for a while. No problem. Aemon sat down obediently, his ears straightened up. There are not many opportunities to hear gossip from the person involved. Lanner held her chin with one hand, revealing her white swan neck, and turned her head to tell her troubles about marriage. The main problem lies in the lack of candidates for marriage. The political resources behind it have plummeted, and they are beyond the eyes of the sea snake Corliss. Then what do you think? Eamon was in high spirits. Lanner said nothing and stared at him seriously for a while, her beautiful eyes calm. Huh. Eamon was startled when he saw this, and carefully moved to the side. I have been in contact with Allison and Rhaenyra for a long time, and I feel uncomfortable meeting such smart women. This bitch doesn't look like a good person. Are you scared? Lanner chuckled and couldn't help but said, I can't kill him, can I? Amen. That's not necessarily the case. Lanner didn't know what he was thinking, so she smiled and said, with my father's shrewdness, he will consider it for me. Eamon nodded, somewhat impressed. She was sober, and Valerion's brain worked well. Follow me and I'll show you the scenery. Interested in sitting there, Lanner took the conversation elsewhere. Aemon has everything he needs. The two of them walked, side by side. There is no way, His Royal Highness is too short. Lanner has a tall figure, is dignified and elegant in a light blue dress, and walks with lightness and elegance. Aemon followed, his head only reaching the arc of his hips. How can these legs be so long? Comparing the body proportions, Aemon was full of questions. The big bear has legs from the bottom down, right? He consciously leaned to the side, for fear of being hit in the face by his butt if he wasn't careful. Not long after, we came to a remote open space. Ba-ba. Far away, I saw a herd of fat sheep. Boom. A dark green behemoth crawled slowly, stretched its neck and sprayed out dragon flames, shrouding more than a dozen sheep in it. The fat is dried and burned into charcoal in an instant. Then, enjoy the meal. It's Vhagar. Aemon turned around in surprise. Then he found that it was facing his buttocks and silently raised his head. With a smile in her eyes, Lanner stretched out her hand to pinch his cheek and said, It's eating, let's not get too close. After saying that, he led the other party not far away. Aemon frowned, vaguely seeing through the evil woman's little thoughts. One of the three major illusions in life. Doesn't she have a crush on me? Aemon's heart trembled, thinking it was very possible. Who is Lanner? The eldest daughter of uncrowned Queen Rhaenys and the sea serpent Corlys, she has pure ancient Valyrian blood. The driver of the largest and oldest dragon, Vhagar, today. With such a background and ability, the requirements for choosing a mate must be higher. How could a majestic dragon master fall in love with the son of the former Sea King of Braavos? Otherwise, she could get married after her 16th name day last year. According to the Targaryen law of mutual attraction, Lanner's mate selection. Aemon lowered his head and held out 4 fingers. Looking at the entire Targaryen family, there are only 4 males. Uncle Viserys, crossed out. Dad Daemon is still a widower, so he was also crossed out. In the end, only Aegon, who was 2 years old, was left, and he had just finished taming a dragon. Aemon felt like a fishbone stuck in his throat, and he was speechless in his heart. There are too many wolves and too little meat. You know, there is no choice for Lady Wang for Rhaenyra. There is also a hungry Helena below. Dear uncle, your favorite eldest daughter Rhaenyra is not competitive. Aemon secretly complained. Pure loser. At this time, Lana brought a sheep from somewhere and coaxed it to Vhagar. Can I touch it? Aemon put aside his distracting thoughts and approached warmly. After taming Wormithor, the panel gained an additional 900 essence points, making him rich overnight. Don't miss the opportunity to touch other dragons. No. Lana shook her head and said seriously, Vhagar is old and has a very bad temper. Even when feeding, only she was allowed to get close. Aemon stopped and listened to the advice. The older the dragon, the worse its temper. This is basically an iron rule. Just like Wormithor, he didn't even give face to his driver. Because they have lived too long, they have seen too many separations of life and death, and their hearts are covered with a haze over time. Before recognizing the master, they will choose to sleep. This can isolate them from external interference and reduce their food intake during sleep. After recognizing the master, they will leave the dragon mountain. Hiss. Vhagar's vertical pupils turned, glanced at the driver, and let out a low roar like thunder. In a few bites, he ate up the charred mutton. Eamon watched from a distance, and his heartbeat slightly accelerated. Vagar is already 160 years old. Its body is comparable to a small mountain, and standing on the open space is like a dark green forest rising from the ground. According to Eamon's naked eye measurement, its body is at least more than 100 meters, and even reaches an unimaginable 120 meters. Even Wormasaur couldn't match him. However, Eamon frowned slightly, noticing Vagar's drooping jaw and the sparse-pointed corners of his temples. Under that huge body, it was hard to hide the aging of his age. A closer look revealed that he looked a bit old. How much combat power he can still exert is a question to be estimated. Eamon's eyes flickered, and he was alert to fight against this old dragon. During the Dance of the Dragons, the 180-year-old Vagar could replace the young and strong Korakshu. Now he is 160 years old, and his strength has not declined so seriously. Invincible. Thank you for your monthly tickets. There were a lot of quacks yesterday. Happy. Chapter 63 Eamon. I want to see Eamon. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Hall of the 9 Flights. The banquet was still going on, and gradually reached its climax with the music and dancing. On the main seat, Viserys was all smiles, feeling indescribably relieved. His nephew tamed Vermithor, and Laenor Seasmoke was seriously injured and lost his fighting power. Not counting the Koraks, driven by Demon, the number of dragon riders in the royal family was equal to that of the Valyrian family. He was the king of the Iron Throne, and he had at least 800 vassals under his rule. The fleet of the Valyrian family alone was not a threat. Look, your eldest son is dancing on the dance floor. Viserys smiled and pointed at the heir of the strong family who was dressed in a gorgeous outfit. Lyonor looked in the direction of his finger, and the eldest son Harwin was huddled together with a group of noble youths, surrounding the dancing Rhaenyra. The latter was absent-minded, obviously just going through the motions. But the eldest son was like a possessed man, staring without blinking. Lyonor frowned and whispered, "Your Majesty, don't forget the purpose behind Lord Corlys' invitation to you." He changed the subject very abruptly. Because he didn't want to see his eldest son pursuing the princess. Comparing Valyrian with the nobles in various places, the strong family has a shallow foundation. The eldest son is brave but lacks the corresponding political mind. If he approaches the princess rashly, he will only harm himself and the entire family. Viserys' mouth curled up slightly, deliberately teasing, "Let me guess, the so-called strongest, Bonebreaker, isn't a good candidate." Lyonor was silent and didn't answer. "Haha, let's not talk about it." Seeing the Prime Minister's serious face, Viserys laughed with satisfaction. He was afraid that the other party would have the same thoughts as Otto Hightower when he became the Prime Minister. After all, in his mind, the best candidate is still his nephew Aemon. At a young age, his excellent nature of courage and strategy began to show. Plus the right to inherit the Runestone City and the tamed Wormithor. He has both power and strength, which is simply a great gift from the gods. "Your Majesty," Lyonor said helplessly, "you should think about Lord Corlys's plan and Prince Daemon's opinion. On the one hand, he is ambitious and gives him the position of the king's husband. On the other hand, the brothers are at odds and may not agree to this marriage. Daemon. No." Viserys directly past the former, turned his head to look at the thin figure in the dance floor who invited the noble lady to dance, and said confidently, "He will agree. Although Daemon is a bastard, he does not lack recognition of the family. His son has already expressed his support for the royal family. Will the father do it? If that's the case, he will lock Daemon in the dungeon of the Red Castle. Starve him 9 meals in 3 days." Hearing this, Lyonor sighed secretly. The king cursed Prince Daemon in his mouth, but he still cared about the brotherhood in his heart. But people's hearts are unpredictable. Can things really go as they wish? "Your Majesty." Suddenly, Corlys stood up to toast and walked to the two of them. Lyonor stood up at the same time, holding up the wine glass to observe. Corlys didn't care, and smiled and said, "Thank you for coming from afar. May the alliance between our two families be as unbreakable as our ancestors." After that, he raised his head and drank it all. Viserys' eyes flickered, and he raised his glass, "I hope so." The other party's words were not offensive. Since the exile, Inar migrated from ancient Valyria to Dragonstone, the Valyrian family of Tidehead and the Celtigar family of Crab Island have always been the iron allies of the Targaryen family. Until the Conqueror unified the Six Kingdoms, the latter two families became vassals and occupied the royal seats of the Minister of the Sea and the Minister of Finance for generations. To this day, because the Celtigar family of Crab Island rarely married the Targaryen family, they have been much more low-key in recent years. And Corlys married his cousin Rhaenys, and became the top noble closest to the Iron Throne. If you think about it carefully, things are unpredictable. After Corlys toasted, he revealed his true colors. "Your Majesty, our two families have been married for generations, and I believe this generation can still do so." It was almost clear that he was proposing marriage for his eldest son, Lenino. Viserys habitually pretended to be confused and said casually, "Your daughter already has a fiancé. I'm talking about the marriage of Her Royal Highness the Princess." Corlys did not hide it and played straight. Hearing this, Viserys put away his smile. Corlys knelt down and said frankly, "Your Majesty, the princess's inheritance rights have been challenged, and the Valyrian family can help her to the greatest extent." These words came from the heart. Before Aemon rode the dragon to Tidehead Island, he planned to put pressure on the king to force him to agree. Although it was a great rebellion, the king was indecisive and would most likely give in. Anyway, the relationship between the two families had already dropped to zero, and it would not get worse. After Aemon rode the dragon to Tidehead Island, his thinking changed completely. If the hard way doesn't work, then try the soft way. The king dotes on his daughter, and the prince born by the queen poses a great threat to his succession. If he wants to secure his position as heir, he must rely on the help of the Valyrian family. Viserys looked solemn and did not express his opinion. Corlys was very humble and said in a voice that only two people could hear, "Your Majesty, I defeated the Stepstone Islands for the kingdom, but you have to think about who is occupying it now." Viserys' pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned his head to stare at Daemon on the dance floor. Then, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Seeing this, Corlys continued, "The princess is about to reach marriageable age and will marry a dragon master to be worthy of Valyrian blood." Viserys' face was gloomy, and he could hardly suppress his anger. But this anger was not directed at Daemon, but at the sea snake Corlys, who was causing trouble in front of him. Daemon is his biological brother and will never betray him no matter what. He can scold Daemon, but others can't. His Majesty. Corlys also wants to take advantage of the victory. Enough. Viserys couldn't bear it anymore and slammed the table, alarming the entire 9th Navigation Hall. Suddenly, the music stopped. The nobles present fell silent, tacitly lowering their presence and wondering why the usually tolerant king was angry. Wrath of the Sleeping Dragon. Corlys was also stunned, suddenly realizing that he might have said the wrong thing. Before attacking the Stepped Stone Islands, someone seemed to be very dissatisfied with the same words. Other side. Daemon pushed away his young and beautiful dance partner, frowned slightly, and looked at the main seat. Rhaenyra. Viserys wasn't done yet, shouting his daughter's name. "Father, I'm here." Rhaenyra stepped out of the crowd and walked quickly to her father. Viserys frowned and asked loudly, "Where is Aemon? Where is Aemon?" As he spoke, he did not look at Corlys. Before it was time to break up, he was trying his best to restrain himself. Find Shin Wuchingfu's daughter and express her attitude while venting her dissatisfaction. Aemon was the one he had in mind. Rhaenyra was stunned and said, "Aemon is out." "Let me ask you, where is he?" Looking at his unresponsive daughter, Viserys became even more furious. Rhaenyra had an idea and said hurriedly, "I'll go find him." With that said, he turned around and hurried out. "Go quickly." Viserys was finally satisfied and pointed at Sang and Hwai, "He is my hero. On such an important occasion, you should keep an eye on him. He is still a child and does not know how to please me like an adult. He is covered in filth." On the side, Corlys's face was ashen. Hee. Daemon saw everything and looked at his brother with interest. It was rare to get angry, and his voice was quite loud. When he heard his son's name, a playful smile appeared on his lips. "Friends, whether Jojo can go to Sanjiang depends on the results on Friday and Saturday. Ball. Must read, especially today. If Jojo can go to Sanjiang, it is guaranteed to be updated fiercely to meet the needs of friends. Chapter 64 Eamon. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Rhaenyra suffered an unthinkable disaster and ran out angrily. She felt extremely aggrieved. Before he could understand what his father meant, he was pointed at his nose and scolded. If there weren't so many people present, I would have been scolded and cried. It must be someone else who made him unhappy. Rhaenyra gritted her silver teeth secretly and walked faster and faster. We walked all the way out of Climax City, looking for a remote place. She also wanted to relax alone. By chance, we came to the deserted area where Eamon and Lannel were. A long way away, I saw two silver-haired figures very close to each other. Rhaenyra paused in her steps and couldn't help but froze on the spot. At this time, the two got along well. Lanner sat sideways on the lawn, her light blue dress spread out like a fishtail, like a mermaid coming ashore. Eamon sat on the skirt, and at first glance seemed to be in the former's arms. With a smile on his face, he kept putting his hands into his backpack and taking out all kinds of delicious food like magic. First a banana, then a bunch of grapes. All of them were shoved into the opponent's hands. Eat, I have a lot more. Eamon raised his chin, quite generously. Thanks. Lanner was holding a bunch of fruit desserts, making her laugh and cry. She said she hadn't had lunch yet and would have to wait until evening. The other party took out a bunch of food. Don't worry, it's not enough. After Eamon finished speaking, he continued to dig into his backpack. People are like iron, rice and steel. If they don't eat one meal, they will feel hungry. Your Royal Highness, who has such a warm heart, can't just sit back and watch others go hungry. If you eat my food, you are a good friend. Given our relationship, we don't want to ride around on Vagor. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat curled up at the bottom of the backpack, covering its mouth with its little paws, almost shedding tears. Gone. There is literally no apple core left. After not taking out anything new for a long time, Eamon stopped in disappointment. Shushu can't do it. Do you usually eat on the sly, or do you work hard to stock up? What are you doing? Rhaenyra came over unexpectedly, her eyes rolling over the bodies of one big and one small. Rhaenyra. Lanner looked back with a smile and said, we happened to meet each other, and you left the meeting early. During the conversation, Sue put his hand on Eamon's shoulder inadvertently. Eamon stiffened and gnawed at an apple. Suddenly I had a bad feeling. Sure enough. Rhaenyra also noticed the hand, an alarm bell rang in her heart, and an idea suddenly came to her mind. Could this be why her father yelled at her to come out to find Eamon? The more Rhaenyra thought about it, the more it made sense. She looked at Lannel with a strange look in her eyes and asked suspiciously, the banquet is not over yet, do you want to go back together? No. Lanner shook her head and refused, and gave the reason, you know, there are people I don't want to see there. Hearing this, Rhaenyra was in a trance. It suddenly occurred to me that the other person had a fiancé. Thinking about it this way, I felt much better instantly. Okay, let's take a look at the scenery together. Rhaenyra smiled and went back in no hurry. Her father just took the opportunity to get angry, and she wasn't that stupid. Lanner smiled slightly and got off the slope. Okay, the banquet will last very late. Rhaenyra found a seat and sat down, changing her previous hostility. Eamon. This scene is really difficult to comment on. I'll skin it for you. Lanner was considerate and peeled a grape and brought it to his mouth. Eamon opened his mouth to eat and stared at her with complicated eyes. A silent accusation, I'm stupid to begin with, but you still bully me. Lanner's smile deepened, and she turned to feed Rhaenyra a peeled grape. Like a big sister next door who cares about her younger siblings. Rhaenyra was very moved. Thank you, Lanner. No one had peeled grapes to feed her in a long time. You're welcome, just be like me. There was something in Lanner's words, and she winked at Eamon quietly. As if to say, look, she still has to thank me. Well. Eamon looked up to the sky and sighed, hating how iron can never become steel. No wonder in the previous feudal dynasty, daughters of wealthy families who lost their mothers at a young age would be disliked when discussing marriage. Queen Emma died in childbirth in 105 AC. Rhaenyra lacked the guidance of her mother's words and deeds since she was a child, and she was even emotionally weak. If this was placed in a palace fighting drama, it would last for 2.5 episodes at most. The next day. Early in the morning, the Gyeohang Hall was cleaned up after the banquet. Corliss held a private banquet in honor of the royal family. After the meal, he led others to view the harvest arranged in the hall. Such as the broken mask of the crab feeder. The sea is ever-changing, and even the best sailor cannot claim to be infallible. Corliss pointed at the collections one by one, feeling proud in his heart. Eamon followed behind, blinking innocently. Not emotionally charged. To be honest, the sea snake Corliss is indeed a very good politician, military strategist, and adventurer. Once upon a time, Tidal Head Island was very barren, roughly the same size as Dragonstone Island. A dark and damp tide fort, several small fishing villages with scarce land. When Sea Snake was young, he saw the plight of his family and resolutely devoted himself to the cause of great navigation. There were 9 voyages in total, and the furthest ones were the far North Glacier, Asia in the Land of Shadows, the Summer Islands in the Summer Sea, etc. This also earned him countless wealth. Rebuilding the majestic Tidewater city on the basis of Tidewater Fort. Several small fishing villages were expanded into Hull Town, and then a second spice town was established. The current achievements of the Valerian family can be said to be supported by the sea serpent. But Eamon glanced at Aunt Rainie's beside the wine cabinet, respecting but not worshipping. If it weren't for the dragons of the Targaryen family, how could the Valerian family be so arrogant? Demon, who was leaning against the window, had the same attitude. Hearing the sea serpent bragging, his eyes were full of contempt, and he took a sip of wine to hide the sneer at the corner of his mouth. Without the dragon, he could flatten Tidewater Island alone. There is a chessboard. Eamon wandered around board and saw a beautiful chessboard. Corliss glanced at it and said lightly, "Try the next game. If nothing unexpected happens, the royal family will leave today." His purpose of marriage has not been achieved, so it is not appropriate to make enemies with the royal family again, and the relationship can be appropriately eased. It is the best strategy to take things step by step. Eamon hesitated and said, "I don't know how to play. The chessboard and chess pieces look like the products of a free trade city-state." He can only understand the rules. "It doesn't matter. I'll learn it in the next game." Corliss looked deep in his eyes and took the initiative to pick up the chessboard and put the pieces. He was very interested in the little guy in front of him. The quality of chess is like the quality of a person. It's a good time to test his background. Okay then. Eamon shrugged and stopped refusing. The two found a golden nan mistake from the Summer Islands and played chess back and forth. No one cared at first, but soon the movement attracted others. "Kill. If you walk here, I will only eat your chess piece." "I know, kill again. You lose another piece. Keep killing." After playing 7 or 8 games in a row, Eamon kept losing the game, but his energy remained unabated. In the last game, there were only 2 pieces left on the chessboard. Eamon moved a piece forward and said decisively, "Kill. You lose again." Corliss frowned and ate the chess piece. The rules of chess are that you lose if you only have 1 piece left. Eamon had expected it and was very calm. Master Corliss is a great chess player, so if you lose, you lose. Anyway, you can't win, just play casually. Winning and being happy, you have to get something in return. He was relaxed, but Corliss on the opposite side had an ugly face and stared at the chessboard without saying a word. In a total of 8 games, this kid killed himself more than a dozen times. Although he was a bad chess player, his sharp aura was unstoppable. In Eamon's puzzled eyes. Corliss slowly raised his head and stared at the other's young face, with a heavy heart. Is it another Daemon? Chapter 65 Daemon. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Afternoon. The royal ship sailed out of the port and drifted away under the escort of a golden dragon. "You won't stay for a few more days?" Rainie stood on the cliff behind the castle and offered words to persuade her nephew to stay. "No." Eamon shook his head. "I'm here, and Cousin Lagnino doesn't even go out." Rainie sighed upon hearing this and reached out to rub his head. Hyan was seriously injured and it was difficult to recover in a short time. Lagnino couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart and still refused to go out to meet people. "Forget it, it's up to you." Rhaenys was reluctant to give up, but she was not forced to do so. She warned, "Be careful on the road. I'll ask Rhaenys to give you a ride." Aemon wanted to refuse and stay away from the bad woman Lannister. But seeing the other party's earnest eyes, he swallowed the words on his lips. "Be a guest when you have time." "I will, Aunt." There is no such thing as a banquet that lasts forever, not to mention the tense relationship between the two families. After a while, Rhaenys nestled in her husband's arms and looked at the vast sea together. Suddenly, there was a noise from above. Without looking back, a huge dragon that looked like it was made of bronze stepped on the edge of the cliff, spread its wings and jumped down. Hiss-ka-dash! Wormizer roared, swaying his body from side to side, and caught up with the royal ship in the distance. Aemon sat firmly on the dragon's saddle, his silver hair flying in the wind. One person and one dragon, attack with force. Unlike the petite Syracuse, Wormizer's body was like a thick dark cloud, and a pair of broad brown wings covered the sky, shrouding the royal ship in shadow. Looking from a distance, it is quite shocking. Rhaenys looked solemn, feeling very relieved in her heart. From this moment on, the royal family finally got rid of the embarrassing situation of being idle. Not surprisingly, the family will prosper for another century. They've all left, let's go back too. Kala sighed softly, feeling a sense of loss and depression. From now on, not everyone can control the royal family as they please. His plan to get closer to the Iron Throne failed again. Hiss. Karma. Suddenly, a harsh and sharp hissing sounded, and a strange noise came from the cliff. Corlys frowned and looked up to see a giant scarlet dragon that was as long as a snake. Caraxeu had sharp pupils, stretched out his snake-like neck, and climbed along the edge of the cliff. The huge wings blocked the sun, and the evil appearance brings a full sense of oppression. "Daemon, you made a mistake." Kala stood in front of his wife, turned around and saw the lean figure walking slowly behind him. "Oh, when?" Daemon stepped out from the porch with a small smile on his face. He didn't remember what he promised the other party. Corlys's face darkened and he accused, "You said that your brother was unfair to you. Let's work together to regain the rights we deserve." "Us." Daemon's face turned cold for a moment, with a dangerous light in his eyes. "Who is following you and us?" Corlys was stunned for a moment and looked at the other person deeply. "With new chips in hand, I plan to turn my back on him." Rhaenys watched quietly, not interfering in the intrigues between the men. Daemon glanced at her and issued a warning, "Aemon is my son. Anyone who has any ideas about him must have his claws chopped off. He doesn't care about the uncrowned queen. If he can win once, he can win a second time. His son was his great work and no one was allowed to pry into it. Too many Targaryens died young." Hee. Rhaenys turned her head away and crossed her arms. When people are speechless, they really laugh. Corlys was relatively silent, helpless about the allies he chose. Any politician who is at the table of power is afraid of the person who overturns the table. And Daemon is exactly this kind of person. "Okay, the stepped stone islands are still waiting for me to manage them." Daemon turned back to the porch, suddenly stopped, and muttered, "My brother is a coward, but he is very lucky." His brother and nephew were no wimps. Of course, the second half of the words was not spoken out loud, only in his own mind. When he thought of all the unfair treatment his brother had given him, Daemon felt a sense of loneliness and accelerated his departure. In the eyes of Corlys, this move was more like contempt. Soon, Daemon left. Caraxeu spread his wings and soared, forked his dragon tail to stir up the waves, and headed towards the Stone Steps Islands. Corlys clenched his fists silently, and then loosened them dejectedly. Suddenly, a hand held his hand. Looking up, Rhaenys smiled slightly and said, "It is not my husband's fault to feel sorry for himself." Corlys was stunned for a moment, and a warmth surged in his heart. "Let's go, it's time for the children to come back." Rhaenys patted his shoulder and returned to his room with steady steps. Although she does not support her husband's useless behavior, she still loves him deeply. The sea snake has lost its spirit and is not worthy of the blood of a true dragon. Looking at his wife's heroic back, Corlys burst into laughter. "Somehow, I feel more at ease." Blackwater Bay. Hiss-ka-dash. An old dragon with a dark green body turned around midway, and with a sound like muffled thunder, it turned back towards Chowdo Island. On the dragon's back, a graceful figure with long silver-gold curly hair can be vaguely seen. Roar! Wormizer glanced up, and there was copper-bright dragon flame accumulating deep in his throat, and he was actually getting ready to go. Quiet, Wormizer. Eamon lay on the dragon's back, shouting and patting the bronze scales. Wormizer raised his dragon head, confirmed the driver's order, and slowly closed his huge dragon mouth. Then, he accelerated and flew over Blackwater Bay. Boom! A pair of dragon wings raised a strong wind, and the sails of the royal ship fluttered and shook violently. Eamon had no choice but to hold his forehead and kept communicating. The old dragon was not good at all. He had a strange temper and was difficult to discipline. It was understandable, after all, he was not the original wife. This time I go back, I have to learn the skills of dragon taming well. Eamon made up his mind secretly. He was going to return to the valley, but was temporarily stopped by his uncle Viserys. Dragons are chaotic and terrible creatures with the destructive power to easily destroy a town. In the past, whether it was taming young dragons or dragon riders of adult dragons, they all had to stay in the dragon caves of King's Landing and concentrate on learning the skills of dragon taming. The dragon breeders who have taken care of dragons for generations and understand the habits of dragons are the best teachers. It's better this way, so there won't be the danger of the dragon getting out of control. Eamon touched Wormizer's back, and he had a lot of affection for it. In the brief history of the Targaryen family, there have been cases of dragons getting out of control. In the past, there was Arya Targaryen riding on the Black Death Balerion. Balerion, who missed his homeland, forcibly took him back to Old Valyria, and was attacked by fire dragon worms, and died painfully with his body burned all over. This is the most serious case. In the future, there is also a dragon mother, Daenerys. The black dragon Drogon repeatedly disobeyed discipline, and the other two dragons did not listen to orders. If you can't reach the realm of human-dragon unity, you can't fully exert the true strength of the dragon. Roar! Wormizer roared, his body rose and fell, and he deliberately created a little bump. Dragons and drivers have telepathy. Although it is very weak, it feels that the driver is thinking about something very offensive. Sorry, everyone. Eamon was speechless for a while and sat back on the dragon's saddle. He has a bad temper and is petty, he really found himself a big boss. Vhagar is older and has a much better temper than him. At least Lannister will not be teased by the dragon under his crotch. Alas, I need to practice more. Eamon knew that this was not the end of the running-in period. It will get better if we get along day and night. On second thought, Eamon became sentimental. I really want to grow up quickly so that I can ride the dragon as I please. The expected infrastructure project can also be carried out smoothly. It's late, sorry, I didn't pay attention when typing. Breaking news. In the next chapter, Prince Eamon has grown up. Chapter 66 Black and Green, New Chapter. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. 4 years later. 113 AC. King's Land, Blackwater Bay. Hiscot dash. Thunderous roars resounded for dozens of miles around, and a huge shadow enveloped the calm sea. A majestic giant dragon with bronze scales all over its body spread its wings and soared, its body turned sharply in midair, like a meteor falling down. Dragon flame, Wormizer. A lean young man with silver-gold shawl hair, bright purple eyes, and a handsome face lay on the dragon's back, holding the handle of the dragon's saddle and shouting loudly. Boom. A flash of sharp energy flashed through the vertical pupils of the giant bronze dragon, and it opened its dragon's snout and spit out a mouthful of copper-bright dragon flames, as thick as the hot lava erupted by a volcano. The lean boy looked up into the distance with a smile on his lips. Open your arms and swim upstream against the dragon flames. King's Landing, Mud Gate. Countless onlookers blocked the city gate and witnessed this horrifying scene with their own eyes. Everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats. Hiscot dash. In the midst of the electric light and flint, the giant bronze dragon stretched its neck and flapped a pair of broad brown dragon wings to quickly circle around. The lean boy leaned back, the tip of his nose brushing against the dragon flame. The next second, the viscous dragon flames like billowing copper water splashed into the sea, picking up the monstrous heat waves and condensing into pieces of dark metal slag. Immediately, the giant bronze dragon flew close to the sea surface and flew towards the mud gate. When it approached the shore, it raised its head and soared into the sky, setting off gusts of howling wind. 7 levels of hell. The onlookers couldn't take their eyes away, their faces flushed with excitement, and they clapped their hands wildly. The thin boy listened to the cheers and glanced back with a smile. Hiss! A smaller golden dragon plunged into the clouds, roared loudly in midair, and chased the bronze dragon down to the mud gate. In an instant, following the trajectory, it shot straight into the sky. Boom! The onlookers felt a strong wind hitting their faces and could not open their eyes at all. Good. There was continuous applause and cheers. Well done, they are a perfect match. Viserys stood on the city gate tower and waved his fist fiercely. With a smile on his face, Leonor looked up at the 2 giant dragons hovering in the air and praised him without hesitation. His Royal Highness is known as the warrior descends to earth, and he is a well-deserved pride of heaven. Haha, this kid deserves it. Viserys laughed, sharing his joy. In just 4 years, his nephew passed the test of controlling a dragon using 14 ancient methods handed down from ancient Valyria. Looking at the brief history of the family, it is an achievement that even adult dragon masters rarely achieve. In other words, if his nephew were placed in the Free Fortress Empire before the Doomsday Catastrophe, he would be the youngest generation of decorated dragon knights. Opening up borders and expanding territory is a piece of cake. Next night, Aemon took off his black dragon riding uniform and came to the banquet hall of the Red Keep. Prince. 2 white knights stood guard at the door and bowed respectfully when they saw the young prince. Good work, sirs. Aemon still loves to laugh so much, and his voice is as clear as mountain water. At the door of the hall was placed a life-size glazed mirror presented by the envoy of Pentos. Turning his head, Aemon took a closer look. The person in the mirror has an outstanding appearance, a lean figure, silver hair and particularly bright purple eyes, like stars falling into dust in the sky. Especially in terms of height. He grew to 5 feet 9 at a young age, which translates to nearly 1.8 meters. Humph, look who still calls me a dwarf. Aemon snorted softly and walked with his head held high. Time is like a transforming reorganizer. Some people have grown up, and some people want to. It was obvious that His Highness inherited the inhuman beauty of the Targaryens. Soon, the dinner began. Aemon sat down generously, picked up his knife and fork and waited for the meal to begin. Don't be impatient, the food is coming. Beside her, Rhaenyra's eyes were full of smiles and her voice was clear and crisp. Aemon smiled. I really want to tell the other person, you little potato, do you know how much a big man needs to eat? Rhaenyra didn't know. She held her chin in her hands and was still thinking about the dragon riding performance during the day. This was suggested by Aemon. The purpose is to show off his muscles and let the 7 powers know that the royal family is not something to be messed with. After waiting for a while, others arrived one after another. Aemon, you have been in the spotlight today. Viserys walked windily, a smile on his face. The more he looked at his nephew, the more satisfied he became. All that was needed was a stone statue placed on the palace table and collected as a handicraft. It's really good. Alicent came next, followed by a bunch of children. Aemon glanced at it and secretly smacked his tongue. There are 3 little ones in total, 2 boys and 1 girl. Little Aegon, 6, Helena, 4, and Aemond, 3. That's right, the future, one-eyed Aemond, was born as scheduled. Perhaps the uncle thought that his nephew was too good, so he returned to the Red Fort and wandered around in a hurry, thinking about making a villain all day long. In 110 AC, there was a 3rd son, Aemond. Even the name is based on his first name and the homophony has been changed. Elder brother. Seeing his popular cousin staring at him, little Aemond cowered and hid behind his mother's skirt, not daring to show his face. Still a little coward. Aemon looked away and took a deep look at little Aegon who was about to climb onto the table. Little Aegon had just put on a leg, noticed Rodeo's gaze, and quietly sat down. My forehead was so frightened that I was sweating. As the eldest son of the royal family, even if this kid is not as favored as Rhaenyra, he is still a big baby who is loved by millions. He is used to being lawless and loves to bully his younger brothers and sisters. He doesn't talk when he eats or sleeps. He finished the meal in a flash. Eamon wiped his mouth and said, I will go back to the valley tomorrow. What? Viserys was stunned when he heard it, and said angrily, Lady Rhea usually only knows how to hunt, and you won't meet her when you go back. Eamon smiled bitterly and said, No, I have something to do when I go back. Thanks to a pair of unreliable parents, the uncle's possessiveness of him has grown. If it weren't for both parents, they would probably fight for custody. What can you do? It's not your turn to make the decision in Runestone City. Viserys frowned and persuaded, King's Landing has everything. It's not too late to go back when you come of age. The nephew is only 13 years old and can't waste his youth in the closed and conservative valley. The royal family needs him more. I'm going back to raise my own flag. Eamon was serious. Then, he said the words he had prepared long ago. Since the trip to Tidehead Island, he has been running between King's Landing and the Vale. Everything is normal in the Vale, and his mother, Lady Rhea, is in good health, so he doesn't have to worry about it at all. More time in King's Landing. Learn dragon riding skills, feed Vermithor to enhance feelings, and read the books of the ancient Valyrian Dragon King. Take time to ease the conflict between Alicent and Rhaenyra. The two women are naturally hostile. After the Valyrian family died down, Daemon ran back to the Stepstones and proclaimed himself queen. Without external pressure, the two forces in the court became more and more intense. Because of his existence, the slogans of the Black and Green parties have not yet spread. It is better to open up than to block. As little Aegon grew older, too many people secretly fueled the flames. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid there will be no peace. Eamon complained inwardly, quietly looking at the two women who ignored each other. Alicent was better, she had to take care of 3 children. Rhaenyra had a cold face throughout the whole process, standing there like a wooden man. From time to time, she glanced at her brothers and sisters, and a trace of warmth inadvertently appeared in her eyes. But there was no chance to contact, and she couldn't speak. She just insisted on maintaining the dignity of the heir to the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra, Eamon is leaving, you can ride the dragon to send him off. Alicent held her daughter in one hand and looked at the opposite side with a smile. Rhaenyra frowned and said, I will do good things, you don't need to pretend to be a good person. It's up to you, I'm just suggesting. Alicent said angrily. Being interrupted by the two of them, Viserys frowned unhappily, but it was more directed at Rhaenyra. The daughter's attitude was tougher, and her words were harsh and uncomfortable. It's none of my business. Rhaenyra turned her head away, not wanting to see her father's disappointed look. Viserys opened her mouth to speak. Okay, I'll leave early tomorrow morning, no one needs to see me off. Eamon interrupted the spell, feeling tired. He helped everyone he could. He is neither black nor green, and is not anyone's vassal. My uncle has 4 children, and his succession has been downgraded again and again. King's Landing is not his. It's better to go back to the Vale and raise his own 2-division flag. The title of prince, but there is no prefix for the fiefdom. Today is the 4th round of advancement, and I will add 1 more chapter for my friends. Thank you for your support. Again, you must read it. Until Monday, whether you can go to Sanjiang depends on the support of your friends. Thank you in advance, Crab. Chapter 67 Patrolling the Territory. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Valley, Runestone City. Boom. A huge bronze dragon soared past, blocking out the sun's rays and sweeping away the green leaves. Many people saw the dragon, coming out of the building. It's the prince. His Royal Highness, and his dragon. Everyone was talking, and they changed from fear of the dragon to proud worship. After a long time, the bronze dragon fell outside the city. Eamon climbed off the dragon's back and smiled as he looked at his familiar home. No matter how hard his uncle tried to persuade him to stay, he couldn't stop him from returning. Alicent and Rhaenyra's relationship broke down, and they almost got into a fight by their hair. They all want to possess him and make him take sides. Seeing that the Black Party and the Green Party were about to take shape, he had to hurry up and build cities and towns to carve out a foundation for independence. In this way, a third-party force can enter the market and exert a suppressive force again. Valley, your prince is back. Eamon raised his chin, suddenly sick. Roar. Wormiser's eyes were straight and indifferent, a dull growl came from deep in his throat, and he approached the driver like a debt collector. A flight of 2 fat sheep, no credit required. Eamon's smile disappeared and he cursed, "You are so good, you have no dignity at all." Wormiser turned a deaf ear and punched his nose gently, resting his chin on the grass slope while waiting for the meal. That's called an arrogant attitude. Seeing this, Eamon took a deep breath and accepted his fate. Wormisol had a bad temper and ended up staying with him for several years. Besides, people don't eat for free. The more meat you eat, the more your body will grow. It has grown a full circle compared to the size when it was tamed, taking a big step towards the shackles of 90 meters. Catching up with Vagor is just around the corner. Prince. The escort team arrived quickly. Eamon scanned the crowd and asked White Knight Steve, "Is Mom at home?" "Mrs. Leia received your letter yesterday and has been waiting for you." With a look of joy on his face, Steve led the prince into the castle gate. After staying in the valley for 4 full years, he had almost forgotten his identity as a White Knight. "We can only hope that His Highness the Prince will come of age soon so that he can return to King's Landing." Eamon chatted with everyone while walking, and he did not forget to remind the dragon-hunting people stationed in Runestone City to feed the dragon. In the spacious hall, Eamon got his wish to see his mother and spoke his inner thoughts cautiously. "Are you looking for a piece of territory?" Madame Leia raised her eyebrows and sneered, "You can't live in Runestone City, so you'd better stay in Junlin." She was dissatisfied with her son's permanent presence in King's Landing. What's the use? In the end, he didn't return to the valley obediently. "Mom, you should support me." Eamon was not angry, and sat down next to his mother, smiling and saying, "The Royce family has accepted me, but after all, you are in your prime, so you must give me some room to develop." This is the truth. With the arrival of the dragon, the attitude of the Royce family has changed drastically. Everyone wished he could stay in Runestone City, for fear that he would stay in King's Landing and never come back. Mrs. Leia glanced sideways and said bluntly, "The valley has high mountains and many lakes. The best land is in the Aran Valley. Where are you going to expand your territory? Is it possible to go to the mountains and compete with the Gaoshan clan for territory? I can look for it without losing anything." Eamon closed the distance and said cheekily, "As long as you send me some manpower, don't let me do it alone." "Are you sure?" "Certainly." Mrs. Leia was discouraged and waved her hands. "Thank you, Mom." Eamon laughed out loud, stepped forward to hug him hard, and ran out the door quickly. He is not stupid, how could he ask for trouble? For 4 whole years, he had accumulated an unknown amount of magic essence, as well as exchanged resource cards. As long as there is a decent territory, he will definitely show off his skills. Stupid boy. Mrs. Leia rolled her eyes and curled up into a smile. The next day, Eamon mounted the White Hart and led a group of 150 Vale Knights out. The 50 people are the base of his prince's camp, and the 100 people are my mother's new manpower. Looking at the valley, it can be called grand. "Prince." Steve stepped forward on horseback and warned, "According to what Mrs. Leia said, you must first inspect the villages in your territory before you can go further to visit your vassals." Hearing this, Eamon chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I understand." Mom's idea was simple, let him familiarize himself with the territory of Runestone City as soon as possible. Looking for a piece of unclaimed territory, but fell behind in the queue. "Prince, should we go to Seagull Town first?" William came up, licked his face and said, "Sir Ryan has given birth to a son, we can go and congratulate him." Eamon glanced at him and let him see for himself. "Is that to congratulate? I don't even want to point it out to you, I obviously want to go to Seagull Town to have fun. The life in the valley is monotonous, and only Seagull Town, which can be called a city, stands out." 16-year-old William was eager to try. "Let's go to the east coast first. There is a small fishing village there." Eamon made a decision and made the itinerary planning. The valley is very large, and the Moon Mountains form a natural barrier to protect the Aran Valley. But in addition to the Aran Valley under the rule of the Airy City, there are also the Three Sisters Islands, the Five Fingers Peninsula, and Crab Bay. Runestone City and Seagull Town are located outside the mountains to the east of the Mingyue Mountains, to the west of the Strait, and to the north of Crab Bay. This fertile land in an independent world is called Eastern Land Cape by the Royce family. Among them, Seagull Town mainly relies on Crab Bay for port trade, and its land is very scarce. 90% of the land in Donglugio is under the rule of Fushur City. Eamon's trip will cover the entire eastern continent. For this reason, he didn't even ride Wormizer, but chose White Deer instead. Yes, Prince. The escort team responded in unison. Eamon rode in front on a white stag, followed by 150 Knights of the Vale. The flag with bronze runes and 3 red dragons was raised high, breaking through the billowing dust raised by the horses' hooves. Dusk. It was an ordinary small fishing village, with low-slung houses and smoke rising from the chimneys. There were no dogs barking or chickens crowing, and the path was bumpy. There are several small broken boats stranded on the beach, which shows that the people live in poverty. Eamon led the White Deer to the entrance of the village and saw a child who looked like a mud monkey, picking up conch shells that no one wanted in a basket. "They're having a little hard time," Eamon said with a frown. It was April and the weather was not yet warm in the valley. William persuaded in a low voice, "Compared to other places in the valley, the citizens of Runestone City are already very good." Eamon looked at the White Knight and the taciturn Gunther. Both of them nodded. Eamon was silent, thoughtful. During the reign of great-grandfather, the 7 kingdoms were initially stable and the people's lives were prosperous. When the uncle takes over the Iron Throne, he will have a prosperous age. But the prosperous age belonged to the nobles and knights, not the common people at the bottom. So what? After Eamon pondered for a while, he quickly figured it out. The world is just unfair. When the nobles become rich, the people at the bottom have a chance to breathe. Moreover, the uncle has a kind personality and is very generous to the people. Just like in the territory of Runestone City, the people in the territory can have enough food and clothing, which is much better than the time of the conquerors. Although my uncle is weak, he is still a benevolent king. Eamon laughed dumbly. Everyone has 2 sides, and there are always some shining points. He has the desire to rebel, but he has no reason to rebel. Let's go into the village and rest here tonight. Eamon cheered up and took a look at the living standards of his subjects. Others are free to do so. The Valley Knights camped where they were, accompanied by an escort team. The arrival of His Highness the Prince is destined to cause a small sensation. Chapter 68, Precious Blood Fruit, please read on. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Bloodborne Fruit. Upon learning of Eamon's arrival, many people came out of the small fishing village to warmly entertain His Highness the Prince. Everyone in Runestone City knows that His Royal Highness is a generous person. Eamon chose a relatively poor fisherman's house to have dinner with the owner. On the dining table, the fisherman's wife cooked vegetables and soup, and also took out the bacon that had been treasured for a long time. For the common people, it was already a rich treat. Eamon did not act like a prince, but politely thanked him first, and chatted while eating. "I think the land in this village is scarce. Can we make a living just by catching fish?" He has not put any practice into managing people's livelihood. The fisherman was a middle-aged man who had gone through many vicissitudes of life. He said cautiously, "It's enough. The ladies of Fushur City rarely collect taxes, but..." Halfway through, he was slapped by his wife next to him. The fisherman was startled and quickly shut up. "What can't you say?" Seeing that the other party had something to hide, Eamon's attitude was gentle and his voice was neither urgent nor impatient. The fisherman looked at his wife, then at the gentle and jade-like prince, and hesitated for a while. "Just say it, a grown man can still be choked to death by farts." Gunther couldn't stand it and urged him carelessly. Eamon gave him a sideways look and told him to shut up. Eating the bread and bacon provided by others, I didn't know how to speak softly. "Sir, there is actually a problem." This voice frightened the fisherman quite a bit and made him start talking. Regardless of his wife's objections, he told the whole story. "It's a dragon." The fisherman was dejected and said distressedly, "A few years ago, a dragon suddenly came to the east coast and often stole our catch, causing us to return empty-handed." "Then you are not on guard?" Gunther twisted his thick eyebrows and spoke in a high voice. "I can't help it, my lord." The fisherman complained, "That dragon is very timid and hides when it sees people. We eat it without paying attention. Sometimes when we drive it away, it will just leave. Hearing this, Eamon's head was filled with black lines. Understood. He left immediately and sneaked back when no one was paying attention. With such a sneaky attitude, he had already guessed who it was. Eamon took a deep breath and affirmed, "That's a small dragon with a small body, and its scales are light gray-white, right?" "Yes, you've seen it too." The fisherman nodded excitedly, knowing that the Targaryens must know about dragons. The corner of Aemon's mouth twitched slightly, wanting to say that he had not only seen it, but also had it stolen. "Don't worry, I will help you solve this matter." After dinner, His Royal Highness made a pledge. After all, it is a dragon. Even if it is a wild dragon that does not care about discipline, it must be returned to the family. Besides, the fact that the fish thief was timid and shy didn't mean there was no danger. Staying on the east coast might cause even greater trouble. It's late at night. Aemon lived alone in a thatched house, with moonlight shining through the dilapidated wooden windows, and the crashing waves could be heard outside. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat lay on its owner's chest, its little head moving. The owner can't sleep, so he needs to be coaxed. Aemon was amused by it, grabbed the mouse's head and carried it aside. It happened to be early in the morning, so I opened the gorgeous panel to check it out. Aemon Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 34%. Skills, Binding Spell Zon, Proficient, Archery, Always Hitting the Mark, Expert Empty Hand, Proficient. Magic Cards, Strong, Blue, Rock Solid, Intermediate, Purple, Kingly Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Double Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3. Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Animal. Evaluation, the bloodline has been steadily improved, and the skills of controlling dragons have been initially mastered. Aemon glanced at it and knew the contents well. The biggest change is the binding spell Zon, the card, strong body, and the 1% increase in blood purity. There's not much to say about the latter two. The incomplete binding spell comes from 14 ancient dragon control techniques. For example, using commands to ride a giant dragon to fly, control a dragon to avoid flowing arrows, and calm a restless dragon. After he passes all the tests, there will be an additional entry for the binding charm in the skills column. It turns out that the 14 ancient dragon control skills are the youth version of the castration castrated countless times by the binding curse. The binding spell was one of the main means used by the dragon kings in ancient Valyria to control the dragons. During that period, there were 40 dragon king families. Targaryen ranks in the middle and lower ranks among them, so naturally he is not qualified to master the binding spell. The youth version that Aemon is learning now is only through pure blood, forming a deep bond with the dragon, and controlling the dragon with commands. It is a rather primitive way of controlling a dragon. If the bloodline is slightly worse, or the compatibility between the person and the dragon is inconsistent, the effect will be greatly reduced. This is also the reason why there are few famous dragon knights in the Targaryen family. Most of them are just ordinary dragon masters. I really have to single out one. The combination of Dad Demon and Caraxio should be able to be promoted to the Order of Dragon Knight in the Free Fortress Empire. Others, including Rhaenys and Lannister, don't even think about it. This mother and daughter are still in the stage of using a whip to control the dragon, and they cannot communicate with the dragon. Of course, a whip is not like hitting a horse. After all, dragon scales are very thick and hard, and it doesn't hurt or itch when hit with an iron whip. The whip is used to transmit vibrations, as a familiar signal. It eliminates the trouble of shouting commands when riding a dragon. It is a tricky way. My blood is pure, and it is easy to form a human-dragon bond, but the natural growth rate is slow enough. Aemon analyzed patiently. He thought the problem was that his blood rose too fast, and it had reached the high standard of a normal dragon king. If he wanted to purify his blood, relying on age alone would have little effect. We still have to find a dragon to touch. Aemon smiled slightly, and he had already set his sights on a small goal. Then, he turned over the card panel. Next to the golden hourglass, a line of small words shone, essence quantity, 6,280. 4 digits, with both zeros and holes. Aemon took a look at it, and his expression immediately relaxed, with a heavy sense of security in his heart. I have money. After 4 years, he saved a huge sum of money. The bulk of it comes from 4 dragon eggs, which steadily provide more than 5,000 essences, and the rest from white deer, dragon bone bows, bronze armor, etc., provide more than 10,000. Counting the 1,000 essences from taming Wormasol, the burst of luck. The total is more than 18,000. Although I spent some of it, it's still a lot. Iman was very happy, calculating the family assets over the years. 2 red cards used to build the city cost a total of 10,000 essences. It's quite expensive, but I don't know if the effect is as good as the label. His only red card is God-given bronze, which can designate a mountain to place a large copper vein. The 2 cards are at the same level as God-given bronze, so they must be extraordinary. The rest of the consumption records are all kinds of magic card exchanges. For example, strong body is worth 200 essences. I got 2 Constitution +1 cards, worth 20 essences. It is worth mentioning that the constitution of ordinary people is 10. Yaiman redeemed Physique +1 5 times, which is half higher than the physique of ordinary people. In addition, with the effect of being strong and healthy, his physical fitness is better than that of an adult. In addition, in order to explore the 14 ancient dragon controlling techniques, some knowledge-related classics were redeemed. It is worth 1,500 points of essence, which is very expensive. The rest are some small gadgets that can be redeemed at will, costing less than 500 essences. Let's take a look at what magic cards are available today. Yaiman lay on the bed and clicked on 3 refreshed cards. Pop. 3 magic cards appeared, 1 gray, 1 blue and 1 green. Gray and green are not considered, and the eyes fell on the blue card in the middle. Blood Source Fruit. After taking it, it accelerates the growth rate of the body. Redemption price, 500 points of essence. Thanks to the book friend 20241130327515 for the reward of 3,000 points. Thanks to the book friend 2019100713322479 for the 400 points. Thanks to the book Eating Red Panda, Belaris Lersa, The Wandering Aunanchi, book friend 641274, book friend 005725, The Black Dragon of Disaster, and The Scholar Monk for the 100 points. Chapter 69, Fish Thieves on the East Coast. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Bloodborne Fruit. Eamon's eyes widened and he sat up from the bed. Accelerate body growth after eating. Doesn't that mean that dragons can also eat it? This is the first time a rare fruit has been created. Eamon was cautious and carefully checked the introduction of bloodborne fruit. After repeating it several times, he was sure that was what he thought. Without hesitation, he reached out and poked. Bow. The azure card shattered in an instant and turned into a stream of shining light and fell into his hand. Eamon opened his hand and saw a round red fruit. There are tiny patterns on the surface, resembling a red apple. Is this the blood fruit? Eamon looked at it again and again, then put it in front of his nose and sniffed it gently. There is no fruity fragrance, but a faint coppery smell. Like rotten fruit infested with mold and worms. The treasure has concealed itself, and I must not be able to see it with my naked eyes. With a stern look on his face, Eamon stuffed it into the pouch in the mouth of the golden-nosed rat. Gigi. The golden-nosed rat has a bulging mouth and a look of disgust in its small eyes. It seems to be saying, "Master, what did you stuff for me?" Huh. Eamon's eyes look strange. A treasure that can make living things grow rapidly, the golden-nosed rat, which has always been sensitive to magic, has no reaction at all. Is it possible? Eamon slapped the bed board and figured it out. The golden-nosed rat is already an adult, and it's useless to eat it. The prerequisite for rapid growth is that there is still room for growth. Eamon thought about it and said in surprise, the dragon's body will continue to grow. It is a perfect match for the blood fruit. Thinking of this, the whole person was eager to try. This time he went out right in front of his house, and he didn't ride Woomisel. Otherwise, the arrogant old dragon must be given good fruit to eat. The next day. The morning sun rises, and mist spreads over the blue sea. It was as if the smooth mirror had become foggy. Yo-yo. Eamon rode the white deer to the beach and looked at several small broken boats fishing for fish in the sea. After learning about the situation in the small fishing village, I was about to leave. First, go back to Runestone City to wake up Wormizer and drive away the fish thieves on the east coast. Restore the living standards of fishermen. Prince, I left 2 golden dragons for that fisherman's family. Steve came silently and reported the mission. Eamon smiled lightly, reassured by the White Knight's loyalty. Hiss! Suddenly, a high-pitched roar came from the sea, and a faint sea mist stirred up waves. Eamon's hand holding the reins paused, and he suddenly raised his eyes. Then I saw a small wooden boat about to return, with dozens of whitebait flapping in the fishing net. Call out. A light gray-white dragon shadow flashed past, picked up the big fish that fell out of the fishing net, and quickly escaped by fanning the strong wind. So fast and so agile. At first glance, he looks like a repeat offender. That's it. Eamon gritted his back teeth. His Royal Highness does not hold grudges at all, and has long forgotten about having his catch stolen for several days in a row. Tell the fishermen to come back and don't disturb the wild dragon Grey Shadow. Eamon gave the order decisively, vowing to safeguard the rights and interests of the people in the territory. There are 3 wild dragons in Dragonstone, and Grey Shadow is undoubtedly the smallest and youngest one. According to what I just saw, the body is about 6 or 7 meters long. Perhaps the living environment of wild dragons is not good and they often suffer from hunger. Grey Shadow develops slowly and is still in the category of young dragon. Yes, Prince. William held his head high and took 2 Valley Knights to call for help. His Royal Highness wants to drive away the wild dragon, and no one, including the White Knight, questions it. After all, even someone as powerful as Wormizer was impressed by His Highness the Prince. A relatively docile little wild dragon might as well be captured at your fingertips. Half an hour later. On the empty beach, a fishing net is spread out, with hundreds of live fish jumping back and forth. Every house in the small fishing village closed its doors and made no sound. Eamon hid behind a rock and kept an eye on the sea fog. A simple dragon trap. As long as Grey Shadow is greedy, he will find out immediately. When one person and one dragon meet, they can try to communicate. Eamon is confident that he will drive the little wild dragon back to Dragonstone so that he will no longer cause trouble to the fishermen in the small fishing village. Quite a while. The mist on the sea gradually dissipated, and the sun was shining brightly. Eamon waited for a long time, somewhat doubting the feasibility of the plan. Thump edge. Suddenly, a light gray-white baby dragon flew out from behind another rock on the shore. Eamon was stunned when he saw this, and his head was filled with questions. No, it's behind the reef anyway. Look at the distance between the 2 rocks, it's less than 100 meters. When did you hide? Hiss. The Grey Shadow jumped all the way, landed on the fishing net, stared at the big fish, and couldn't help but feast. It saw humans releasing fish. But if you are hungry, you still have to eat. What a fish thief, I caught him in action. Eamon sneered and stared at the little thief dragon. Not to mention, the appearance is not bad. It has light gray-white smooth scales all over its body is unusually slender, and it has a pair of mist-like wings. There are a pair of small horns on the top of its head, and its sharp claws and fangs are as white as porcelain. It can't be said to be gorgeous, but it is very exquisite. Eamon compared the size and found that it was only about 6 meters, and he boldly walked out of the reef beach. Hiss. Grey Shadow was enjoying his meal when he saw the silver-haired human coming out and was startled. It flapped its wings and was reluctant to leave the fishing net. Don't be afraid, I don't mean any harm. Eamon raised his hands, communicated in advanced Valyrian, and approached slowly step by step. Grey Shadow's sapphire vertical pupils flashed, picked up a big fish, and moved back vigilantly. Hiss. Seemingly feeling ashamed, he roared at the other party to protest, but the big fish in the dragon's mouth fell first. Grey Shadow was very anxious, picked up the big fish again, raised his head and swallowed it in one gulp. You are very hungry, right? Eamon kept walking and picked up a live fish jumping on the gravel, like a dragon dealer who abducted a young dragon. Hiss. Grey Shadow tilted his head and stared at the other party for a while. Inexplicably familiar, he moved closer and sniffed from a few meters away. Suddenly, the sapphire vertical pupils flashed brightly. It remembered. When the other party was a child, he also invited it to eat fish. Gray Shadow immediately felt at ease and buried his head in eating the big fish, looking like he had been hungry for a long time. You are not brave when you should be brave, and you are not timid when you should be brave. Eamon smiled cunningly and pounced on him in an instant. Hiss! Gray Shadow was shocked. He didn't expect to be stabbed in the back. You can't run away, damn fish thief. Eamon flashed forward, raised his hand to hug the slender dragon neck, and threw it down with a wrestling technique. Poor Gray Shadow didn't have time to resist, his neck was hit by a huge force, and then he fell to the ground with a plop. Hiss! Hiss! The cry was sharp, and the wings and hind legs flapped hard, raising a large piece of gravel, but were tightly entangled by the fishing net. It was really unlucky. Fish thief, you are finished. Eamon was very strong, and he fought with the young dragon, but he was not at a disadvantage. Gray Shadow was stronger, but he was not good at fighting, so he couldn't break free. He screamed in panic, and his claws tore the fishing net to pieces. One man and one dragon competed with each other, struggling and rolling on the beach, and the stalemate lasted for a long time. 7 layers of hell. William and others hid in the distance and watched, their jaws almost dislocated. Due to the lack of the prince's order, they could only stay where they were and stamped their feet anxiously. Fortunately, the result was good. Eamon used his amazing perseverance to hold down the slender dragon's neck. Hiss! The Gray Shadow made a sharp explosion, and his body was almost twisted into a knot, but he couldn't struggle free. The dragon's only weakness is the eyes, and the rest of the body is covered with scales. But the neck is slender and relatively weak. Whether it is a young dragon or an adult dragon, locking the neck with an iron chain is a way of imprisonment. The Gray Shadow panicked and opened his mouth to spit out dragon flames. Seeing the hot orange flames rising and about to rush out of his throat. Shut up! Eamon was quick-eyed and quick-handed, pinching the young dragon's jaw and lifting it up, forcibly holding back the dragon flames. Puff! Gray Shadow had little experience, and hastily retracted the dragon flame, with a puff of black smoke coming out of his mouth. He instantly became limp, and collapsed to the ground with a gloomy look. He seemed to have been played to death. Eamon's heart was as hard as iron, and he said sternly, "Fish thief, I caught you." In the last book, Gray Shadow did not have a driver at the end. In this book, he made up for it and followed His Royal Highness the Prince. 3 big meals of fish a day, full of food. Chapter 70 Kidnapping Gray Shadow. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The grudges from childhood. This time, we caught it, and we will have a good harvest. Hiss. The Gray Shadow was pitiful, staring at the silver-haired human with sapphire vertical pupils, wondering why he was caught. It was just looking for food normally. Don't pretend to be weak, thief. Eamon glared and taught him a lesson with high Valyria. If you want to get away with it, you can't. Hiss. The Gray Shadow was completely rotten, lying on the sand honestly, letting the other party hold his neck. It could feel that the other party had a blood-related breath. In addition, they knew each other before, so they would not hurt it. It didn't hurt either way, so it was better to let it toss instead of useless resistance. Anyway, life in the Shell Land was not easy. An ugly mud dragon often drove it away. Occasionally, there was a very terrible rotten smell near the reef beach where it was active. Every time I smelled it, I was terrified. Seeing that he no longer resisted, Eamon was stunned. So spineless? Hiss. Gray Shadow moaned weakly, stretching his neck to eat fish. Eamon frowned and gently loosened his arms. The restraint disappeared, but Gray Shadow still did not run or hide, and climbed up to eat fish. A big fish slid into his throat with its head tilted back, and ate more than half of the fish in a few bites. Judging from his posture, he was very hungry. What a sense of accomplishment. Eamon rolled his eyes and sat on the ground casually. You can't really be a dragon slayer. A rabbit will bite when it is angry, let alone a dragon. Gray Shadow glanced at him and ate the fish as fast as he wanted. He was hungry for so long, what's wrong with eating some fish? Eamon was speechless and sat on the sidelines. He organized some words and wanted to warn the other party to return to Dragonstone. But he changed his mind. Dragonstone is not a good place, and wild dragons have limited habitat. According to the habits of dragons, they usually do not wander around in the place where they hatch, and they have a strong sense of territory. Grey Shadow followed him to migrate to the valley, which means that he was in a worse situation on Dragonstone. Why don't you follow me? Eamon had a flash of inspiration and pushed the well-fed young dragon. Grey Shadow drooped his wings and cooed twice in the distance. I don't understand, and I don't want to listen. Eamon obviously won't let go of the dragon he got. He gritted his teeth, walked back to the reef beach to find the golden-nosed rat, and took out the blood fruit he exchanged last night. Hiss! Grey Shadow jumped up, as if he smelled a delicious delicacy, and crawled on the ground with his wings, for fear that the smell would disappear. Eamon reluctantly handed over the blood fruit and said, "Stay in the valley, this is the reward. It can also be called selling money." Gulp. Grey Shadow was ignorant and swallowed the red fruit in one gulp. He didn't understand what trading meant at all. However, after eating, a warm current surged all over his body, making up for the physical deficiency of being hungry for years. Hiss! Grey Shadow's sapphire vertical pupils were shining, and the dragon head pressed against the silver-haired human, rubbing his chest flatteringly. He wanted to eat more. Haha, it seems that you are very knowledgeable. Eamon smiled proudly and scratched the other's chin. Grey Shadow's whole body softened, staggered in ecstasy, and squeezed out a comfortable groan from his throat. 14 ancient dragon-controlling techniques are not just about driving giant dragons. How to live in harmony with dragons and please the giant dragons. It is also a key link. Eamon couldn't bear the strength and fell to the ground with a small dragon head in his arms. Feeding a blood fruit is indeed painful. But if you don't want to give up the fruit, you can't catch the wild dragon. And he found a pattern on the panel. All items refreshed by magic cards have a chance to refresh again. For example, Constitution +1, solid as a rock, and many fine weapons. Living things are not allowed. Because there is only one golden-nosed rat, and it has not been refreshed for the second time. The blood source fruit with 500 essence points can be exchanged for Wormasol in the future. Sorry, my first wife. Eamon pretended to be sorry. In fact, when he hugged Grey Shadow, the corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. It is an iron rule that one person tames one dragon. But it does not say that the second dragon cannot be commanded. Just like the dragon mother Daenerys in later generations, in addition to the black dragon Drogon she controls, the other two dragons will also follow to participate in the battle. It's just that they are not very obedient and the command is not smooth. But compared with the accompanying combat power of a dragon, these small problems are not a concern. Hiss! Grey Shadow rested his chin on the thigh of the silver-haired human, and stared at the other's face with sapphire vertical pupils, deeply imprinting the image of a young man with silver hair and purple eyes. Eamon seemed to sense something, and lowered his head to look at the pair of blue vertical pupils. In the dark, a connection that was so weak that it was almost non-existent appeared and gestated out of thin air. At the same time, outside Fushur City, a bronze dragon was lying on the ground, with its huge dragon head resting on the grass slope, and its hot breath gushed out with every breath. The vertical pupils were closed, and it was sleeping. In an instant, the bronze dragon suddenly opened its eyes, and a ray of fire appeared in its bright copper vertical pupils. Hiss! The bronze dragon was furious, roaring like thunder, and its huge body quickly climbed up. On this day, the people in Fushur City only heard the dragon roaring, and then a volcanic eruption of copper dragon flames crossed the sky. On the other side, Eamon frowned slightly and retracted his gaze. Hiss! The Grey Shadow's vertical pupils shrank, and the figure with silver hair and purple eyes disappeared instantly, and the whole dragon screamed in panic. Just now, it saw the reflection of a bronze dragon in its purple eyes. It was bigger than the mud dragon, like a volcano that could erupt at any time, accumulating anger all the time. The Grey Shadow shrank its dragon head and broke free from the arms of the silver-haired human. The other party has a dragon. Eamon didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said unexpectedly, "You actually want to form a bond with me, you really want to eat and take. This fish thief is not stupid. One meal is full and the other is full, and the difference is very clear. It doesn't matter if it doesn't succeed, as long as you are willing to follow him." The panel is called up, and the prompt sound is displayed. Discover a creature with special magic and get 100 essence points. Open the personal panel. Aemon Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 36.5%. Skills, Binding Spell, Remnant, Mastered, Archery, hit the target every time, Empty Hands, Skilled. Magic cards, Strong Body, Blue, Solid as a Rock, Intermediate, Purple, King's Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Dual Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3. Pet, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Beast. Evaluation, the bloodline is steadily improving, and the skills of dragon taming are initially mastered. Only 2.5% of the bloodline purity is increased. Aemon was surprised and thought about the reason. Looking at the petite grey shadow, it was far less than when it touched Syrax. Aemon pondered and said, could it be that the dragon is too small, and the young dragon can only be half of the adult dragon? Thinking carefully, it is very likely. Well, I've given up the idea of going to Dragonstone to meet the young dragons. I'll raise them for a while. Aemon sighed, feeling a bit of a loss. It would take many years for little Aegon to be able to tame dragons. Hiss. The grey shadow looked back and forth, wanting to get closer, but not daring to. He was timid. 3 days later. The westernmost part of East Cape, adjacent to the Moon Mountains. Go. Aemon rode a white deer and led the knights of the valley to gallop all the way. A few days after leaving the small fishing village, he first inspected the fertile land in the south, where there were more than a dozen villages, a large market and 3 mills. The people in the territory mostly planted barley and beets, enough to supply the entire Runestone city territory. When approaching Seagull Town, they changed to the west. The southwest was high in mountains and long in water, with many grasslands and pastures. The people in the territory planted soybeans and potatoes, and each family raised some cattle, sheep, and other livestock. Then we went north again and arrived at the northwest of Mingyue mountain range. This place is vast and sparsely populated, with lots of land and rivers. But because it is too far from Fushur city, it is often plundered by the mountain clans in Mingyue mountain range, and the population is the least. Along the way, there are very few villages. If I can't catch up, I will probably miss Sanjiang. If it doesn't work, I can only wait for it to be put on the shelves. Jojo will work hard to write, and strive to update more every day after it is put on the shelves, to ensure the quality and to provide food. Chapter 71 Open Pit Coal Mine. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Looking west to the mountains. The group reined in the reins and stopped at a mountain to rest. There was a clear stream nearby, and Aemon took the white deer to drink from it. The northwest is really a remote place. Aemon looked at the mountains and couldn't help but sigh. The east land corner is like an egg extending from the Mingyue Mountains, making a long circle along the southeast, northwest and northwest. This also confirms the strength of the Royce family. The territory of most nobles consists of a castle lord and part of an enclave. The popular meaning of enclave is territory that is not bordering. The Royce family has no concept of an enclave and firmly occupies 90% of the land in the eastern corner, compressing Seagull Town, which is also a big noble, into a corner. The only families that could rival it in terms of territory alone were probably the great nobles of the Riverlands and the Reach. When it comes to the valley, only the eagle's nest that guards the Vale of Arryn is better. Do I want to establish a foothold in the southwest? Aemon frowned as he thought of the scenes he had seen along the way. Large areas and sparsely populated areas mean that there is a lot of land but less cultivation. And the southwest is after all part of the Runestone city territory, bearing the imprint of the Royce family. The territory he wants should be truly independent. To get rid of the Targaryen family, we must also get rid of the Royce family. Combine the strengths of both families to create your own foundation. Yo-yo. Bailu's eyes were gentle, he lowered his head and nuzzled him, then leaned down and motioned to ride up. Thank you, Baymax. Aemon smiled and rubbed Bailu's head. Whatever. Since the southwest is not possible, then head towards the Mingyue Mountains. There can always be a terra incognita. The escort team was also drinking horses. When they saw the prince setting off on a white deer, they all planned to mount their horses. No need to bother, I'll follow you. Gunzer held down the white knight, turned over and mounted the black horse to follow. His voice was deep and unyielding. Half an hour later, Eamon rode the white deer and ran to the foot of the mountains. What is special is that the nearby mountains are all bare, which does not match the green mountains and green waters of the valley. It's a little unusual. Eamon raised his eyes to look ahead, and pressed closer to the deer's belly as a sign to get closer. Ahead is a mountain ridge, running north-south across, like a high wall dividing the Eastern Cape and the Aran Valley. Click. The white deer moved forward slowly, crushing an irregular black stone with its hooves. Eamon glanced casually and couldn't move his eyes away. This is coal. Eamon hesitated and couldn't believe it, and quickly jumped off the deer's back to pick up the black gravel. Once you pinch it, it will break into more dregs. There were crumbs on my fingertips, and when I wiped them clean, there was still a blackish-like dust on the bottom of the pot. Eamon suddenly smiled and put his hand to the tip of his nose to smell carefully. Yes, it smells like kerosene. Really coal. Eamon was so excited that he strode around to search, full of energy. If there is more coal, it means there is a coal mine here. Moreover, coal is exposed outside the mountain, proving that it is still an open-pit coal mine. The climate of Westeros is changeable, and there is no shortage of cold winters. Especially in the Royal Territory, the Valley, and the northern border, heavy snowfalls often occur year after year. If it were really a coal mine, it wouldn't be great. Eamon's breath shortened, and his face flushed with excitement. I rummaged around at the foot of the mountain for a while, just like a miner quarrying. Fortunately, he found a lot of coal. All were irregularly shaped and were found in small piles buried under stony soil. Hush! Gunther arrived quickly, and then saw the prince holding a pair of black stones. Those purple eyes were shining brightly. Come and see if this is coal. Eamon waved repeatedly, still feeling a little unsure. Unexpectedly, Gunther casually picked up a piece, crushed it, put it in his mouth, chewed it for a while, and confirmed, yes, it's coal. It has a bitter smell. After that, he spat it out. Eamon was stunned when he saw this, and thought to himself that you are really fierce. But there is more joy. Coal is coal, and it is called differently in Westeros. Prince, there are a lot of these things in Raven Ridge. They can be used to keep warm in winter. Gunther frowned and reminded, but the smoke from this thing is poisonous. Unless there is not enough firewood, no one will use it. Eamon was even more happy when he heard this. As long as it can be burned. Fireplaces are commonly used in Westeros, and wood is burned. Coal without treatment can indeed cause carbon monoxide poisoning. No one studies this thing, so naturally no one knows its value. Intellectual property monopoly. Eamon was surprised and delighted, and asked, Gunther, you said this is called Raven Hill. He suddenly felt that he had found his territory. Gang Suar was rough but fine. He raised his hand and pointed to the back of Raven Ridge and said solemnly, if you want to expand your territory, Raven Ridge can only be used as a barrier. The real territory is inside the mountain. Oh, why? Eamon was confused, as the other party seemed to be prepared. Because it once belonged to the Royce family, and it fits your requirements perfectly. Gunther spoke straightforwardly and did not mince words. Before leaving, Mrs. Leia made an explanation. If Eamon can reach Ravenhill and intends to open up territory, let Gunther have full authority to inform him. The Moon Mountains block the connection between the Aran Valley and the Eastern Cape. However, the terrain of the mountain range is complex, forming a mountain valley. After crossing the natural barrier of Raven Ridge, you can enter this unowned land. And this rugged path in the river valley in the mountains is the only way for Runestone City to enter the Aran Valley. Once upon a time, it was the outpost of the Royce family to rule the Moon Mountains. After listening to it, Eamon felt a warm current in his heart and chuckled, since my mother has already prepared, let's go in and take a look. The new territory that is about to be acquired must be carefully surveyed. Gunther pondered for a moment, looked at the sky and saw that it was still early, and said, there are many high mountain clans in the Moon Mountains. We will lead the Valley Knights to enter, and we can return at night with a distance of 50 miles. The distance to cross Raven Ridge is 50 miles. Eamon said, no need to call all, just call 2 teams of 20 people. Traveling lightly, the round-trip speed is faster. Gunther's brows twisted into a knot, thinking it was not safe. Do you think it will be dangerous? Eamon smiled slightly and looked up at the sky covered with clouds. Gunther said no more and went back to call for help. The stream was not far away. In less than 10 minutes, the escort team and 2 teams of Vale Knights arrived. "Prince, there is a letter from King's Landing." Steve handed over a letter with a serious expression. It was a raven that came, and it was the messenger raised by Her Royal Highness and the prince. Eamon looked strange, thinking what could happen to Rhaenyra. He opened the envelope, and the strange look became stronger. It was not a letter from Rhaenyra, but from Uncle Viserys. The letter said that Rhaenyra was 16 years old and it was time to talk about marriage. "I hope he can return to the Red Keep to discuss this matter together. You are still thinking of me as a child husband," Eamon secretly complained. He had only been away from King's Landing for a few days, and they were so anxious to call him back. Even Rhaenyra's marriage was involved. Fearing that he would take root in the Vale, he wanted to kidnap him with family affection and marriage. Chapter 72 Gaushan Clan. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Let's go first, and we'll talk about the letter later. Eamon grinned and put his worries behind him. Rhaenyra would not get married easily. The more anxious the uncle was, the more eager he was to win him over. In this way, he could stabilize the court full of contradictions and fill the empty cards on the power table. Let him worry. He still had to expand his territory and seize the time to expand his power. Go. Go. The prince ordered, and the small army set off immediately. Raven Ridge stretches hundreds of miles from north to south, and there are inevitably some bumpy mountain roads. A group of people rode on horseback, and it wouldn't take long to travel 50 miles. Yo-yo. The white deer jumped 7 or 8 meters and stepped over the rugged path. Eamon observed carefully. This path was unexpectedly good, wide enough for 2 carriages to run side by side. Of course, the wheels would probably get stuck when they entered here. But if it was a horse race, 5 or 6 Valley Knights could run side by side without any problem. Every year when we visit the Eyrie, we have to take this road. Gonser rode after him and reported the situation, but the path is still not wide and flat enough. If a large army goes there, the team will be very long. The implication of this, Eamon immediately realized. In marching and fighting, the most taboo is to stretch the team and not be able to take care of the head and tail. The path is located between the mountains, which is the most convenient for someone to set up an ambush. The most typical case is the former Duke of the Eyrie. That year, he and his heir were ambushed and killed by the Mountain Clan on their way home, causing the main line of the Arryn family to almost fall. It was only with the support of his great-uncle, John Royce, that the 3-year-old Jane Arryn was supported to take the throne. Preserve the last bloodline of the main line of the Arryn family. Eamon's mind turned 100 times, and he secretly made up his mind. After expanding the territory, the first step is to build a road. At noon. The sun was shining and the breeze was blowing. Whoa! Eamon pulled the reins and stopped on a vast grassland on his white deer. After crossing Raven Ridge, the world suddenly opened up. Gods be above. Sir Steve looked around and was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. There is such a fertile land in the Moon Mountains. The group looked around. Behind the bare Raven Ridge, there was a grassland with streams. The terrain was relatively flat, without too many ups and downs. There was no end in sight. Eamon took a deep breath, full of the fragrance of soil. The white deer raised its hoof and stepped on the black soil. It's really black soil. Eamon was hard not to be shocked. You know, in the entire Westeros continent, only the Vale of Arryn has black soil. The Riverlands and even the most fertile River Bay don't have black soil that can grow anything. Prince, there is another mountain ahead. You can only see the edge of the Vale of Arryn after you cross it. Gonser's face was serious and he roughly described the terrain. There are 3 mountains between the Vale of Arryn and the East Cape. After crossing Raven Ridge, there is another small mountain that used to be an outpost, and behind it is the main branch of the Moon Mountains that truly protects the Vale of Arryn. Hearing this, Eamon was fascinated and immediately decided to continue on his way. Listen to what Gunther said. The interior of the river valley is 300 miles long from north to south and 100 miles wide from east to west, and the overall shape is oval. After another 30 miles, you can see the second small mountain. Then you can see the real main branch of the Moon Mountains. The group immediately set off, crossing the grassland and streams. Eamon slowed down and observed the environment. This place is called the River Valley, where a long river flows from the gorge sea into the inland, forming a river valley with crisscrossing paths. Another half an hour passed. Eamon bumped along the way and saw a long mountain range with emerald peaks in the distance. This used to be called Green Ridge. Legend has it that there is a felled fishbean tree on it. It was originally the territory of the children of the forest. Gunther picked up the water bag and filled it with water, drinking it while talking. The water flowing down his chin is all. Eamon listened carefully and was not interested in the children of the forest. Those were stories thousands of years ago. After the ancestors arrived in Westeros, the children of the forest and the giants were constantly driven away. Later, the Bronze King Royce family became vassals of the Arryn family. It's getting late, let's go around Green Ridge. The mountain is right in front of us, and there is no reason for Eamon not to explore it. There is an open-pit coal mine in Raven Ridge. What if Green Ridge also has some resources? Those are all stones. There used to be marble, but it has been mined out. Gunther reminded seriously. Marble is hard and is an excellent material for building castles. Unfortunately, there is a lack of marble in the valley. If you want to use it, you can only buy it from outside at a high price. Eamon became more excited when he heard it. Stone mines are also mines. Stones are indispensable for building cities and towns. His Royal Highness was determined to go with him, and the others risked their lives to accompany him. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the Green Ridge. Eamon rode the white deer east and west, and indeed saw many mines left by stone mining on the mountain, which were already covered with weeds. Further back is the core area of the river valley. Eamon stopped at the wide road beside the Green Ridge, and could see a fertile land to the west. And the towering mountains blocking the Arryn Valley. It's a good location, and it also blocks the Arryn Valley from entering the river valley. Eamon's thoughts turned, thinking that the towering mountains are also a geographical advantage. If you occupy the mountains, you can enter the Arryn Valley and retreat back to Runestone City. The river valley is a transit station. Thinking about it, Eamon was lost in thought. Swish. Suddenly, a hidden arrow shot from a high position, and the iron arrowhead was aimed at the back of the silver-haired man's head. "Prince, be careful." Steve was shocked, and it was too late to hit the horse. Eamon frowned slightly, and took action instantly. Clang! The long sword at his waist was drawn back, and the bronze color flashed by, and the sword cut off a rough feather arrow. "Protect His Highness." Steve rode in front of the prince, drew out his long sword and was alert to the surroundings. The Valley Knights took out their shields and formed a shield formation in a circle. Eamon turned around and picked up the feather arrow, and found that the arrow was crudely made, and frowned, low-grade goods from the Mountain Clan. Looking at the iron arrowhead stuck in the grass, it was quite sharp. Is it the Mountain Clan with good forging technology? Eamon was quick-witted and looked up at the direction where the hidden arrow came from. Just above the Green Ridge, there is a dense shrub forest with mining pits. Suddenly, a group of figures wearing animal skins flashed and rushed down the mountain. Everyone be alert, it's the Mountain Clan. Gonsur is worthy of being the instructor of Runestone City, and he immediately mobilized the troops to deal with it. Boom. The enemy came from the front, and the Valley Knights changed their formation and took a charge. Kill. Kill these Valley guys and rob their iron. The Mountain Clan swarmed down, each of them was strong and holding crude weapons. At a glance, there were no less than hundreds of them. Which tribe is this? Eamon was very calm and rode forward on a white deer. Blessings and disasters are dependent on each other, and disasters are accompanied by blessings. He found a suitable new territory and must face new challenges. It's the Firesmith tribe, a medium-sized tribe in the Moon Mountains. Gonsur's eyes were sharp. If I'm not mistaken, these mountain clans all have tattoos of flames or hammers on their faces, and almost everyone has burns and scars. Gunther looked solemn and asked, "Prince, do you want to retreat?" They only have 20 Valley Knights, and they are not in a numerical advantage. If they really fight, the young prince may be in danger. What do you think? Eamon glanced at him, and the white deer under his crotch jumped forward and came to the front of the Valley Knight. The Valley Knights looked up and looked at the childish young prince. In their eyes, the prince without a dragon is just a 12-year-old boy. In front of the barbaric mountain clan, he might have panicked a long time ago. However, he didn't. Valley Knight. Iman's face was firm. He drew out the bronze sword and raised it above his head, and his voice was like thunder. Follow me to charge. If you want to accomplish great things, you can't retreat when you encounter difficulties. After the words fell, the young prince tightened his legs and the white deer under his crotch jumped. Facing hundreds of ferocious-looking mountain clans, he led the charge. I don't know if there is a River Valley in the original novel. It's all JoJo's original plot. Anyway, the valley is so big, let's cultivate it for Prince Iman. I'll post an Easter egg chapter later to point out the location. Chapter 73. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Iman was calm as water, with only coldness towards the enemy in his eyes. He was a Targaryen born of bronze and fire. The enemy was outnumbered, so he had to lead the charge. Yo-yo. The white deer cried melodiously, and rushed into the crowd with agile posture. One man and one deer, without fear. This scene fell into the eyes of the Knights of the Vale, and they felt that their blood rushed to their heads. The veil was closed and backward, but it also adhered to the spirit of chivalry. A leader who dared to fight and fight was like a living benchmark. Gunther's face sank. He grabbed the flag, raised his arms and shouted, "Bronze and fire." The flag with bronze runes and 3 red dragons was painted with a trembling sound, as if countless copper water was flowing back, and a roaring dragon flew out. Bronze and fire. The faces of the 20 Knights of the Vale were flushed, and they completely forgot that they were outnumbered, and they shouted to start the charge. The oak shields, which were as big as the 2-point flag, were raised high, and the lances were like a torrent of steel. There were only 20 people, but they rushed out with the momentum of thousands of troops. In front, the white deer had already rushed into the crowd. Yo-yo. A pair of wide deer antlers were comparable to a big pendulum, swinging left and right to knock away the enemy, and abruptly knocked a gap. Iman narrowed his eyes slightly, and used the bronze long sword like an arm, cutting off the head of the enemy blocking the way. Catch him, he is the head of the Valley Bottommen. The Gaoshan clan was not a fool, and immediately stared at the handsome boy with silver hair and purple eyes. The white deer rushed all the way, and there were always fish that slipped through the net and got close. The battle was fierce in an instant. Get out, bastard. Iman dodged left and right, and the long sword cut one person's neck, and then stabbed another person's chest. The speed was as fast as lightning. Wherever he passed, blood flowers splashed. Charge. The Valley Knights galloped over, following the prince in a triangle, piercing the crowd like a sharp blade. Boom. Although the mountain clan had hundreds of people, the team was in disarray. Iman and his horse were full of momentum, rushing around a semicircle. 20 Valley Knights followed closely, their horses' hooves trampled a bloody path. Ah! Stop them! The mountain clan had no armor or horses, and their flesh and blood bodies could not withstand the cavalry charge, and were smashed to pieces. Shoot the arrows! Someone screamed in fear, reminding the tribesmen to resist. Hundreds of people pulled out longbows of different qualities and shot them into the sky. Suddenly, arrows rained down. Among the Valley Knights, there was a fierce general, Gunther, and 2 good players, Steve and William. A serious charge was unstoppable. Facing the arrows, they all raised their shields. Ah! After a round of arrow rain, a Valley Knight was tripped by his horse's legs, and his shield failed to block the arrows. In an instant, he was shot to death by random arrows. Eamon turned his head when he heard the sound, and his face was immediately filled with fear. Boom. Just then, the clouds in the sky rolled, and a light gray-white dragon shadow rushed out. The abducted gray shadow has never left. Hiss. The gray shadow focused on Eamon, flew over the sky of the Gaoshan clan, and opened his mouth to spit out hot dragon flames. The dragon flame was orange-yellow, but in the shape of a fireball. As the fire accumulated deep in the throat, the dragon flame fireball became larger and larger until it was ejected with a diameter of half a meter. Boom. Just as the Gaoshan clan was about to pounce on the white deer, the dragon flame fireball hit them on the head. An explosion sounded, and thick smoke billowed out from the place, and a shrill scream came from the firelight. Eamon looked up and glanced, and was surprised. The gray shadow was small, but the dragon flame was actually quite strong. I thought its talent was all in stealth. The dragon is coming, charge! William was mixed in the team, looking at the light gray and white dragon that suddenly appeared, shouting excitedly. It was this shout that completely ignited the blood of the Valley Knights. Seeing the dragon join the battlefield, the determination to fight dozens of people alone was as firm as iron. Hiss! Gray Shadow was more excited than his teammates. He tasted the sweetness of bullying the weak and boldly sprayed dragon flame fireballs. Picking places with many people, explosions continued. Good job, cowardly dragon. Eamon laughed and charged more vigorously. He has, solid as a rock, and swords and knives cannot touch him. The land under his feet is his new territory, and this group of mountain clans set foot on his territory without permission. They really deserve to die. Yo-yo. The white deer cried and rushed into the dense crowd, lowered his head and picked up 7 or 8 people by the waist with his antlers. Eamon was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and the bronze sword in his hand swept across like the wind. Puff! 7 or 8 human heads flew up at once, leaving a bloody waterfall. The head of the white deer shook, and the headless corpse fell to pieces. The man and the deer cooperated closely, like a heavy hammer to break the enemy's delusion. Follow me to charge. Eamon raised his head and roared, launching a one-sided massacre. Run, run! There are dragons, there are fires. Under the dual pressure of the young prince and the gray shadow, the mountain clan finally lost their courage and fled in disarray. In a moment, corpses were everywhere. The remaining mountain clans entered the Green Ridge, intending to escape with the help of the mountains and forests. Prince, the cavalry can't go up the mountain. Steve looked cautious, and the white robe behind him was dripping with blood. This always kind white knight also showed amazing force. Wait a minute. Eamon shouted loudly to prevent the hot-blooded Valley Knights from dismounting and chasing. Hiss! The gray shadow glided low in the sky, and the dragon flame fireballs became smaller and smaller, and the fatigue was visible to the naked eye. It was about to go out of fire. Eamon looked at it and frowned secretly. Gray Shadow is still too small. A 6-meter dragon body cannot carry people soaring. Suddenly, Eamon's eyelids twitched, and a feeling like a light on his back came over him. Boom! The clouds and fog in the sky surged violently, and a huge object dived downwards, breaking through the thick clouds. When the true face is revealed, the dark golden bronze scales shine brightly, covering up the brilliance of the sun. Hiss dash! Wormiser's eyes were sharp, his wings shook and covered the rolling green ridge, and he lowered his head and breathed out blazing dragon flames. The copper of the dragon flame is as bright as water, like underground magma erupting. A golden line was drawn across and poured over the heads of the Gaoshan clan. Ah! The screams were deafening, and dozens of people were burned to blackened ashes. The excess dragon flames sprinkled on the mountain, burning all the grass and trees, and condensed into gray and black rock residue when exposed to the wind. Woomasol! Eamon's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. It seems that the previous induction was correct, the dragon came to protect the Lord. Roar! Wormiser roared angrily, spraying bright copper dragon flames one after another at the fleeing crowd, and circled them back like a duck. Stop them! Eamon pursued decisively and took the lead in blocking the retreat of the Alpine clan. Boom! Wormiser slowly landed on the ground, making a deep hole with his back foot, and his huge body was like a hill. Eamon did not hesitate, got off the white deer, climbed the rope ladder and climbed onto the dragon's back. Hiss! The gray shadow in the distance screamed in panic, flapped its wings and hid far away. Wormiser glanced sideways, his aura majestic and domineering, like a king looking down at the common people. Fly! Eamon saw everything and quickly issued instructions. He had already guessed why there was a ray of light on his back. But that's not important. Let's wipe out the Gaoshan clan first. Hiss dash! Wormiser roared again, rose into the air from where he was, and breathed dragon flames at the fleeing crowd. This time, it was extremely violent. Boom! The bright copper dragon flames splashed in an arc and fell on the Gaoshan clan, like a casual stain. I saw acrid white smoke coming out, not even the charred corpses. Only puddles of inconspicuous gray and black rock residue remain. Declare the end of the world. Today's update. Chapter 74. Two dragons dance together. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Wormizer was gliding at a low altitude, a pair of brown wings covering the sky, covering hundreds of miles of green ridges. Dragon flames like copper water were splashed wantonly, like a purgatory on earth. The Gaoshan clan has no way to retreat. Hiss. Looking at the giant bronze dragon, the gray shadow's vertical pupils were full of fear, and he huddled into the stone mine pit to catch quails. How terrible. This old dragon that smells like copper is more than 10 times more powerful than the ugly mud dragon. Even the owner of that putrid smell may not be as scary as it. Gray Shadow held his head with his wings, shivering. This is true for dragons, let alone humans. The valley knights were all dumbfounded. They tightened their reins to control the frightened horses, and even forgot to cooperate in the pursuit. As soldiers in peacetime, they had never participated in a formal war. In the past, hearing about the power of the dragon was passed down by word of mouth from the older generation. His Royal Highness tamed the Wrath of Bronze at a young age, and the entire Runestone city knew that the family's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Today, after seeing the destructive power of the giant dragon, I truly realized the height of the growth and strength. Higher than the eagle's nest on the giant spear. Hiss dash. Wormizer raised his head and rose into the sky, blowing out strong winds from his wings and knocking down the bushes, and his long and thick dragon tail lightly shattered the rocks. Eamon clenched the handle and looked down at the earth from a high altitude. At this time, there were flames below. Next night. Wormizer was lying on the green ridge, lazily closing his eyes and taking a nap. Someone was watching secretly, swallowing nervously. I saw that the body of the giant bronze dragon was completely scorched black, and it was all the ashes of the green ridge vegetation that had been burned away. Symbolizes unparalleled power. Is the interrogation clear? Eamon lit a bonfire and sat by the dry stream. Steve answered truthfully, they are the Alpine clan of the Firesmith tribe, a medium-sized tribe with a total of 2,300 people. This time, there are 467 people wandering around for hunting. Fireworks Department. A tribe that is not famous among the Gaoshan clan, but has a very important status. Like most of the mountain clans descended from the ancestors, they first worshipped bronzes. Secondly, believe in the flame. They are good at using flames to forge weapons, and the people of the tribe are proud of their burns, hence the name, Firesmith Tribe. Eamon raised his eyes and frowned. How many more people are there? Not far away, dozens of defeated soldiers knelt together. Steve said, 74 people. Under the dragon flames, there were heavy casualties. Hearing this, Eamon frowned deeper. What a good labor coolie, blind in vain. Prince, they are willing to swear allegiance to you and repay the crimes they have committed. William ran over, exhausted and sweating profusely. Eamon said, call them here. Yes. Soon, 74 people from the Fireworker tribe stepped forward tremblingly. How many clansmen do you have left? Eamon's voice rose. More than 1,900 people. An old man from the fireworks department replied, not daring to hide it, there are more than 400 men, and the rest are old, weak, women and children. Eamon nodded lightly and was too lazy to talk nonsense, be loyal to me, or choose Dragon Flame. A tribe of 1,000 people is very valuable to conquer. To put it bluntly, the Alpine clan is also the descendant of the first men, or the descendants of the first men who were unwilling to bend the knee when the Undulls invaded. The Royce family is also a descendant of the ancestors, and he is also half of the ancestors. Building cities and towns is easy to say, but the problem of population base must be faced. Isn't this what you're here to do? Thump thump thump. 74 people from the Fireworker tribe knelt down one after another, with reverence in their eyes, and shouted, God of Fire, we are willing to serve you. They believe in bronze and fire, and insist on the power of iron. I saw a giant dragon today and was astonished as a god. Eamon was stunned when he heard this and laughed dumbly. William took a step forward and said, it's not the god of fire, it's the Dragon King. The voice was so loud that it was heard over a group of people. The people of the Wujiang tribe looked at each other in confusion at first, and then kowtowed again, the noble Dragon King. Eamon stood up and glanced around, his eyes flashing brightly. Labor Camp Number 1 is done. Keep an eye on them and send 2 people back to inform the entire fireworks department and ask them to come down the mountain and surrender. Eamon warned, turned around and climbed up the green ridge. Steve said, "Where are you going?" "On the other side of the mountain." Eamon used all his strength and decided to ride a dragon to inspect the new territory. Roar. Wormizer opened his vertical pupils, impatience flashed in his eyes, and chewed slightly on his upper and lower jaws. Eamon climbed the rope ladder and saw the gray and black rock debris in the dragon's kiss. "Those are the remains of dead people. You're not picky about food either. I'm really sorry for you." Eamon shook his head and laughed, showing no resistance. Dragons don't eat whatever they eat. The larger the dragon, the greater its feeding needs. Wormizer had to eat more than a dozen sheep in one meal to feel full. If you eat freely, you can eat even twice as much. Fortunately, the larger the dragon, the slower it digests. If you eat once in a while, you won't be hungry for half a month. Otherwise, the Targaryen family would really not be able to feed these dragons. Roar. Wormizer glanced at the driver, stood on the edge of Green Ridge and jumped down. One person and one dragon have not been seen for a few days, but he still remembers the inexplicable anger from the past few days. This is not just coming to your door. Eamon broke into a cold sweat and wiped his sweat with a smile. Thank you for feeding this old dragon, otherwise it would be really hard to fool him. Hiss. The gray figure hiding in the corner saw the silver-haired boy flying away, crawling out, flapping his wings and taking off. That's a long-term meal ticket, so don't lose it. With all his strength, he caught up with the old dragon's tail. Roar. Wormizer roared, and out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of a light gray-white baby dragon, with scorching dragon flames directly accumulating in its throat. No. No dragon flames. Eamon was shocked and quickly calmed down. Wormizer shook his body, and his brown wings cut through the clouds, finally giving the driver face. Hiss. The gray shadow screamed shrilly and struggled to catch up. Like a small fluttering moth, hanging behind the tail of the giant bronze dragon. The breeze blew against Eamon's face, and when he looked back and saw the embarrassment of the gray shadow, he couldn't help laughing. The size difference is too big. Wormizer is about 85 meters tall, which is a little bigger than 4 years ago. The gray shadow is only 6 meters long. The size difference between the two sides is nearly 16 times. However, Gray Shadow still tried hard to catch up. The sun sets in the west, and the sky is covered with red fire clouds. Eamon flew over dozens of miles with Wormizer and saw the main branch of the Mingyue Mountains. The mountains stretch for hundreds of miles from north to south, corresponding to Raven Ridge when we came here. The tallest among them is like a spear poking into the clouds. The mountain is so high, it has its own natural dangers. Eamon looked down at the terrain below in awe. The foothills of the mountains stretch for miles. It is adjacent to a vast lake covered with green pods. The lake is calm, reflecting the red and green colors under the setting sun. A group of black swans wandered on the lake, causing slight ripples, lowering their heads to fish and play in the water. Hiss dash. Wormizer, used to being domineering, roared angrily and circled around the towering mountain. The black swan frightened away and flew high into the sunset. Quiet, Wormizer. Eamon was quite speechless and taught the old dragon a lesson. Wormizer punched his nose hard, retracted his broad wings, and landed on the top of the mountain. Hiss. Gray Shadow hurried over and lay down on the mountainside from exhaustion. Eamon smiled, looking down at the mountains, a sense of pride rose in his chest. You will be at the top of the mountain, and you will have a panoramic view of the mountains. Look, that's the Vale of Arryn. Eamon patted his bronze scales and looked at the vast land beyond the mountains. The area is larger than the entire eastern land cape, and it cannot be seen as a valley at all. Roar. Wormizer was very impatient, his bright copper eyes were cold and ruthless, and he had no interest in this. Eamon's eyes were bright and he murmured to himself, open up the valley and connect the Arryn Valley and the eastern cape from east to west. The crops and food in the valley can be exported through Seagull Town. If you build a transit trade town, the tax revenue can feed an army. This is enough to earn a lot of wealth without resorting to war. And if Second update today. Chapter 75, Madame Leia forces marriage. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The next day. Rune Stone City, above. A giant bronze dragon slowly circled and landed outside the city wall. Thanks a lot, big guy. With a smile on his face, Eamon jumped off the dragon's back with a cautious heart. Roar. Wormizer growled lowly and turned around to lie down. Yesterday, just after I had eaten, I went to the driver to ask for a debt. Eamon connected with it and stopped laughing. He is really a stone in the pit, with a bad temper and a hard temper. How can great-grandfather stand you? It's puzzling. Roar. Wormizer raised his eyes unkindly, stretched out his head and arched the driver to express his dissatisfaction. Eamon was hit by the dragon, staggered and almost fell down. Not only does he have a bad temper, he also has a lot of energy. Forget it, I don't have the same experience as you. Eamon helplessly held his forehead and muttered in a low voice, wake your partner up from Longshan one day and cure your bad temper. A pair of companion dragons were suddenly separated. Maybe she was blaming him. Spacious lobby. Eamon sat on a chair, holding a glass of warm milk and tasting it. My mother, Mrs. Leia, is still hunting and has just sent out a message. Prince, I have the golden wine from Qingting Island here. Johanna stood aside with a silver wine flask on the tray in her hand. Oh, Jin wine? Eamon asked curiously. Johanna pursed her lips and smiled, pouring wine for him. The fine wine sent by the king is not easy to buy outside. The clear wine was poured out, and the liquid dripped on the wall of the cup. Golden in color and fragrant. Eamon sniffed it and gave a favorable comment, yes, good wine. Taste it. No, underage drinking is not allowed. Looking at the stunned Johanna, Eamon was satisfied and continued to taste the fresh milk with honey. He is a roughman who cannot taste whether the wine is good or not. Drinking is common in Westeros because the water from wells is unsanitary and not as convenient as drinking. Comparing the two, he prefers nutritious milk. Added honey water. Johanna calmed down for a long time, lowered her head and pursed her lips to hold back laughter. His Royal Highness is truly unique and does not follow the ordinary path. Eamon drank it all in one gulp, put down the ceramic cup boldly, and said, Johanna, the king wants to open up a new territory, how about you become my housekeeper? Well, me. Johanna pointed at herself, her eyes full of confusion. Yes, that's you. But I can only make the bed and clean it. At most, I can help Mrs. Leia settle accounts. Johanna pursed her lips, seeming embarrassed. But under Eamon's sharp gaze, he saw a clue. Johanna's breathing was steady and she was not nervous. He even vaguely felt that the other person's beautiful eyes covered by long black curly hair were quietly observing his expression. Another smart badass. Eamon's heart trembled, but he said the same thing, you can definitely do it. Do you want to be a little maid all your life? He knew how powerful the Black Swan Johanna was in the original world. Even if she is sold to a brothel in Reese, she can step up from a prostitute to the top. For a long time, she was the behind-the-scenes ruler of Reese. Isn't this much better than the white maggot Xiaomei raised by Daddy Damon? Eamon is determined to win and plans to activate this SSR. Hearing this, Johanna buried her head even lower, almost pressing on a pair of white squabs. I don't know if it's an illusion. After Eamon's 12th birthday, every time he saw Johanna dressed in a maid outfit, she felt that her neckline was lower than usual. There is no need to doubt, it's a perfect badass woman sight. Johanna pondered for a moment and finally planned to speak. There was a burst of footsteps, quickly entering the hall. Eamon, I heard that you met the Alpine clan. Lady Leia was wearing the bronze leather armor she wore for hunting, and she walked with wind in her step. He walked quickly to his son and looked at his body up and down. I'm fine. Wormizer is not a vegetarian. Eamon stood up to greet him and made room for his mother. Mrs. Leia was dubious, but she felt more at ease. She knows her son better than her mother. She knows exactly how capable her son is. She rode back all the way. If it weren't for the concern for face, I would have wanted to check it just now. Johanna acted as a transparent person and brought the wine poured for His Royal Highness to Lady Leia. Eamon glanced at her and smiled evilly. Johanna silently stepped back and raised her collar 2 inches. Tell me, why are you so anxious to find me? Mrs. Leia didn't notice the little movements of the two people, and took a sip of wine to regain her composure. She seriously suspected that her son came back to collect debts. Yes, she was absolutely right. Eamon sat next to him and smiled. The river valley is very suitable for land reclamation, but I need craftsmen and logistical support. He surveyed it last night. The foot of the mountain is the best location for building a city. 2 red cards can provide construction requirements and completion speed, but still require a lot of manual participation. Mrs. Leia took a deep breath and asked, Tell me, how much do you want? At least 3,000 people. How many? Eamon said shamelessly, 3,000 people are enough. I will build a castle first. Mrs. Leia was shrewd and calculated carefully. It takes at least 5 to 10 years to build a castle. Runestone City has a total of 20,000 households under its control. Are you going to kill 25% of the strong men in one breath? It's April, and summer harvest is about to begin. As a lord, she cannot ignore the harvest of her people. Eamon waved his hand quickly. No, you just need to give me the craftsmen and half the number of people, and I will go to King's Landing to gather the rest. Rhaenyra has been running street sanitation improvement and kingdom wasteland reclamation for many years, and has adopted tenants composed of many orphans. Because of this, her reputation as the light of the kingdom spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Hearing this, Mrs. Leia raised her eyebrows and said seriously, The king's letter was sent to me. What do you think of the princess's marriage? Eamon looked confused. How else to watch it? Of course, sit down and watch it. The king wants to recruit you as his wife, you should know it. Lady Rhea was unequivocal. Eamon nodded. What do you think? Mrs. Leia narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke sharply, If you don't agree, you should stop thinking about the other party as soon as possible. Eamon was stunned for a moment, and his brain stormed for a moment. To be fair, both his uncle and Rhaenyra were good to him. Especially Rhaenyra. During their time in King's Landing, the two were basically in love with each other, and their relationship was as close as Alicent's. But I don't know if it's because I'm too familiar with it, or because I just can't get over it. He saw Rhaenyra without much love between men and women. Just treat him as a stupid partner. Mrs. Leia observed her son's expression in detail and suddenly realized, It seems that you don't like her, so I don't need to put in more effort. What's the meaning? Eamon stopped thinking and suddenly realized something was wrong. What do you mean it doesn't require me to put in more effort? Mrs. Leia straightened her back and said seriously, As your mother, I can provide you with all the craftsmen in Runestone City, including 3,000 men and logistical supplies. What about the conditions? Eamon asked. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and my mother doesn't have that much maternal love for him. Mrs. Leia tilted her head and said righteously, If you want to get my support, your wife must be a valley girl. 3 updates today. Chapter 76 The people of the valley are sheep, and I am a real dragon. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Eamon also tilted his head and said in surprise, You have to give me a reason. It was still mother and son talking, but the voice was no longer brisk. Marriage is an important matter, no matter how important it is. Lady Leia said calmly, I don't like Targaryens, and I also don't like girls with Targaryen blood. Eamon became more and more confused and looked at the other person blankly. Lady Leia continued, The one on Tidalhead Island is also of Targaryen blood. 2 sentences. Not only did he deny Rhaenyra, but he even implicated Lannel. Eamon frowned. Lanael hasn't offended you, has she? You like her? Lady Rhea was quick to speak. Eamon hesitated for a moment and said in denial, It doesn't count. Lanner is certainly very good. Beautiful, generous, intelligent, and full of women's unique gentle temperament. But there is a gap between the two. The sea snake has not solved the problem of his daughter's marriage for many years. Instead, he has kept the son of the former Braz Sea King in captivity like a pig. This disgusted Eamon, who believed that the Valyrian family was too calculating. The sea snake's move was simply to kill the son of the Sea King of Bluffs and preserve the reputation of his daughter and family. Besides, Lanner is so smart. A 12-year-old girl, determined to tame Vagr, the largest and oldest person in the world. And let her succeed. Even brave Belrin tamed Vagr only after being knighted at the age of 16. This also made him feel like he was being stripped naked and seen through when he was getting along with Lanner. Without secrets, basic trust cannot be established. Over time, the two people changed from the initial friendly relationship to taking the initiative to distance themselves from each other. Occasionally we communicate with each other, or we meet at the throat of a dragon. But I can't say I like it. Then it's over. Mrs. Leia looked like she had expected it, and said calmly, if you don't like both of them, it's better to marry a valley girl. Aemon noticed something was fishy and asked for an answer. Mom, why are you trying so hard to persuade me to marry a Vale girl? If you don't see through the problem, look for the consequences of the problem. By applying the effect to the cause, you can always find clues. Lady Leia said, if you want to take root in the valley, you must do this. Are you worried that if I marry a dragon master, I will betray the Royce family? Aemon closed his eyes, held his forehead and sighed. Humans and dragons influence each other. He was already getting irritated and couldn't help but poke the window paper. The reason why he could inherit the runestone city of the Royce family with the Targaryen surname. Not only because of the plan of my mother, Lady Leia, but also my maternal uncle, Jobert Royce. The mother and father were married, and the children they gave birth to had Targaryen blood. A lesson learned is the sea serpent Corlys. A pair of sons and daughters are both dragon masters, and the family's power has skyrocketed. Although in the original world, this plan failed. But now that Aemon is here, the Royce family's reputation and power in the valley is no longer the second in command. However, nothing is too much. If he marries a girl with Targaryen blood, the children he gives birth to will be alienated from the Royce family. At that time, the Royce family will face the risk of being wiped out. This combination of blessing and misfortune shows the boldness of Jobert Royce's political level. More than. Mrs. Leia shook her head, you just inherit Runestone City, I won't force you. But if you want to open up the valley, marrying a valley girl is essential. Aemon opened his eyes and said suspiciously, will someone trip me up? Mrs. Leia took a sip of wine and said slowly, the River Valley was once the outpost of the Royce family, but after the invasion of the Undulls, it was out of control. In the following thousands of years, this land was owned by Runestone City, Iron Oak City, and Red Barrier at different times. Until a few years ago, the Gaushan clan became more and more rampant, and this land was completely reduced to Terran Elias. Aemon suddenly understood. No wonder the river valley is ownerless, it turned out to be a buffer land. He occupied the valley land and touched the interests of the valley nobles. And his identity is too sensitive. A Targaryen prince with a dragon settled in the Vale. Does this situation look like when Aegon the Conqueror landed on the continent of Westeros? Mrs. Leia was very sober and said, your goal is to establish yourself in the valley, so you must abide by the rules of the valley. She knew very well how similar her son's character was to her husband beneath his playful smile. They also admire dragons and are clever but lack patience. Such people can attract countless followers wherever they go, but they will always encounter rejection and find it difficult to gain a foothold. If you are unwilling to sacrifice, you will be jealous. The rules of the valley? Aemon thought carefully about it. My mother's intention was for him to gain the recognition of the valley nobles through marriage. To put it bluntly, it is a certificate of submission. The struggle for power is clearly visible. Mrs. Leia was not in a hurry, slowly savoring the aroma of the wine and waiting for her son to make a decision. Mom. Aemon pondered for a moment and said with unprecedented seriousness, I have a dragon, why should I abide by the rules of the valley? Great-grandfather's integration strategy proves a truth. Compromising will only pay a heavy price. He could never win by the rules of the Vale nobility. Mrs. Leia hasn't understood yet. How about we overthrow the rules and establish a new one for the nobles of the valley? Aemon's eyes were deep and his tone of voice changed. Majestic, iron-fisted, murderous. More like a decisive and iron-blooded monarch. Hearing this, Mrs. Leia's pupils suddenly shrank and she said in disbelief, you want to challenge the Eileen family in the Eagle's Nest City? Hit the nail on the head. Aemon nodded vigorously and said solemnly, using Runestone City as a springboard to seize power in the valley, I don't believe that my great-grandfather and Lord Yobert did not have this idea. Lady Rhea was even more shocked. Because Uncle Jobert must have said something similar. She thought it was her uncle's persistence in the honor of the Bronze King. But the old man will carry out his loyalty to the end throughout his life. Aemon was very rational and said slowly, this idea only existed in the embryonic stage, and was rejected by the two old men at the same time, but it makes sense. He was raised by his great-grandfather when he was a child, and the old man never lacked for nagging. This allowed him to know many unknown secrets. For example, the marriage between Targaryen and the Royce family is naturally not a coincidence. The heir Aemon was killed, leaving only the second son, Belren the Brave, to resist. My great-grandfather's idea at the time was that eggs cannot be put in one basket. Divide his second grandson Daemon, borrow chickens from the Royce family to lay eggs, and spread the bloodline to the valley. Lord Yobert's idea is also very pure, taking the opportunity to obtain the blood of the true dragon and enhance the power of the family. If possible, go one step further. Pay attention to this, one step further. The two old people have different ideas. Lord Yobert wants to regain control of the Mingyue Mountains and restore the glory of the Royce family. But he didn't expect that just after Daemon married his niece Rhea, the old Duke Aaron and his heir were killed. Only a 3-year-old girl remained. I can't challenge, I can only help. But my great-grandfather thought long-term and made 2 preparations. The second grandson Daemon married Lady Rhea. Before that, the eldest grandson Viserys married Queen Aemma, who was of Targaryen blood. With the political marriage of 2 grandsons, there is always a place for House Targaryen in the Vale. No matter how you look at it, it's a guaranteed profit. But the unexpected will come sooner than tomorrow. Daemon doesn't like Lady Rhea and doesn't even want to sleep with her. In 101 AC, Beren the Brave passed away, which directly dealt a heavy blow to the royal family. 2 things stacked up and almost defeated the old man. In other words, Lord Jobert sought stability in the chaos, and used inheritance rights as a threat to force Daemon to consummate his marriage with his niece, Lady Leia. Aemon was born successfully. He barely managed to bring blood back to the 2 families. But without brave Belen, the royal family was struggling. Queen Aemma cannot bear a son, and Daemon covets his brother's throne. There are constant internal disputes, and there is no intention to expand outward. Mom. Aemon was determined to change, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Punch away with 1 punch, or you won't get punched 100 times. On this continent, whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. The Valemen were just sheep, and he. In the eyes of Lady Leia, who was confused and uncertain, Aemon said calmly, I am born of bronze and fire, and I am a real dragon that eats sheep. 4 updates today. Chapter 77 Site Selection and City Building. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. If the people of the valley don't welcome him, then he will conquer this place. After saying that, Aemon looked at his mother. As a son, he expected to get his mother's help. Even if he didn't need it so much. You. Lady Leia was in a state of confusion. After a long time, she said, You are my son. No extra words. Because of maternal love, no need to say more. Thank you, mother. Aemon smiled and hugged her tightly. For the first time in his life, he buried his head in his mother's neck. The pleasant fragrance of grass and a faint smell of sweat. Not very ladylike, but she loves him very much. Don't try this. Lady Leia had a blank expression on her face and was very disgusted with her son's closeness. A child who was raised from childhood to adulthood. Aemon didn't let go and asked, Then you promise to support me? I haven't hugged my mother for a long time, so of course I have to take the opportunity to be affectionate with her. A child with a mother is like a treasure. Turtlestone City will be yours sooner or later. Lady Leia still softened her heart. He said he disliked her, but his body was honest. The hand that had been pulling the bow for years patted his son's back gently. Aemon smiled. Then, Lady Rhea glanced at him and emphasized, But you still have to marry a girl from the Vale. I will find someone for you as soon as possible. Ah. Aemon was stunned. You are not allowed to refuse this, or get out of the Vale. Lady Rhea frowned and did not allow any rebuttal. She was the one who hated the Targaryen blood. Selfish and untrustworthy. In contrast. Although the veil was closed and conservative, it always kept its promises. Eamon could not say anything and retreated in anger. My mother's temper was like hitting you in the rain, and it was completely unreasonable. Stay out of the limelight for now. 2 days later. Eamon led all the craftsmen of Runestone City and 1,500 temporarily recruited laborers to set off. Time was short and there was no time to be perfect. First send some people and food supplies, and then plant the second flag in the river valley. Fushur City is not far from Raven territory. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and they arrived early. Under the high mountains. Nearly 2,000 people camped on the spot and sent craftsmen to survey the terrain. Prince, are you sure you want to build a city here? Steve accompanied him and said, the mountains are steep, and the north and south sides are flat, which is not conducive to defense. As he said, he looked around. At the foot of the high mountains, there is a vast lake with green duckweed. It is indeed beautiful to build a city between mountains and rivers. But in terms of safety, it is far inferior to Green Ridge stuck at the front of the river valley. Eamon had his own plans and smiled, it doesn't matter, you will know when the time comes. Prince, the location has been surveyed. William trotted over. Okay, let's go and see. Eamon set off immediately. He had already thought about it. There are coal mines in Raven Ridge, and Green Ridge can build a quarry. He had a God-given bronze in his hand, which was just right to be placed in the mountains to form a copper vein. When the city and town are built, mining can be done in the west, and there is a lake in the east to fish. Even if there is no time to open up the wasteland for cultivation, self-sufficiency can be achieved in a short period of time. Soon, they came to a relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain. An old craftsman who was born a slave said respectfully, Prince, this place is flat, the soil is firm and not loose, and the slope is convenient for drainage. He explained the advantages one by one, including how to use the lake to get water. Eamon listened and looked, and chose a gravel beach. The altitude is not high, nor low. One side is backed by the mountain, and the other side faces the lake. The gravel and lake water in the original place can meet most of the needs in the early stage of city construction. Okay, let's set it here. Eamon made a decision and began to assign tasks. Gunther is the instructor of Runestone City, so he naturally serves as the leader of the Valley Knights. Responsible for protection engineering and guarding against attacks by mountain clans. Sir, you are responsible for supervising the craftsmen. Eamon was serious and handed the most important responsibility to the White Knight. Steve said solemnly, I will do it. It was this commitment to duty that won the heart of His Royal Highness. What about me? William was tall and strong, and he looked up proudly. Eamon hesitated for a while and found a task. You take care of the pyrotechnics and don't let them run away. William. Taking care of the prisoners is also an important task. Eamon patted his shoulder to comfort him. At this time, all the pyrotechnics tribesmen were on the gravel beach, bending down to pick up stones and pile them up. Eamon touched his chin and pondered, it's been so many days, and the pyrotechnics haven't come to surrender. It is estimated that they are hiding in the mountains and are unwilling to kneel down. Forget it, let's get the business done first. Eamon threw away his distracting thoughts and found a place where no one was. Squeak. The golden-nosed rat crawled out of the collar, put its little paws to its mouth, and pulled out 2 red cards. Eamon looked closely. Jade Palace, Wonder Building card, select a palace module, provide sufficient materials and task list. Task list, recruit 3,000 people to start construction, and control the speed of construction. Iron Wall, Wonder Building card, select a city wall module, provide sufficient materials and task list. Task list, recruit 5,000 people, and control the speed of construction. Both cards are red, like 2 streams of fire. Eamon flipped through the cards and said with satisfaction, with these 2 wonder cards, building a city is a piece of cake. One card is worth 4,000 essence points, and the other is worth 6,000 essence points. Almost emptied his family's wealth. Without the ability to create miracles, he would lose a lot. Let's take a look at the palace module first. Eamon put away Iron Wall and started to build a palace first. According to the tradition of Westeros, nobles must have a castle. He casually touched the red card, and the sky-like base map disappeared, turning into a free building architecture diagram. Build it as you like. Eamon's eyes were burning, and he started to operate directly. It is impossible to build a castle. Castles are popular in Westeros because there are frequent wars between nobles and they are beaten to their doorsteps by the enemy. The castle walls are thick and the exterior is solid. It can provide a certain degree of protection and buy more time for the owner. It has nothing to do with me. Aemon curled his lips in disdain and gave up decisively. The comfort of the castle is very poor. It is damp and hot when it rains, and cold and drafty when it blows. It is cold in winter and hot in summer. He prefers the garden-style architecture of the free trade city, or the exquisite style of Highgarden. Both are based on comfort, supplemented by natural scenery. Just one look at it makes people feel magnificent. After a long time of thinking, a palace complex with white tones was constructed. A palace is the main one, and auxiliary palaces are distributed around it. A road runs straight through the city gate. Except for the main palace in the center, the other auxiliary palaces are on both sides. The area is not large, comparable to the Red Castle. Aemon was surprised. It is a bit like the shadow of the Forbidden City, and it is also similar to the layers of inner walls of Highgarden. It is magnificent and in line with the background of the times. It looks a bit like the round building of Highgarden has been changed to a square building. William, give me a piece of paper. Aemon put away the Kionglyuyu card and planned to draw the blueprint. Now the recruitment of 3,000 people has not been completed, and the task list cannot be triggered. First hand over the blueprint so that the craftsmen can get familiar with them. William came and left in a hurry. Aemon stood up and dusted himself off, thinking about a question: how will the materials provided by the card appear? It can't just appear out of thin air. In addition, the people in Fushur City are on the way, so they have gathered 3,000 people. There are still 2,000 people short of the 5,000 people required for Iron Wall. While there is time, we can gather them in advance. Today's 5th update. Chapter 78, Viserys the Angry. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. King's Landing. Red Keep, Parliament Hall. A royal meeting was held to discuss the princess marriage. Viserys changed his good temper and said indignantly, "Aemon, this stinky boy, cut off contact when he arrived in the valley." He was really angry. Prince Aemon is still young, it is normal for him to avoid feelings. A strong middle-aged man with black curly hair and beard smiled and said. He sat in Lyonar's original seat and attended the position of the Minister of Justice, the chief of the king's left hand. Viserys glanced at him and said resentfully, he should write a letter back to his king instead of making my uncle wait. Jasper Wilde laughed and said, young people always need to experience more to be more stable. Okay, Lord Jasper. Prime Minister Lyonar interrupted, disliking the successor sitting opposite. Jasper is called Iron Rod. This is not the reputation of being ruthless after taking over as Minister of Justice. It was because he married several wives in succession and gave birth to more than a dozen children. All these wives died inexplicably, and it was said that Lord Jasper had an iron rod that broke him. It's not that he has a lot of experience, he has more experience than young people. Then tell me, what about Rhaenyra's marriage? Viserys pointed his finger at the Prime Minister, eager for a solution. Lyonar was silent. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Prince Aemon had no improper thoughts about the princess. The king was interested in his nephew, so he tried his best to promote this matter. The conference table was silent for a while. Viserys looked around, is there no one to give him advice? Your Majesty, I have something to say. Grand Maester Melas suddenly spoke. Viserys was surprised, oh, tell me about it. Miros was not polite, with his hands in his sleeves, and said slowly, the prince is still young, why not let the princess broaden her horizons and have more choices? Viserys' face sank, I have found half of the young talents in the 7 kingdoms, but there is no young man that Rhaenyra likes. Then you might as well let the princess see the other half of the young men of the 7 kingdoms. Miros made a suggestion. Viserys was stunned. Yes, I agree. Maritime Minister Tyron quickly raised his hand to support the princess's public selection of a husband. His brother, Duke Jason, is already married, but he has not given up. Whoever can marry the princess will be able to rise to prominence. Viserys looked at the other ministers with suspicion. What about you? Lionel frowned deeply, but still did not speak. Prince Aemon's father is demon. If the former is unwilling to marry, then both father and son are unstable factors. And if something unexpected happens to the king after the marriage, the princess will definitely not be able to suppress the two Targaryen men. Marriage cannot be rushed, it must be done slowly and gradually. If it is delayed for a while, Prince Aemon may change his mind. I agree, there are many good men in the Stormlands. Jasper raised his hand to vote. Aye. Finance Minister Lin-Man hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to object. Demon is a recognized dangerous element. But Prince Aemon was raised by the centenarian king when he was young, and grew up in the Red Castle in recent years. His character and personality are guaranteed. As long as the king pushes, the marriage can be settled. Okay, 3 votes in favor and 2 abstentions, the result is obvious. Miras interrupted directly and made the decision for Lin-Man. Lin-Man's face changed, angry but useless. Prime Minister Lionel did not speak, and his opposition alone was invalid. Well, let's do it. Viserys sighed and said, it just so happens that Rhaenyra has come of age. She will tour the continent in the name of the Crown Prince and broaden her horizons. The ministers nodded one after another and supplemented the process of touring and selecting a husband. Afternoon. A huge bronze dragon crossed the Blackwater Bay, hovered over King's Landing, and slowly fell into the dragon's lair. Red Keep, Maegor's Tower. Aemon walked into the castle and climbed up the stairs. Coincidentally, he ran into Rhaenyra strolling in the open-air corridor. What are you doing? Aemon was a little surprised and was just about to find her. The rest of the people have to fleece her. Rhaenyra raised her eyes and glanced, and said lightly, my father is holding a royal meeting and kicked me out. Ah. Aemon was speechless for a moment. No wonder he looked so resentful. Rhaenyra adjusted her mood a little and invited, would you like to walk with me? That's fine. Aemon agreed frankly. The only thing that could get her out of the meeting to discuss was probably the marriage. I had listened to her complaints many times before, so I was not surprised. The two walked and talked. Do you think I should follow my father's advice and get engaged as soon as possible? When Rhaenyra talked about the marriage, she glanced at Aemon's profile from time to time. She knew who her father had in mind. You have your own responsibilities, don't you? Aemon avoided answering. Being a trash can is being a trash can, and giving advice is another price. My responsibility is to give birth to children on the delivery bed. Rhaenyra lowered her head, looking listless. She thought of her mother, that gentle woman. She was forced by her father to get pregnant and then miscarried, and then got pregnant again after miscarriage. Her mother's funeral was like her nightmare. This was also the reason why she didn't want to get married early and had a bad relationship with her father. She was very scared. Aemon pondered for a moment and whispered, the world is unfair. Instead of living in fear, it is better to be brave. What should I do? Rhaenyra was confused. I don't know. Aemon shook his head, everyone's path is different, but they all lead to the same destination. It's nothing more than strengthening yourself. If he were a little kid without a dragon, he would still be facing the problem of inheritance in Runestone City. Rhaenyra hung her head and silently thought about what she could do. I found a new territory when I went back this time, and I'm planning to start construction. Aemon laughed and wanted to tease her. New territory, new. Rhaenyra muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes gradually shining. Yes. She can find some new allies, expand her power, and severely strike Alysanne's party. Prove to her father that she is not his political stubbornness. Aemon's eyes were strange, and he found that his words seemed to have touched a switch. Rhaenyra couldn't stop. Ahem, let's continue talking about the marriage. Aemon quickly brought the topic back. Rhaenyra's brain was not good to begin with, so don't let her fool you. You're right. Rhaenyra clapped her hands and smiled. What's right? Aemon was horrified. Rhaenyra tilted her head and looked at him, and suddenly found that he was much more pleasing to the eye. Isn't this a ready-made ally? Leaning forward, Rhaenyra raised her face and started talking. Aemon, how are you doing in the valley? Have you encountered any difficulties? Eamon raised his hand to push her face away and kept his distance, a new uncultivated territory, and a problem for my mother. Speaking of which, it's really depressing. So this is what it feels like to be urged to get married. Thinking of this, Eamon looked at Rhaenyra. No wonder she always looks depressed. She can handle pressure well. My father asked me to get engaged. Rhaenyra was not angry, and wanted to test the other party's attitude. What a coincidence, my mom is the same. Eamon laughed dumbly. The two looked at each other with sympathy, and their eyes met. They said at the same time. My father asked me to choose you. My mother asked me to marry a girl from the valley. 6 updates today. Chapter 79, Spring Feelings. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The words fell. Both men fell silent at the same time. Rhaenyra's face stiffened and she quickly lowered her head. Shame filled my heart. Eamon was stunned. I didn't expect that the opponent would hit a straight ball and pierce the window paper. I'm going back first. Rhaenyra stumbled, turned and left quickly. At this moment, she wanted to find a crack in the floor tiles and crawl in. What a shame. Rhaenyra, wait. Eamon came to his senses and chased after him. Some words must be put to an end once they are spoken. Many misunderstandings arise unintentionally. Apparently, he forgot a rule. When a woman is on her way in anger, her speed is comparable to that of a dragon. There's no way to catch up. From the open-air corridor to the inner corridor of the Red Castle, and to the entrance of the princess's palace. Princess Cole, dressed in silver armor and white robes, stood guard at the door, nodding and greeting everyone. Stop him. Rhaenyra gave the order without raising her head. Cole was stunned for a moment and saw 2 people. Eamon shrugged, his face innocent. Another. Hey, the young couple had a fight. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes was leaning on the corridor, watching the boys and girls chasing each other and making fun of him. Bang. Rhaenyra entered and closed the door, all in one motion. Then, he turned around and lay on the door panel, listening to what was going on outside. Eamon. The silver-haired girl gritted her teeth. In the corridor, 3 men stood on each side. Eamon looked at the handsome blonde boy, feeling vaguely familiar and forgetting where he had seen him before. I am Galwyn Hightower, the eldest son of the former Prime Minister and the brother of Queen Alicent. Galvin introduced himself, quite familiarly. Eamon suddenly realized. Alicent's brother, no wonder he looks familiar. Didn't you return to the old town with Lord Otto? Cole looked up and down and stood firmly at the door of the dormitory. Galvin is also a guy with a good reputation. The 2 people mentioned above are directly related to each other, and they were defeated by Prince Daemon in a competition in 105 AC. After that, he became much more low-key. Galwyn was also sizing up the other person, and said sarcastically, Sir Cole, who is hailed as my White Knight by Her Royal Highness the Princess, is indeed very handsome. You better watch your words. Cole's face was cold. The 2 were like natural enemies, and they started fighting as soon as they met. Eamon looked on, frowning slightly. I have to say that Galvin has a very vicious mouth and dares to say anything. But was he acting on his own, or was Alicent instigating him behind his back? White Knight, I'm complimenting you. Galvin slowly stepped forward, stopped 1 meter away, and joked, being from such a humble background, but being able to wear a white robe, it is truly an honor. After that, he pointed at Cole's black curly hair. The meaning is obvious, just say it clearly. The other party was a humble commoner who was born in the Dorne frontier and was the son of the steward of Blackport. Cole was very satisfied with this trick and endured his temper. Sir, this is the princess's palace, you should leave here. Yes, the majestic princess palace. Calvin took a step back and said thoughtfully, I wonder if the White Knight is lonely in the middle of the night. Does he take his oath into consideration and only use his 5 fingers to relieve the pressure? As soon as he arrived at the Red Keep, he heard rumors flying around. Son of Daemon, Prince Aemon is the king's prospective son-in-law. Or the princess's White Knight, who is favored and always with you. You think so, your highness? Calvin seemed to have fun, and turned to chat with the silver-haired boy who had been quiet all this time. Bang. As soon as he turned his head, he was kicked hard in the stomach. Are you good at speaking? Eamon's face was cold, and he was obviously really angry. It's enough to ridicule Cole alone, he has the right to just watch the fun. If the honor of the royal family has to be involved, he can really act like Alison's brother and run amok. Ahem. Galvin was kicked so hard that he rolled around and fell to the ground, coughing hard. It's not over yet. Eamon glanced at Cole coldly, stepped forward, grabbed Galvin's collar, and lifted it up forcefully. Bang. Before Galvin could react, his back hit the wall. Eamon held him with one hand and put his other hand around his neck, and sneered, "Fabulating rumors about the royal family gives you a sense of accomplishment, doesn't it?" After saying that, his arms pressed hard on his trachea. "No, it's not." Galvin's face was bloodshot and red. He put his hands on the other person's arms, but found that he couldn't break them open at all. Bang. Eamon hit him with a knee, moved his face closer to the opponent, and said viciously, "Then who asked you to come and make you talk so much? There are no good people in Old Town." Humph. His soft abdomen was injured, and Galvin groaned, acid water overflowing from the corner of his mouth. He hurt so much. What's the situation with the boy opposite, and how to beat him to death? Say it, say it. Eamon showed no mercy, raising his elbow and turning. Galvin screamed, and half of his face quickly swelled. I said. Unable to bear the fight, Galvin said hastily, "I was jealous of the White Knight's ranking at the top of that tournament. I heard the rumors and came here to ridicule him." Real. Eamon sneered. Fidelity, absolute fidelity. Calvin is flexible and flexible, he just wants to get away from right and wrong quickly. "Ha, get out of here." Eamon's eyes flashed, and he let go and threw him to the ground. I don't believe a word of what he said. I'm just too lazy to pursue it. Sorry, your clothes were stained. Calvin wiped the sour water from his mouth and staggered up. When passing by Cole, he was still being mean. "Come on, White Knight, your future is bright." Cole clenched his fists, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. "You should have fought back, White Knight." Eamon glanced at him sideways and stepped forward to knock on the door. There was such a big movement, Rhaenyra must be behind the door. Boom. No response from behind the door. Eamon rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, "I want to go back to the valley. Can you lend me some people?" He has seen it. In the huge red keep, Rhaenyra's situation is getting worse and worse. Otherwise, Calvin would not come to ruin her reputation in broad daylight. Squeak. After a while, the door opened a crack. "Take it, Mudgate has a boat." A small white hand stretched out and handed over a delicate necklace. Eamon took the necklace and said simply, "Thanks." Then he turned around and walked away, not staying for a second longer. Your actions have proven which side you are on, so there is no need to waste any words. And just as he was leaving, the door cracked open a little, revealing a pair of purple eyes. Rhaenyra was lying by the door, looking at the silver-haired back with a sparkling expression. She watched the whole thing. Eamon was decisive and his movements were smooth. Although his face cannot be seen clearly, his silver-blonde shawl hair and stern-side face still attract the eye. Especially when he picked up Calvin and beat him. He is thin but muscular, with a strong back and waist. Rhaenyra looked fascinated, her face flushed. "Eamon, he seems to have grown up. Completely different from the chubby little boy in my impression." He was a head taller than her, and his face was green but handsome. The most important thing is, be brave. Other side. Eamon didn't know that there was a nympho peeping at him, so he put the necklace and went straight out of the city. Rhaenyra's new fields were all outside the city. Wherever he goes, he recruits the remaining men. 7 updates today. Chapter 80 Alison and #039, jealousy. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Sunset dusk. Eamon returned to the Red Keep and stepped up the long staircase of Maegor's Tower. "Your Highness the Prince." "Prince." Walking towards me, a group of young nobles nodded in greeting. Eamon responded one by one and walked forward. After a busy day, he was given instructions on how to fertilize new fields, which made him exhausted. Suddenly, everything became quiet. Eamon looked up and saw Viserys surrounded by his ministers. After a moment's hesitation, he saluted and said, "Uncle." Viserys deadpanned, turning his head to the side. "Continue to talk about which realm the crews will go to first. Start from the king's territory, then cross the riverlands and valleys." Melas, the great bachelor, answered the king's question by looking at his nose and heart. Aemon pretended to be passing by. "This is because the uncle has a problem with himself. It's better not to offend him. Alicent said you wanted to build a city and a town." Viserys spoke abruptly and said in a nonchalant tone, 300 craftsmen will be allocated from the Red Keep to you, and you will pay the wages yourself." "Thank you, uncle." Aemon pursed his lips and smiled. Looking at his nephew's back, Viserys complained to his old friend, "Look at him, he doesn't even want to say a single unnecessary word." Melas closed his mouth tightly, and a line of sweat broke out on his forehead. Gods would. Aemon searched around the Red Keep, but did not see Rhaenyra hiding. Finally, Huang Tian paid off. Under a thick weirwood tree, bright red fallen leaves formed a blanket. The silver-haired girl folded her hands on her knees and leaned against the pale tree trunk alone. A wailing human face is carved on the surface of the tree trunk, which makes the painting style somewhat sad. "Drop little pearls secretly." Aemon stepped forward. Rhaenyra raised her head, her beautiful face calm. "I want to be alone and recall the embarrassing things I committed. Did I bother you?" Aemon sat quietly beside him, leaning on his shoulder. He is in a good mood now. Xintian recruited 1,200 young men, and his uncle sent another 300 craftsmen. Thinking of the misunderstanding during the day, it was necessary to make up for it. Without. Rhaenyra's voice was soft and she leaned her head on the other person's shoulder. Very generous and not extravagant at all. Aemon glanced sideways and couldn't bear to push away. He was close to Rhaenyra. "When I was a child, I would often sleep with her arms in my arms, and be molested under the covers." "Thanks." Rhaenyra spoke first. Aemon said, "You're welcome. Do you know what I'm grateful for?" "Have no idea." The corner of Aemon's mouth curled up slightly. "Please be quiet. You really haven't changed at all since you were a little bear." Rhaenyra almost lost her breath and said, holding back her anger, "Alicent is very important to you, but you have been helping me overtly and covertly, right? Don't think she's stupid, she can see it. The other party has been on her side since childhood." Aemon turned his head in surprise. Did he realize it? Rhaenyra raised her head, and the emotions she had accumulated over the years exploded, hoping. "The valley is closed and conservative, how about staying with me in King's Landing?" As he spoke, he grabbed each other's hands. What it means is beyond words. Aemon was startled at first and remained silent for a while. "The veil is my foundation. Will you choose to give up Dragonstone or the Iron Throne? He has a lot to work towards. Stop the tragedy of the Dance of Blood Dragons, build a city of your own, and live an arrogant and domineering life with Vormissol. The first one was for my great-grandfather and for my own family. The last two are due to his temporary short-sightedness. Staying to help Rhaenyra, what should Alicent do?" Looking at the main figures of the Black and Green parties during the Dance of the Dragons, every one of them was going crazy. He sometimes wondered whether to replace it. Let him sit on the iron chair over there, lest these stupid guys lose the family dragon. "I knew you wouldn't agree." Rhaenyra remained calm, as if she had expected this outcome. "Aemon, have you seriously considered it during the day?" Rhaenyra sat up and said fiercely, "My father chose you as the wife of the king. Do you agree?" Another straight shot to the face. Aemon was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth not knowing what to say. He actually liked Rhaenyra quite a bit. Although the silly eldest sister is silly, she is really nice to him. "You don't need to answer. I'll find the answer myself." Rhaenyra's eyes were firm, and she turned over and straddled her legs cross-legged, grabbing the opponent's head. Aemon was forced to raise his head and his eyes met those purple eyes. Their eyes met again, and time seemed to stand still. There is no tacit understanding during the day, and there is no misunderstanding of language. Compared to the extremely aggressive Rhaenyra, Aemon's eyes were somewhat evasive. He tried to turn his head, but was pulled back by his bare hands. Stare at it for a while. 1 second, 2 seconds. Quite a while. Rhaenyra tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled. Aemon, your eyes cannot deceive you. The branches of laughter trembled wildly, declaring the joy of victory. The other party sees her. Mind your image. Aemon was quite speechless. Turn your head and look, no one is blind. He still liked Lanner's gentle character more, and she seemed to be a considerate and good wife at first glance. You have bad intentions. Rhaenyra seemed to be enlightened and grabbed the other person's chin. Aemon gave her a hard look. But to be fair, Rhaenyra wasn't bad either. In terms of appearance alone, there is no one in the entire King's Landing or even the Crownland who can fight better than her. Even the elegant Alicent, or the beautiful and generous Lana. Especially her high nose bridge and rosy red lips, which inexplicably have a seductive appeal. Wait, I'm not right. Aemon's pupils trembled slightly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't pay attention to these details before. You are sweating. Rhaenyra examined. Aemon lowered his head in guilt. He was guilty, and the friendship had deteriorated. Give you a reward. Rhaenyra raised the corners of her lips, put her hands behind her back and loosened her skirt. You. As soon as Aemon opened his mouth, a touch of whiteness hit his face. A faint creamy aroma filled his cavity. Outside the god's wood. Cole stood tall and glanced back at the scene under the weirwood. He was anxious at first and then shocked, and he took a step and stopped. His duty was to protect the princess, not to disturb the princess's good things. Cole turned his back quickly, unable to hide his disappointment. If you don't behave yourself, something will happen sooner or later. The Queen's bedroom. Alicent was wearing a green skirt, her hands knocked on the glass window, her eyes fixed on the bottom. From the bird's-eye view, you can just see the god's wood. Rhaenyra. Alicent bit her lips tightly, her eyes were indescribably fierce. It was like a female beast that had just given birth, staring at the hunter who took away her cub. In her sight, Rhaenyra sat on the other person, holding the other person's head tightly in her arms. There is no concept of underwear in Westeros. Under the beige skirt, there is nothing. Sitting on the opposite sex like that is simply shameless. Bang. Alicent bit her lips until they bled, and her fingers slammed on the glass window. Everyone in the room was startled. Woo woo woo. Helena was a small lump, and her big eyes couldn't stop crying. Aegon looked up and continued to play with the toys. Sister. Emmon's little face was full of worry, and he moved to sit next to his crying sister. One was a little bigger, and the other was a little smaller. They were close together, very warm. Alicent suddenly turned around and stared at her well-behaved daughter with a white and tender face. Rhaenyra is okay, then. Knock knock. The knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, and two figures stood in front of the door. Alicent, why is the child crying? Viserys asked in confusion. Yeah, what's outside? Galwyn stood aside, massaging his aching neck. He was also curious, why didn't his sister coax the child, and what was she looking at? Nothing. Alicent drew the curtains, and the light in the room was dim. She stood up and hugged her crying daughter, her face pressed against the furry little head, and she hummed a ballad to coax her. She didn't say a word to the two closest men. 8 chapters today. There are 2 more chapters left, but they haven't been typed out yet, so give Jojo some time. 10 chapters will be completed before 3 o'clock. Please subscribe. Please order. Chapter 81 Little Helena. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The sun sets. Under the weirwood trees, the red leaves look like quilts. Aemon lay on his back, recalling the unexpected incident. Really, soft white. Aemon, what are you thinking about? Rhaenyra lay in his lap, playing with a red leaf in her hand. Some female gangster. Aemon teased. Rhaenyra immediately turned sideways, covering the remaining blush on her face, and slipped a touch of snow-white shoulders. After all, he is young and his skin is very thin. I'm in a hurry today. If you have to find an answer, act coldly. For a while. Rhaenyra took a sneak peek and whispered, my father asked me to go around to choose a husband. Aemon was not surprised and gave a slight, He has not expressed his stance for a long time, so people must have countermeasures. Rhaenyra raised her head slightly and saw that he did not respond. She hurriedly explained, I want to find some allies on this cruise. Nice idea. Aemon gives a review. Aemon. Rhaenyra was annoyed and raised her hand to slap the other person. It's not her decision. Aemon pretended to be in pain and teased, you can go if you want. What's the use of telling me? Rhaenyra turned completely cold and stood up to search for stones. Aemon glanced at it and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. What is this bitch doing? In line with the truth of attacking first to gain strength and attacking later to suffer disaster. Aemon hugged his slender waist and knocked him down. Yeah. Rhaenyra screamed, bucking her hips and falling to the ground. There was a lot of fun and laughter. If you want to return to the valley, I must have new allies. Rhaenyra knelt on the ground, tilted her head to straighten her messy hair, and said, Alicent will not let me go, and I will fight her to the end. This time, it was Aemon who rested on his soft thigh and said helplessly, Alicent is just afraid of you, you two really are not. Humph. Rhaenyra refused to listen. She looked down at Aemon's face and said seriously, power is power, and power is power. Aemon opened his eyes suddenly, the famous saying was so familiar. Rhaenyra reached out and held his face, her silver blonde hair hanging on her chest, and said in despair, if I had enough power, you wouldn't have to go back to the valley. A concept that dawned on her today. If she is strong enough, no one will dare to disobey her. Alicent will be obedient and as close as she was as a friend again. Aemon will always be with you. If I'm strong enough. Rhaenyra lowered her eyebrows and gently touched the other person's face with her green-white fingertips. Aemon said, you and I come from fire, and dragons are the power. He believed that it was necessary to get Rhaenyra's thoughts back on track and not to pursue illusory things too much. Rhaenyra was slightly startled and said, my dragon is too small. Among the dragons with owners today, Syracuse may be the smallest and youngest dragon. He is a head shorter than Hai Yen, who is also a fourth-generation dragon. Sooner or later the dragon will grow up. Aemon smiled and said, when I finish developing the river valley, I will help you hone your dragon control skills. There are so many disobedient mountain clans waiting for Dragon Flame. Just in time to help Rhaenyra gain combat experience. Aemon. Rhaenyra was moved. Okay, it's time to go back. Aemon couldn't stand it anymore and struggled to get up. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and put away her rare positive emotions. Then, he tied his skirt with his hands behind his back and straightened the pleated skirt. The shoulders are still exposed, as if saying something. Night falls. Dinner. Aemon sat on the chair and silently planned his next plan. Build cities and towns one step at a time. The Gaoshan clan must be destroyed. But he was short of manpower and needed a new force. Just as he was thinking about it, other people arrived one after another. Rhaenyra changed into a red skirt and sat next to her as usual. The two looked at each other, the latter looking provocatively. She also turned around, revealing the tight skirt straps behind her back. The corners of Aemon's lips curled up slightly, and he raised his glass to sip wine to cover it up. The smell of wine is pungent, cheering up. It seems like you guys get along well. Viserys strode over and looked at the two of them with a smile. Quite a contrast to the indifferent attitude of the afternoon. Harold, commander of the Kingsguard, followed, standing by the table with his chest raised, glancing at his royal highness. Aemon smiled and nodded, saying hello, sir. Prince. Harold had a friendly attitude, and his eyes showed the care of a nephew. The two have known each other for a long time. 112 AC, beginning of the year. Sir Harold caught wind and cold occasionally and could not get up from his bed. He almost died. At the critical moment, Aemon blocked the bloodletting treatment of Grand Bachelor Melos and collected some common herbs from the valley for treatment. The young and powerful Lord Commander of the Kingsguard had a strong will to survive and really survived. From then on, Harold was grateful and regarded his Royal Highness as his nephew. What are you talking about? Alicent walked over, carrying a bunch of children. Aemon raised his eyes and saw that the other party had changed from the usual light green skirt to a gorgeous black and red skirt. If you come earlier, you can hear it. Rhaenyra changed her face and said coldly. With a smile on her face, Alicent sat down and said, "Your father has decided to let you tour the 7 countries. There are countless young talents along the way. I wish you can choose the right man." Rhaenyra's eyebrows stood up, her eyes turned cold. Aemon had no choice but to hold his forehead and pretend to be deaf and dumb. He understood his uncle's suffering. Caught between 2 women, any hero would have to peel off a layer of skin. "Okay, let's not talk about politics at dinner." Viserys waved his hand to reverse the stiff atmosphere. Waiting for the servants to serve the dishes. Looking at his nephew, he took the initiative to ask, "Is there any news about your father? If the 2 sides are engaged, Daemon must be present." "No." Aemon shook his head. "He lives in the Stepstones and never sends news. The father and son have similar personalities. Daemon didn't send him a message, and he didn't send Daemon a message. It's enough for each other to know that the father/son is still alive." Viserys nodded slightly and changed the subject. "Rhaenyra is going out to tour the 7 kingdoms, visit those vassal nobles, and relax by the way. Explain for his daughter to avoid misunderstandings." Aemon smiled. Seeing that he didn't take it to heart, Viserys breathed a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced at the same time. The old man Miras's idea was indeed good. When they heard that Rhaenyra was going to tour and choose a husband, their relationship improved visibly. "What else do you need when you return to the Vale this time?" Viserys was in a good mood and felt that 300 craftsmen were too stingy. It could not show the generosity of his king. Aemon's eyes lit up and he climbed up the ladder. "I don't have any other requirements, but I want to ask for something from the cellar of the Red Keep." "What?" Viserys was alert. "Don't you want to move Balerian's skull away? It won't affect your worship of Bael Ryan, it's just an existence gathering dust in a corner." Aemon kept it a secret, fearing that he would be rejected if he said it out. Well. Viserys was skeptical. The promise had been made, of course he couldn't break it. The 2 chatted harmoniously. Alicent picked up her daughter Helena, handed her to Aemon, and said, "You're leaving tomorrow, and the little ones miss you." "Really?" Aemon took the chubby little girl and sat her on his lap. "Brother." Helena pouted, took out a shell from her pocket with her little hand, raised it over her head and handed it to her cousin. "This is her little baby." "Thank you." Aemon was a little surprised and rubbed the little girl's head. 9 updates today. There will be another update later. Thank you for reading and subscribing. Chapter 82. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Chapter 82. The arrow leaving the string, silver wings. The next day. Mudgate, harbor. Aemon stood tall and straight, watching the ship carrying the craftsmen sail away. "You have to leave too." Alicent looked at her with regret and wished he could stay a few more days. "I'll come back when I can." Aemon smiled slightly and looked at the 3 little bean sprouts at the opponent's feet. Aegon had a stinking look on his face, sticking his butt out to study the cracks in the bricks. Helena held her mother's hand and lay behind the hem of the fiery red skirt, quietly watching her brother who had adopted her little baby. "I really want to come back." Aemon stood next to his sister, also looking at his cousin who laughed often. "It's kind of cool, and it will teach Aegon a lesson." "What a good man." Hiss. A giant golden dragon slowly crawled over, stretching its neck and roaring. Rhaenyra was dressed in a dragon-riding outfit, full of confidence. "Aemon, it's time for us to go." "Okay." Aemon responded. From now on, the opponent's parade to choose a husband officially begins. White Knight Cole has led the Princess Honor Guard to set off early and rush to the first stop of the royal territory. The Rosby family of Rosby City. "Your Royal Highness, you can return to the Red Castle if you are fine." Rhaenyra walked vigorously and looked at Alicent provocatively. "She is a Targaryen. Both she and Aemon can ride dragons." "You're right." With deep eyes, Alicent walked up to Aemon, held her face in her hands, and kissed him gently on both sides. Then, he warned, "If you need anything, please write to me and Old Town Hightower will help you." Aemon. He touched both sides of his cheeks, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Do you want to play this big?" Although he does not break etiquette, he is no longer a child. "Be careful on the road." Allison pursed her lips and walked away with a bunch of children. Bye. Helena and Emond held hands and politely turned back to say goodbye. Only then did Rhaenyra, who was almost petrified, wake up from the shock. The next second. Rhaenyra was furious. She held Emond's face and wiped it hard, cursing as she wiped it. What is she going to do? What is she going to do? Damn Allison. Not to mention the father who seduced her, who else did he want to attack? Emond had a black line on his face and tried to stay away from the place of right and wrong as quickly as possible. Let's set off too. You are not allowed to return to King's Landing while I am away. Rhaenyra was on alert. Emond nodded. Blackwater Bay. Boom. A huge bronze dragon soared past, its wings swept by the strong wind, and its long and thick tail divided the waves. Aemon enjoyed the wind and turned his head to look back. Hiss. Rhaenyra chased Syrax all the way, following the rise and fall of the waves. Not long after, we arrived at Dragonstone Island. Wormizar landed slowly, his brown wings covering a large area of beach, and hot breath sprayed from his mouth and nose. Aemon's body swayed and his eyes fell on the towering dragon mountain. Conquering the mountain clans requires a force, and the same goes for defending the valleys. Wormizar's dragon clone has no skills, and the Grey Shadow is too small to be useful. Therefore, he decided to awaken a dragon. Hiss. Syrax caught up, hovering overhead and hissing. Land, Syrax. Rhaenyra spoke High Valyrian with a clear voice. Syrax's eyes flashed with curiosity, he folded his wings obediently, and landed next to the giant bronze dragon. A very docile dragon. Aemon saw it and couldn't help but feel envious in his heart. The companion dragon hatched in the cradle is more willing to obey the driver's instructions than the dragon that is tamed halfway. Wormizar has a bad temper and a strong sense of autonomy. When fighting, cooperate 100% with the driver. On weekdays, he transforms into a grumpy old dragon and refuses to listen to anything he doesn't like. Aemon, are you sure you want to wake up Silverwing? Rhaenyra rolled over and jumped off the dragon's back, looking worried. Don't worry, I'm sure. Aemon smiled confidently. Silverwing is the companion dragon of her great-grandmother, the good Queen Alicent Targaryen. The temperament is the same as that of its owner, both are notoriously docile. Moreover, Silverwing and Wormizar are still the only partners. This trip is not about taming the Silverwings. Just wake it up and move it to the river valley. With one more adult dragon in charge, the valley will be fortified. Rhaenyra was powerless to stop her and said seriously, I wish you success. She finally saw it. Dragon is the most important trump card. Instead of being tamed by the Valyrian family, the family's dragons could benefit Alicent's children. It is better to move to the river valley to weaken the enemy forces. Hiss dash. Wormizar roared, flapped his wings and flew towards Longshan. It couldn't wait any longer. Longshan. Wormizar hovered halfway up the mountainside and entered the broken entrance of the smoking cave. Bang. Aemon climbed off the dragon's back, his boots crunching against the gravel. Wormizar glanced at the driver, raised his head and sniffed around, but it was still a familiar smell. I'm going to wake it up. You stay here and don't move. Aemon rubbed his bronze jaw, a reminder was necessary. In the relationship between humans and dragons, the first impression is the most important. If he wanted to get Silverwing's help, he had to wake it up himself. If Wormizar awakens his partner, the Silverwings can only serve as a companion and will not establish a friendly relationship with him. Grey Shadow was abducted by him, very obedient. Roar. Wormizar's pupils turned, and his huge body curled up, indicating that he knew. Wait for my good news. Aemon lit a torch and walked deeper into the smoking cave. The last time he came, he only explored half of the smoking cave, which was the platform altar where Wormizar was sleeping. And behind it was the nest where Silverwing was sleeping. Time flew by. Aemon walked in the dim tunnel, using the light of the torch to see the front clearly. There was stinking mud under his feet, and every step was deeply sank into it, and black mud splashed when he pulled out his boots. It was all made of dragon excrement. Whoosh. Suddenly, wind blew out from the depths of the tunnel. Aemon pricked up his ears and vaguely heard the snoring of the dragon. We're almost there. He was refreshed and his feet sped up. Finally, he entered a cave in the mountain with a spacious interior and an exit carved out of the stone wall. Holyalu. A silver-gray dragon was lying on the ground, with its huge head resting on the tip of its tail, and its majestic chest rising and falling with the snoring. Silver wing. Iman's heart was surging, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Watching from afar, he saw the true face of the dragon. The hard silver-gray scales all over its body exuded a metallic luster under the light from the top of the cave. Its body was well-proportioned, and the surface of its body was smooth without tiny thorns. The dragon's head was gorgeous in appearance, quite similar to Syrax, with 3 pairs of dragon horns of different sizes growing on both sides, all covered with a layer of keratin. One of the dragon horns on the left lower jaw was broken in half for some unknown reason. It seemed that it had been on the battlefield, or it was broken when fighting with the dragon. What a beautiful dragon! Iman sighed from the bottom of his heart and stepped forward lightly. His deepest impression of Silverwing was its pair of silver wings shining with cold light. Like 2 gate knives, they can cut off all obstacles. Swish! Suddenly, Silverwing opened his eyelids without warning, and his cold vertical pupils showed vigilance. Iman's whole body froze, as if he was being stared at by his natural enemy. This feeling was fleeting, and courage and boldness emerged in his heart, and he slowly raised his palm. Look at me, Silverwing. Today is the 10th update. It's perfect, 10 chapters were released on the day of the release. Friends, please give me some help and reward me with some monthly tickets, rewards, etc. Ball. Chapter 83, Glutton Sheep Thief. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Roar. Eni glanced sideways, and slowly climbed up with his huge body, spreading his wings in an offensive posture. The order was issued in High Valyrian with a command that could not be refused. And this tough attitude stimulated the dragon's rebellious psychology. Eamon looked firm and shouted again, "Stop the fight, Silver Wings." The dragons awakened from their slumber, each one filled with rage. If you want to be comforted, you must not be afraid. Hiss. The silver-winged eyes were cold, and he roared angrily at the silver-haired boy, opening a big dragon kiss to accumulate dragon flames. Eamon came face to face with it and clearly saw the dragon flame form. Orange-yellow flames mixed with silver-gray flames gathered in a swirling shape on the dragon's upper jaw. No. No dragon flames. Eamon's blood boiled, and his voice was heard above the roar of the dragon. Roar. Silver Wings tilted its head over the dragon's head, and its nostrils twitched hard, as if it smelled a familiar smell. Those with partners and offspring. There is also a sweet smell similar to that of the previous driver, a blood connection. After a slight hesitation, the dragon flames in his throat disappeared. Don't panic, Silver Wing. Eamon raised one hand high and moved forward cautiously. Come out with me and see the sky outside. Roar. Silver Wing's vertical pupils blinked slightly, his slender neck stretched out, and he brought the dragon's head close to the silver-haired boy. Move gently and have a friendly attitude. Eamon thought so and walked a few steps faster with a smile. Hiss. Eni suddenly turned around and hit the silver-haired boy's chest with a dragon's kiss, causing a direct parabola. Damn it, how dare you wake it from sleep? Don't even think about cheating again. Plop. Eamon's vision went dark, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness came over him, and he fell to the gravel ground like a kite with its string broken. Ahem. My head was buzzing, and I almost couldn't even take a breath. After waiting for a while, he slowly got up from the ground. Hey, what a dark move. Eamon felt dizzy and shook his head. Thanks to, solid as a rock, otherwise he would have been severely disabled if not dead. Roar. Silver Wing's eyes widened, wondering if the silver-haired boy could still get up, and the dragon's head was lowered almost to the ground. At first glance, it looks like a curious cat. Eamon took 2 steps forward and smiled dumbly. I am satisfied now. It is truly an adult dragon. No matter how good-tempered he is, he cannot tolerate provocation. You must know that during the blood sowing, there were not 100 but also 80 dragon species that died in the mouths of the pair of dragons, Vermisur and Silver Wing. It is not as docile as the rumors say, and anyone can ride it. Roar. Eni didn't believe in evil. The dragon's head slowly approached, and he arched lightly and quickly. Eamon opened his arms and allowed the female dragon to thrust back and forth. The panel prompt sounded early in my ears. Discover a creature containing special magic, and obtain plus 100 essence. Bring up the personal panel. Eamon Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 41.5%. Skills, Binding Spell Zon, Proficient, Archery, Always Hitting the Mark, Expert Empty Hand, Proficient. Magic cards, Strong, Blue, Rock Solid, Intermediate, Purple, Kingly Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Double Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3. Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Animal. Evaluation, the bloodline is steadily improving. You can try to learn advanced dragon control skills. Plop. Silverwing arched 3 times in a row, knocking the person to the ground. Eamon lay down and lay there, feeling the depression in his chest clear. I spent 100 points of essence in vain, and my bloodline purity increased by 5%. This trip to Longshan has been a guaranteed profit. Hey, why is there no movement? Eamon waited for a long time and was not harassed. When I turned around, I saw a sewage channel where a dragon's excrement collected. I couldn't help but shudder. It's a good thing I didn't fall in, otherwise it would stink like hell. Roar. The dragon's low roar came again, with more profound meaning and less liveliness and restlessness. Eamon stood up and looked up to see the silver wings in front of him. The silver-winged dragon's head was lowered, and its huge body was lying on the ground, revealing the ebony saddle on its back. Eamon was stunned when he saw this, and then laughed. It seems that he has been recognized by the third dragon. Follow me, Silver Wing. Eamon did not ask for trouble by riding, leaving behind a swift and powerful figure. Eni tilted his dragon head, expressing confusion. But seeing him leave, he instinctively chose to follow him. Boom. A pair of silver wings supported the ground, and its huge body glowed with metallic luster, like a giant war beast. The total length is over 50 meters, similar to the second-generation dragon Minghua and the third-generation dragon Melias. Not distinguished by size, but both gorgeous and rich. In the cave, Wormizar was lying in a ball. Look who I brought out, big guy. Eamon trudged through the mud, a smile spreading across his lips. Roar. Wormizar opened his vertical pupils, glanced at the driver, and at the same time, he noticed the deep tunnel from the corner of his eye. Rumble. A giant silver-gray dragon followed step by step, its head slowly emerging from the shadows. Wormizar's vertical pupils suddenly shrank, and the bronze scales all over his body stood up. The silver-winged vertical pupils are indifferent, and the appearance is fierce and elegant. Let's go out for a walk. Eamon climbed up the rope ladder to the dragon's back with great anticipation. Roar. Seeing this, Silverwing opened his dragon mouth, his sharp fangs showing his anger. Woomisel roared and turned to crawl towards the cave entrance. Fly, Woomisel. Eamon was keenly aware of the strangeness of the dragon under his crotch and gave a command to test it. Hiss. Woomisel jumped down from the cave entrance without hesitation. Eamon narrowed his eyes slightly, only felt the strong wind blowing, and couldn't help cheering. Dragon Flame. Subconsciously, he gave the command. Woomisel plunged into the sky, and the huge dragon mouth spewed out dragon flames, breaking through the thick clouds. Hiss. Silverwing followed closely behind, flapping a pair of silver wings to chase. Woomisel's pupils were cold, and he lowered his head to avoid the bronze dragon flames, and dived down at high speed. Eamon closed his eyes tightly, and his long silver-gold hair fluttered in the wind. Ha ha ha. He still laughed. Hiss. Silverwing smashed through the dragon flames, and the metallic color of his scales became brighter, and he let out a melodious and sharp dragon roar. Eamon shook his head and opened his eyes a little. He found that Silverwing loved to sing. While soaring and singing, he was somewhat similar to Korakshu, who was used to intimidating enemies with sharp shouts. Stone Drum Tower. Hearing the roar of the dragon, Rhaenyra hurried to the front yard to watch. She saw 2 giant dragons, one bronze and one silver-gray, entwined and dancing in the clouds at high altitude. Dragon Flame. Eamon's voice suddenly sounded, giving orders. Hiss. Wormizer raised his head and roared, and the bright copper flames sprayed wantonly. Hiss. Silverwing followed suit, spewing out a vortex of dragon flames, and his body flexibly swayed left and right. Rhaenyra was surprised. Great, he succeeded. Not only did he awaken Silverwing, he could also make it fly with him and command it to spit out dragon flames. This is no different from driving a dragon. Hiss. Silax crawled from behind, looked up at the two dragons and roared. It was like announcing its existence. At the foot of Dragon Mountain. Boom. Wormizer and Silverwing flew over one after another, sweeping up gusts of strong wind. Aemon closed his eyes and quietly established a connection with the two dragons. After the blood was purified to more than 40%, there was an additional inspiration in the dark. It seemed that as long as he wanted, he could deepen the bond with the dragon. It was not the kind of telepathic induction when driving a dragon to fight. It was a weak connection that could sense each other's body and mind at all times. Just like at this moment, he could feel the strong flame in Wormizer's heart, which would burn and destroy without reason once it erupted. In the past, he comforted it with words and actions. Now, just use the collision of hearts. Hiss. Silverwing flew above the head of a man and a dragon, without establishing any connection, but flew with them instinctively. One is a partner, and the other is very attractive. That's why it didn't leave. The two dragons flew side by side, immediately attracting countless eyes. The rocky back of Longshan Mountain. A skinny dragon with a brown mud body and ugly appearance was eating. Hiss. The dragon was attracted by the roar and looked up vigilantly. The dragon mouth held a charred sheep carcass with blood and threw it away with the movement. One of the 3 wild dragons on Dragonstone Island. The ugliest appearance, the dragon wings are like devil claws, and it is a freak who often steals sheep and eats sheep. It is called a sheep thief by the residents of the island. Hiss. The sheep thief's vertical pupils are flexible, and his nostrils are slightly flaring. He followed the smell of the two dragons. It wants to see what's going on. If both dragons leave, Dragon Mountain will be its lair. And there is another terrorist who shares the same idea with it. A remote corner of Dragon Mountain. Crackling. The harsh noise of crushing stones, scratches on the hard rocks. Roar. A thick, long, and powerful dragon tail covered with black scales flashed by. Just looking at the tail, the size is definitely not small. The behemoth quietly drilled into Dragon Mountain, faintly heard the sound of sniffing, looking for delicious food. Noon. Aemon drove Wormizer and led Silverwing to fly out of Dragonstone Island and soar over Blackwater Bay. Hiss. Silverwing was very happy and especially liked to fly around. One person and 2 dragons soared for a long time, reluctantly returning to Dragonstone Island. Boom. As soon as they returned to the island, an explosion occurred halfway up Dragon Mountain. A dark green flame like smoke and mist rushed out of the mountain, just like a wildfire exploding. Hiss. A mud dragon screamed and rushed out in panic. Its body was stained with dark green dragon flames, emitting a rotten stench. Is it a wild dragon? Aemon was stunned for a moment, grabbed the handle and didn't rush to land. Wormisol smelled the stench, and his copper-bright vertical pupils flashed a fierce look, looking around for the damned fellow. At the same time, a huge monster as black as carbon crawled out of the cave, its claws tightly grasped the rock, hiding in the dark green dragon flame. Aemon narrowed his eyes and vaguely saw a vague outline emerging in the dark green dragon flame. Swish. Suddenly, a pair of green vertical pupils full of cunning, coldness, and evil appeared, staring at him coldly. Hiss. Hiss. The wing membrane of the sheep thief's wings burned sporadic holes, and it wailed and was about to fall. The green vertical pupils turned to stare at it, revealing the desire to eat. In an instant, bloodthirsty instincts overcame reason. Hiss. A black shadow rushed out and pounced on the frightened mud dragon. Thank you to Mila Demon King for the 5,000 points reward. Thank you to Liming Jushur, Book Friend 2090119093811190, and Book Friend 202011072248536009 for the 1,500 points reward. Thank you to Taixuyuan for the 588 reading coins reward. Thank you to Kongshan Qingyu for the 200 points reward. And many friends, thank you very much for the precious monthly tickets and rewards. I will post one chapter in the early morning and continue to write during the day. I will set a precise time to update in the future. Chapter 84, Dragon's Dance, subscribe. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Boom. The bright copper dragon flame fell from the sky and hit the huge black shadow accurately. Roar. Under the baptism of dragon flames, a terrifying giant dragon whose body was as black as carbon revealed its true appearance. Those green vertical pupils stared viciously at the same kind that attacked it. Hiss dash. Wormizer was even more imposing and condescending. Eamon saw the black dragon clearly and said in shock, Glutton. The largest and oldest wild dragon on Dragonstone. Known for stealing dragon eggs and preying on baby dragons, he is known as the Glutton. What a vicious dragon. Eamon looked at it carefully. It has scales as black as carbon, green vertical pupils, a thorn-like barb all over its back, and its wings are wide and large. Especially the huge dragon kiss, with its jet-black fangs exposed, and drops of fishy saliva dripping from it. The salivary night corroded large areas of vegetation, turning it into a withered and desolate wasteland. Roar. The glutton roared into the sky, ignoring the two giant dragons in the sky, and once again pounced on the mud dragon that was trying to escape. Hunting is its goal. Stop it. Without thinking, Eamon felt the desire to kill this evil dragon. Boom. Wormizer swooped down, and the dragon's kiss continued to shine with copper and dragon flames, pouring out like a volcanic eruption. Silverwing hesitated for a moment and followed behind his partner. At this time, the sheep thief fell to the ground, his already thin body covered with scars, whimpering and whining. Not only is it long and ugly, but its roar is also very unpleasant. None of the giant dragons present paid attention to it, they were all wary of the imminent melee. Boom. The glutton stopped midway, raised his head and sprayed out green dragon flames. The two dragon flames collided and burst into brilliant flames. The copper is bright like boiling water, and the green is like mist. The two are incompatible with each other, and a layer of acrid white smoke covers a radius of several miles, resembling clouds floating up Longshan Mountain. Attack, Wormizer. Eamon shook his body and gritted his teeth to give the order. The glutton turned his head sideways, as if he heard the human cry, and stared at the sky with his green vertical pupils. Hiss dash. Wormizer suddenly rushed out, swooping down with a pair of sharp claws like an eagle, stepping on the black dragon's head and passing by. Stab. The glutton was unable to evade, and a large number of scales were torn off the top of his head, and hot dragon blood flowed gurglingly. The 3 pairs of pale horned crowns were already ferocious, but they became even more evil when stained with blood. Hiss. Silverwing followed closely behind, swaying past and spitting out a swirling dragon flame. The glutton's wings are covered in front of him, and the jet-black wing membrane is like a black umbrella, blocking extremely powerful long-range attacks. Eamon glanced back and said in surprise, the wing membrane is so thick that it can even block dragon flames. Just like this, when the two giant dragons met, they compared the size difference. Gluttony is worthy of being called the largest and oldest wild dragon. The body length is estimated to be over 70 meters, and the body is strong and powerful, several times larger than Silverwing. It's such an old dragon. Eamon's expression changed slightly. The dragon's body size continues to grow with age, and it will also appear old with its length. The typical one is Vagor. The 160-year-old creature has saggy skin, sparse temple tips, and droopy skin along its lower jaw and neck. The same goes for Wormisol. Wormizer is over 80 years old, and its size grows much faster than ordinary dragons, which also gives it a sense of vicissitudes of a 100-year-old dragon. At a glance, one can realize that this giant dragon has experienced years of development. And the glutton in front of me. Those green vertical pupils as deep as the abyss are definitely not the look that an ordinary giant dragon should have. At least approaching 100 years old. Roar. Being attacked one after another, the glutton became furious and flapped its dark wings to chase after him. Don't give it a chance to get close. Eamon made a prompt decision and drove the dragon up Dragon Mountain. Boom. The glutton is like a black comet, extremely fast, raising its head and spitting out green dragon flames. Dodge. Eamon's pupils narrowed and he ducked sideways. Wormizer turned around and brushed one of the dragon's wings to avoid it. Hiss. Silverwing was not so lucky. He was hit in the back by the green dragon flame and lost his balance and screamed midway. The glutton was hungry and rushed towards the silver-gray dragon. Boom. Two giant dragons collided, one clawed and the other clawed, and they started fighting without giving in. Eni has a gentle personality, but he is very tough in battle, and he can suppress his opponent for a while. Click. Biting the glutton's shoulder blade, the jet-black scales shattered inch by inch, and dragon blood spurted out. Roar. The glutton roared and bit Silverwing's neck, as if to kill it. Attack, Wormizer. Eamon's shout came again. Wormizer raised his head and roared, and his body was like a cannonball, hitting the glutton in the fight. Compared to the opponents who have shrunk to Dragonstone Island and only attack dragon eggs and young dragons, it has undoubtedly richer combat experience and is more aware of the weaknesses of its kind. Stab. A pair of sharp claws locked the neck and tore the chest apart, and the weight of the entire body pressed on the opponent. Gluttony groaned and let go of Silverwings. Dragon Flame. Eamon leaned on the dragon's back and seized the moment. Hiss dash. Wormizer charged up a mouthful of bright copper dragon flame, and poured it on the black dragon's head like a flood, and the billowing copper water splashed and dripped all over the sky. The green vertical pupils of the glutton showed horror, and were engulfed by the dragon flames in an instant. Roar. The smell of burnt white smoke filled the air, and the pitch-black dragon fell from midair. The bronze dragon and the silver-gray dragon rushed out of the white smoke one after another, flying like lovebirds, circling over Dragon Mountain. The next second, the pitch-black dragon crashed to the ground, raising dust and smoke all over the ground. Is it dead? Eamon leaned over to observe, his knuckles clenching the handle white. This old dragon that devoured its own kind was too cruel, and it would sooner or later be a disaster if it stayed on Dragonstone. Stone Drum Tower. Rhaenyra was stunned, witnessing the fierce dragon fight that happened in an instant. Before she could react, the pitch-black dragon fell. Hiss. Syrax was extremely agitated, the dragon head arched to the driver, and he lowered his body to fight. For some reason, seeing the two dragons soaring in the sky, the dragon blood kept boiling. It seemed to come from the call of blood. The black dragon is already seriously injured. Rhaenyra was stunned for a moment, hugging the arch-dragon head. Syrax didn't listen, opened her mouth and grabbed the driver's skirt, and dragged him to her body. Rhaenyra couldn't stop him, and her expression was neither funny nor sad. Without the dragon's drag, he stepped on the saddle and gave the order, "Fly, Syrax." Hiss. Syrax screamed excitedly, flapping his wide flesh wings vigorously. The same scene happened in the nest under the Dragon Mountain. Hiss. Hiss. A heavy stone door was embedded in the mountain, and two sharp cries of different sounds came from behind. Elder, the young dragons are out of control. A young dragon keeper ran out from behind the stone door, his silver short hair burned black. The old dragon keeper looked solemn and warned, "Is the chain secure?" The young dragons have never rioted before. As soon as the voice fell. Boom. Boom. There were two crisp cracking sounds, and the flames shot up to the sky from behind the stone door. "Get out of the way." The old dragon keeper was horrified and pulled his assistant to lie down on the ground. Hiss. Hiss. The heavy stone door was instantly broken, and two subadult dragons over 10 meters long spewed dragon flames and rushed into the intricate underground nest. One had golden scales all over its body, its wing membrane was light pink, and its appearance was extraordinary. When it flew into the sun, it was golden all over, so dazzling. The other had cobalt blue scales, its lower jaw extended to its abdomen in copper foil color, its body was well proportioned and its wingspan was wider than that of ordinary dragons. To make up for it. Without. Rhaenyra's voice was soft and she leaned her head on the other person's shoulder. Very generous and not extravagant at all. Eamon glanced sideways and couldn't bear to push away. He was close to Rhaenyra. When I was a child, I would often sleep with her arms in my arms, and be molested under the covers. Thanks. Rhaenyra spoke first. Aemon said, "You're welcome. Do you know what I'm grateful for?" "Have no idea." The corner of Aemon's mouth curled up slightly. "Please be quiet. You really haven't changed at all since you were a little bear." Rhaenyra almost lost her breath and said, holding back her anger, "Alicent is very important to you, but you have been helping me overtly and covertly, right? Don't think she's stupid, she can see it. The other party has been on her side since childhood." Aemon turned his head in surprise. Did he realize it? Rhaenyra raised her head, and the emotions she had accumulated over the years exploded, hoping. "The valley is closed and conservative. How about staying with me in King's Landing?" As he spoke, he grabbed each other's hands. What it means is beyond words. Aemon was startled at first and remained silent for a while. "The veil is my foundation. Will you choose to give up Dragonstone or the Iron Throne? He has a lot to work towards. Stop the tragedy of the Dance of Blood Dragons, build a city of your own, and live an arrogant and domineering life with Vormissol. The first one was for my great-grandfather and for my own family. The last two are due to his temporary short-sightedness." Staying to help Rhaenyra, what should Alicent do? Looking at the main figures of the Black and Green parties during the Dance of the Dragons, every one of them was going crazy. He sometimes wondered whether to replace it. Let him sit on the iron chair over there, lest these stupid guys lose the family dragon. "I knew you wouldn't agree." Rhaenyra remained calm, as if she had expected this outcome. "Aemon, have you seriously considered it during the day?" Rhaenyra sat up and said fiercely, "My father chose you as the wife of the king. Do you agree?" Another straight shot to the face. Aemon was stunned for a moment and opened his mouth not knowing what to say. He actually liked Rhaenyra quite a bit. Although the silly eldest sister is silly, she is really nice to him. "You don't need to answer. I'll find the answer myself." Rhaenyra's eyes were firm, and she turned over and straddled her legs cross-legged, grabbing the opponent's head. Aemon was forced to raise his head and his eyes met those purple eyes. Their eyes met again, and time seemed to stand still. There is no tacit understanding during the day, and there is no misunderstanding of language. Compared to the extremely aggressive Rhaenyra, Aemon's eyes were somewhat evasive. He tried to turn his head, but was pulled back by his bare hands. Stare at it for a while. 1 second, 2 seconds. Quite a while. Rhaenyra tilted her head, her beautiful eyes sparkled, and she smiled. "Aemon, your eyes cannot deceive you." The branches of laughter trembled wildly, declaring the joy of victory. The other party sees her. Mind your image. Aemon was quite speechless. Turn your head and look, no one is blind. He still liked Lanner's gentle character more, and she seemed to be a considerate and good wife at first glance. You have bad intentions. Rhaenyra seemed to be enlightened and grabbed the other person's chin. Aemon gave her a hard look. But to be fair, Rhaenyra wasn't bad either. In terms of appearance alone, there is no one in the entire King's Landing or even the Crownland who can fight better than her. Even the elegant Alicent, or the beautiful and generous Lana. Especially her high nose bridge and rosy red lips, which inexplicably have a seductive appeal. Wait, I'm not right. Aemon's pupils trembled slightly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't pay attention to these details before. You are sweating. Rhaenyra examined. Aemon lowered his head in guilt. He was guilty, and the friendship had deteriorated. Give you a reward. Rhaenyra raised the corners of her lips, put her hands behind her back and loosened her skirt. You. As soon as Aemon opened his mouth, a touch of whiteness hit his face. A faint creamy aroma filled his cavity. Outside the gods' wood. Cole stood tall and glanced back at the scene under the weirwood. He was anxious at first and then shocked, and he took a step and stopped. His duty was to protect the princess, not to disturb the princess's good things. Cole turned his back quickly, unable to hide his disappointment. If you don't behave yourself, something will happen sooner or later. The Queen's bedroom. Alicent was wearing a green skirt, her hands knocked on the glass window, her eyes fixed on the bottom. From the bird's-eye view, you can just see the god's wood. His forehead against the slightly shaking dragon's neck. To conquer a smart and capable subordinate, you have to show the corresponding courage. Nothing is more shocking than a giant dragon. Roar. Vormissol glanced sideways, and the dragon's head was slightly raised, ready to set off. "How is it?" Eamon asked with his head tilted. I. Johanna stammered for a moment, a touch of surprise appeared in her eyes, and she laughed from the bottom of her heart. She saw the sincerity of His Royal Highness. Just like her burning heart at this moment. The best expression is not language. Eamon read her excitement through her eyes. The number of housekeepers +1. Hiss. After a while, Wumazur roared into the air, carrying 2 figures into the sky. It was close to noon. In the river valley, at the foot of the mountain. "How is the preparation?" Eamon strode over and asked the White Knight in charge of supervision. Steve said truthfully, "The obstacles have been cleared, and the old craftsman has measured the uniform height of the ground and is compacting the foundation." Eamon nodded and roughly scanned it. At the foot of the mountain in front of him, a flat open space with a length and width of half a kilometer was cleared. All around were the stones that had been moved away, piled up like mountains in different categories. Waiting for subsequent use. In the open space, the surface is paved with a 1-meter-thick mixture of sand, gravel, and clay. 3,000 people used wooden mallets or stone crushers to repeat the tamping action all the time. "I'll give it a try." With a thought, Eamon found the solid ground and stamped his foot. There was a muffled sound, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. Steve said, "Prince, this is all built to the highest standards and is absolutely solid." Barely passed. Eamon was not very satisfied. What can you do with a 1-meter-thick foundation? His strength was enough to create a shallow mark, which proved that the tamping was not thorough enough. Although he did not intend to build a towering tower like Harrenhal, he could not ignore the hardness of the foundation. This is the level of architecture in Westeros. Eamon shook his head secretly. Put it aside here first and check the first batch of building materials provided by the card. The location is not far, just a few minutes away. Prince, I have counted them all. Johanna had a seductive look in her eyes and handed over a list. Eamon took a quick look. Bricks, tiles, beams, and grain are all available, and there are plenty of each. The quality of these materials is unexpectedly high, unlike products from Westeros. Johanna said calmly. Really, how high? Eamon paid no attention as he inspected the carefully stacked building materials one by one. Starting from the bricks, each piece is 1 foot long and 3 inches thick. It looks like green bricks fired in the kiln. The tiles are also not simple. The sound of knocking is clear and sweet, and the tiles are as green as leaves. At a glance, there are hundreds of piles of bricks and tiles stacked separately, with no less than 1 million bricks. Beams vary in quality. The most precious among them are the 12 golden nanma trees, all of which are rare treasures 1 meter in diameter. The beams used as the main hall are just right. The minimum amount of food is enough for 3,000 people to have 3 meals a day for a month. As expected of a red card, building a palace is nothing more than that. The more Eamon looked at it, the happier he became, and the depression he had felt just now disappeared. According to the task list of Kyonglyuyu. 1. Provide sufficient materials. 2. Recruit 3,000 people to start construction and control the construction period and speed. From these 2 points, it is easy to see that he does not need to worry about material issues, and can even artificially speed up the process. At this moment, the card shows, not fully activated, progress time is 1 year. 1 year is quite fast. Rhaenyra's tour will take another 1.5 years. Eamon was so satisfied. Don't pay attention to the words inactive. It means that the palace has not been built yet and does not count as official construction. When the time comes, he will activate the card, and subsequent building materials will follow. Prince, if Mrs. Leia asks, what shall we say? Johanna was always cautious. Is a problem. Eamon rolled his eyes and leaned closer and said, just say I bought it from the Free Trade City. There is no need to answer anything else. Cards automatically reduce the suspicion of others. I asked if I bought it from across the strait. After that, Eamon continued to inspect other materials. Long lakeside. It is a vast lake with green pods floating on the surface. This lake is led inland from the strait and connected to a long river from the north, hence its name. Hey, hey, hey. A dozen old craftsmen took the lead, leading thousands of young boys and girls to work hard. Some shoveled sand and clay, others fetched water, and finally mixed it into mud. A yellow-faced young man wearing a coarse academic robe and tall and thin as a hemp stalk was supervising. "Your Highness the Prince." From a distance, I saw a silver-haired young man arriving with someone. The young bachelor bowed slightly and saluted respectfully. Aemon had a guess. "Who are you?" "My name is Mukuin, the nephew of Bachelor Shiosi from Runestone City." Scholar Mukuin calmly introduced his origins. Eamon's eyes flashed and he said calmly, "You are Bachelor Mukun. You are a famous name that I have admired for a long time." At the end of the Dance of the Blood Dragons, this person replaced the previous Grand Bachelor who had absconded from the Green Party and became the new Grand Bachelor recommended by the city. He also compiled relevant history books about Dance of the Blood Dragon. "Unexpectedly, you are actually the nephew of old Bachelor Shios." Eamon's expression was calm, but his heart was slightly excited. What is the most lacking thing in the river valley? Talent. Guilt appeared on Bachelor Mukun's sallow face, and he apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry, Uncle Hugh sent me a message before, and I agreed. However, the school made temporary arrangements to repair it, so I continued my further studies in the school for another 4 years." Eamon waved his hand. "It doesn't matter, just come." He is generous on the outside but sneers on the inside. "If you dare to let me go for 4 years, you are just a skinny guy waiting to pay off your debts like a cow or a horse." Bachelor Mukuin was just starting out, and his mind was relatively simple, but his face turned to gratitude. He raised his hand and introduced to His Highness the Prince, "You see, this mud is a mixture of fine sand from the lakeside and clay excavated from the mountains. It is considered to be the best among the mud." Hearing this, Eamon thought of the materials not provided by the card, such as putty that acts as an adhesive. These materials are relatively common and can be found ready-made in the river valleys, and there is no need to transport them from outside. Just use local materials. As soon as his thoughts changed, Eamon looked at the finished plaster and asked, "Is it strong for laying bricks?" Bachelor Mukuin spread his hands. "We don't have any better materials." Eamon's eyelids were twitching wildly, and he was trying to hone his energy. "You are from the academy, do you have a better plan?" "Yes, lime," Mr. Mukun answered. Yaimon seemed to have been enlightened and smiled. "Yes, burn lime. In the era without cement, slaked lime is one of the strongest adhesives." With this thought, he turned his head and looked at the towering mountains. Halfway up the mountain, a deep cave appeared. Hiss! A string was plucked in my heart, and a sound came from the dark cave, and a huge dragon head slowly emerged. Build infrastructure, conquer mountain clans, expand the army. Step by step, the prince is going to stand up. If there is anything unreasonable, you can raise it in the chapter, and I will correct it. First of all, I am still a little unfamiliar with farming. Chapter 87. The dragon also has to work on the ground. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Womother stretched out his dragon head, his bronze pupils were very impatient, and he opened his dragon mouth angrily and growled. It had just returned to its new home, and something happened as soon as it turned around. What does the driver want to do? Help me, Womother. Eamon was thick-skinned and waved his hands vigorously at the bronze dragon. Roar. Womother was very angry and flew over from the new nest with his wings spread. From its low and muffled roar, it can be heard that the curse sounded very dirty. Boom. The bronze dragon slowly landed, and the fine sand flew several feet high. The boys and girls carrying water were so scared that their faces turned pale and fell to the ground on the spot, and some fell directly into the water. Those who can swim, save them quickly. Maester Mukun was anxious and steady, urging people to go into the water to salvage. Steve took off his armor and white robe without saying a word, went into the water, and picked up the drowning people one by one. Thank you for your hard work, sir. Eamon handed him a white robe to wipe it. These boys and girls are not natives of Runestone City, but orphans recruited from King's Landing. He didn't want to let them go, so he had to treat them well. The episode was over. Eamon found a pile of limestone. Limestone is usually white or brown, soft and easy to break. It is a common stone that can be found everywhere. Prince. Johanna's eyes sparkled, guessing what was going to be done. Maester Mukun saw the audacity of His Royal Highness in just a few minutes, and led the rest of the people to retreat quickly. Dragon Flame. Eamon gave the order. Wormasol looked down at a pile of rotten stones with his pupils vertical, and opened his mouth to spit out copper dragon flames. Sizzle. The limestone quickly dissolved under the burning of dragon flames, turning into lumps of red and fiery magma flowing. Stop. Eamon frowned. Wormasol's dragon flame stopped abruptly, and a puff of black smoke spewed out of his nostrils. Looking at the limestone burned into liquid, Eamon said with a headache, "Can this still be used?" "Yes." Maester Mukun came back and asked someone to deal with it. After cooling, it will become volcanic ash, which is a material to replace clay, and the texture is better. Eamon's eyes were full of helplessness. He wanted to burn lime, not volcanic ash with a substitute material. "We can try again, as long as we control the temperature." Maester Mukun fully exerted the inquiry ability of a qualified maester and was extremely curious about the dragon burning lime. "Okay, let's do it again." That was the only way. Eamon stroked the brown wing membrane of the bronze dragon and reminded, "Reduce the fire, don't melt." The voice was spoken in High Valyrian, simple and orderly to ensure that it could be understood. Roar. Womother shook his dragon head and was in a very bad mood. Soon, someone brought more limestone. Dragon flame. Eamon ordered again. Womother was no longer reluctant, but still spit out dragon flame. And this time, the dragon flame was much weaker. Crackling. The limestone burned red and became softer. Stop. Eamon saw this and hurriedly called for a stop. As a three-good student who returned knowledge to compulsory education, he still remembered that the lime burning process should not crack or shatter. Womother slowly put away the dragon flame, and the limestone turned gray and black when it cooled. "Get some water." Maester Mukun ordered a strong young man. The Citadel has studied countless lost skills, and burning lime is just one of them that is not easy to popularize. The process is very simple, but the process difficulty and cost are higher. Therefore, it cannot become one of the mainstream building materials. While waiting for the water to be brought, the gray and black limestone gradually cooled and turned into a greasy white again. Eamon couldn't wait, and picked up a few pieces with his bare hands with a handful of water, threw them into the bucket and crushed and stirred them. "Dear Prince." Maester Mukun almost dropped his jaw at this scene. It's not scientific to hold the burned quicklime with bare hands. Even the heat-resistant Targaryens shouldn't have reached this level. "Don't make a fuss, Maester." Johanna smiled slightly and ordered more people to fetch water and stir quicklime. The limestone that was burned until it changed color but was not broken up for use has been transformed into quicklime. When quicklime meets water and heats up, it becomes a finer white paste, which is slaked lime that can be used. Eamon concentrated on his work and used a wooden stick to mash the quicklime in the bucket into a paste. "Prince, it's done," Maester Mukun said tremblingly. He still couldn't accept it and needed to slow down. "Let someone try to see if it's firm when applied to the brick joints." Eamon stood up and patted the water, looking forward to the results. The specific process is correct. It's just that the temperature of burning lime is not well controlled, and the cooling time is not sufficient, so the material transformation of lime has not been completely evaporated. However, this is just an exercise, and the subsequent burning will be gradually refined. Two old stonemasons stepped forward tremblingly, and used a mixture of slaked lime and fine sand and a mixture of sand and soil to build a row of low stone walls. Pay attention to the ratio: 1 shovel of slaked lime and 3 shovels of fine sand. Maester Mukun gave instructions from the side, and it really looked like that. Eamon nodded slightly, thinking that he was indeed a talent. Similarly, he looked at the Citadel with a different eye. It is worthy of being a learning institution that gathers the continent of Westeros, and the knowledge and skills it has mastered are quite extensive. Unfortunately, slaked lime is already the ceiling of the era. Eamon had a little regret. He actually knew how to make cement, but the cost and difficulty of firing cement was 10 times higher than that of slaked lime. And the effect of cement? It is very hard at first, but afraid of sun and cold. And the shelf life does not exceed 100 years, usually it will crack and become a mess after a few decades. The cost and benefits of using cement to build the prince's palace and lay the foundation are not proportional. In contrast, burning lime is simple, and slaked lime itself is more durable. Mixed with some other materials, ancient buildings using slaked lime can last for 1,000 years. Prince, why don't you move first? It will take some time for slaked lime to play a bonding role. Mr. Mukun looked at the bronze dragon and kindly reminded. There was a volatile dragon next to it, and the craftsmen were smashing their feet when laying stones. Go back, Wumizer. Iman accepted the suggestion and turned his face away from the dragon. Roar. Wumizer roared at the driver, and the hot wind blew his silver hair. Then he turned the dragon's head and flapped his wings to fly together. Let's go too. Iman wiped his face and said calmly. He had already taken Wumizer's partner Silverwing to the river valley, so what was wrong with ordering him around once or twice? How dare he raise his voice to him? Hiss. A silver dragon head with a curved horn crown poked out from the high mountain dragon nest, quietly looking at his partner and the silver-haired boy. After confirming that there was nothing lively, it quietly shrank back, fully displaying the calm character of a homely dragon. While waiting for the quicklime to take effect, His Royal Highness was still restless. Compared to half a month ago, there were more rows of huts on the shore of the Changhu Lake. Many farmers in coarse linen clothes squatted by the wall, staring into the distance with dull eyes. They were the subjects of the northwest of Fushur City. The northwest was adjacent to Raven Ridge, and there were very few subjects nearby. Madame Leia decided to move these subjects to the river valley to serve as the first batch of subjects. Eamon didn't approach, and whispered, "How many households are there, and how many people are there?" Suddenly giving up the original life and moving the whole family to a strange land, it is inevitable that one will be confused for a while and lose hope for the future. A total of 509 households, each with 3 to 10 people, a total of 1,824 people. Johanna reported both decimals and whole numbers, and added, only half of them are young men and women, and the other half are old people and children. In an era of low productivity, ordinary people will have more children. Children are the new generation of labor, sharing the pressure of the family. A family with a large number of people will not be bullied by neighbors. There are a few people. Eamon smacked his lips. According to detailed statistics, the 3,000 young men who built the Prince's Palace belong to Rune Stone City and will be returned in the future. In addition to the more than 100 craftsmen and 150 Valley Knights in the Prince's camp, only the labor camp of the Fire Craftsman Department belongs to the River Valley. The 300 craftsmen and 1,000 orphans in the new field of King's Landing do not belong to him for the time being. In total, only the 509 households in front of him are real residents of the valley. There are still a small number of residents in the back who are rushing to harvest crops, and they will slowly migrate here. Johanna comforted him in time. Don't disturb them yet. Eamon did not approach. The first survival crisis in the valley has arrived. How do the new residents live? Reclaiming wasteland is a strategy, but the valley is in ruins and there are no extra people to reclaim wasteland. How long will their food last? It was June, and the valley had already harvested the summer harvest. Thanks to the changeable climate of Westeros, it has been summer in recent years. Johanna said, it can last until next year's summer planting, and there are still some livestock to raise. In other words, the construction period of the Prince's Palace must be shortened. Before that, we have to find a way for the residents to make a living. It's not easy. Eamon frowned, and for the first time in his life, he felt his shoulders heavy. At this time, the difference between his uncle and his father Demon was compared. The eldest uncle is the king, inheriting the prosperity left by his great-grandfather and continuing it. This is considered ability. Dad Demon used public funds to rebuild the Golden Robe and recruited mercenary troops privately. At the peak of his career, he even proclaimed himself the King of the Gorge Sea in the past few years. Occasionally, he heard about riding a dragon to punish the offending pirates of the Three Women's Kingdom, but there was no news about how the Stone Steps Islands were governed. After all, he is the second son, and his talent is all in bravery. Hiss. Walking around the lake, I heard the roar of a young dragon in the distance. When I looked up, I saw a light gray-white young dragon holding a big fish and flying back from the lake. Gray Shadow. Eamon chuckled. Hiss. Gray Shadow also saw him, raised his head and swallowed the big fish in a gulp, and flew over happily. Plop. A giant dragon hit and knocked His Royal Highness to the ground. Iman's eyes twitched in pain, and he held the young dragon in his arms, helplessly saying, "You seem to have grown up a bit." Now that he said that, it seemed to be true. Grey Shadow was only 6 meters long originally, and was still a real little guy. Iman looked at it now, and the porcelain white horns on the dragon head had grown longer, and the tail was thicker. Measuring the body length, it was actually about 8 meters. Hiss hiss. Grey Shadow licked the dragon, and the dragon head rubbed against his royal highness, and the royal blue vertical pupils were full of expectation. Iman pondered and said, "It's the effect of the blood source fruit. Only the secret treasure fruit provided by the panel can make a young dragon grow 2 meters in a month. Perhaps because of the young dragon, the blood source fruit is more effective. But that is also rare and precious." Grey Shadow is still flattering, and the mist-like wing membrane hugs his royal highness, just like a big dog acting like a spoiled child. "Okay, stop it." Eamon was pushed back by it and slapped the dragon head. Under Johanna's surprised but unnoticed gaze, silently called up the card panel. White mist, 3 cards that had not been turned over. Eamon's mind moved, and 3 cards were turned over. 1 white, 1 green, and 1 blue. The third blue card was slightly more practical. Bronze shield, inscribed with the runes of the ancestors, it is said to have magical blessings that will not be damaged. Price, 250 essence points. Bow. Eamon poked it and exchanged it directly. He likes bronze ware, and it is also good to collect it as a collection. Unfortunately, blood source fruit is difficult to get. Eamon touched the dog, dragon head, thinking about giving some compensation to Wormasol. Can't always get it for free, right? Even if Baal Ryan is resurrected today, he has to go to the fields to plow 2 acres of land for me. You guys, work for monthly tickets plus rewards. Chapter 88. If there is no road, draw a smooth path. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Then, bring up the personal panel. Aemon Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 41.5%. Skills, Binding Spell Zon, Proficient, Archery, Always Hitting the Mark, Expert Empty Hand, Proficient. Magic Cards, Strong, Blue, Rock Solid, Intermediate, Purple, Kingly Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Twin Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3, Bronze Shield. Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Animal. Evaluation, the bloodline is steadily improving, you can try to learn advanced dragon control skills. Unremarkable, almost unchanged. Eamon sighed and looked at the golden hourglass on the card page again. Quantity of essence, 2197. After hunting the glutton, he was drenched in dragon blood and obtained 100 points of magic essence. For dragon eggs and white deer provide 67 points of essence. It cost 250 essence to redeem Bronze Shield just now, and there are 2,197 essence points left. Only one regret. The glutton failed to provide 5% blood purity. When the dragon dies, the blood loses its essence. Eamon rubbed Grey Shadow's dragon head angrily, feeling sorry for the death of an adult dragon. But it would be better to die. Without the glutton stealing dragon eggs and hunting young dragons, the number of young dragons on Dragonstone may usher in a wave of growth. It's all for the family. Eamon comforted himself, feeling much better. Hiss. Grey Shadow blinked and stood up, waiting for a long time with no reward. It's about time. Eamon pushed away the greedy young dragon, got up and left ruthlessly. Halfway through, he ordered, "Remind Sir Ryan of Seagull Tower to pay attention to receiving the next batch of building materials." "Yes, Prince," Johanna said. The building materials did not appear out of thin air, but were transported by a large foreign ship from outside the strait and landed in Hightown for transfer. As long as there is no fanfare, the cards provide protection. The only thing I need to worry about is that the mountain road through the river valley is difficult to pass. Prince. Bachelor Mukuin said happily, "Come and see, the hardness of slaked lime is very high. Pick up a stone and smash it against the low wall made of slaked lime." Bang. The stone was broken in half, and a small dent was made on the surface of the low wall. Eamon stretched out his hand and touched it. It felt a little cold and clammy, and it was still semi-dry. It is well known that hydrated lime must be completely dry to develop its full hardness. This level is quite good. Bachelor Mukuin was afraid that His Highness the Prince was ignorant. According to this hardness, how much hydrated lime is needed? Can you calculate it? Aemon was satisfied. A prince's palace, with an immeasurable quantity of hydrated lime. To put it another way, if 3,000 people build a palace, how many people can burn lime to supply it? At least 500 people. Aemon said in surprise, 500 people are enough. He thought there were more people. More than. Bachelor Mukun elaborated, it is simple to burn lime, but the demand for stone and firewood is huge, and 3 times the number of people are required to supply it. That is an additional 1,500 people dedicated to quarrying stone and cutting firewood. Aemon suddenly lost his temper. 1,000 new land orphans and 509 new households were not enough. Johanna stood on tiptoes and whispered, Prince, we have a coal mine. Yes, coal can replace firewood. Aemon's ideas suddenly became clear and he drafted a complete production chain in his mind. Half dug coal and quarried stone, and half burned lime. Don't delay either. Dare to think and dare to act, Aemon walked towards the temporary village by the long lake. Prince, what do you think? Johanna was by her side. Give our people a smooth path to a bright future. Aemon didn't look back, a smile appeared on his face. At this time, when the new residents heard the noise, they had already left their huts and gathered together. Both men and women lowered their heads, full of fear of the new lord and the fish-eating dragon. The Northwest is relatively poor and has little information. They don't know what makes a prince or not a prince, they just hope that if they have land to cultivate, the new lord can collect less miscellaneous taxes. Everyone, welcome to the river valley. Aemon walked to the village entrance, opened his arms and shouted. The new residents looked at each other, and many old people knelt down with their children. The scene was quite cold. Steve rushed out with a loud voice, before you is the bronze and fireborn Targaryen, the heir to Runestone City, the Dragon Prince, Aemon the Dragon Slayer. The loud voice spread across half of the long lake. Hiss! The alarmed and depressed gray shadow screamed sharply, and the little guy was catching fish on the lake. With a single move, the whole body is moved, and the black swans wandering on the green lake startle one after another, spread their wings and fly over the lakeside. Young dragon and black swan flock. The new residents have been in the countryside since they were born, and they have never seen such scenes. Those with sharp eyes have seen Steve dressed in silver armor and white robes, and have heard of the name White Knight. Immediately, a large group of people fell to their knees with halala. Aemon the Dragon Slayer. Master Prince. The country people all call the nobles Master. When they heard about the dual identity of the heir to Runestone City and the prince of the Dragon Clan, they felt that they were 100 times more noble than the nobles they had seen before. Aemon took it for granted and calmly waved his hand. Everyone, get up. What I want is your loyalty, not your knees. The new residents didn't dare not listen, so they thanked him sparsely and stood up. Steve was guarding me and said solemnly, Prince, please give me a lecture. Thank you. Aemon took a deep breath and announced loudly in common tongue with a slight valley accent, welcome you to join the valley. As your new lord, I will provide you with land. Wow. The new citizens were pleasantly surprised and hit the bullseye accurately. Aemon continued, at the same time, I will also build a new home for all of us. The new residents couldn't understand why the prince would live with them. Aemon's next sentence was, I will pay you as much as you do. Long live the prince. The new leaders' eyes were gleaming and they were shouting at the top of their lungs. In any era, money is the driving force of human society. After a while, Aemon pressed his hands down to signal them to be quiet. The new citizens shut up and their enthusiasm waned by half. They began to doubt whether the wages were real or fake. It was rare for nobles to collect corvées and provide them with gruel for 2 meals. Aemon didn't waste any time and asked, who is the village chief or other person in charge? Soon, 7 old men and 3 middle-aged men walked out. We are the chiefs of 7 villages. Our village is still rushing to harvest crops, and we are the representatives. The 10 people have similar identities and are all lower-level managers. Aemon said simply and rudely, building cities and towns requires manpower. If you contribute, I can distribute wages or other substitutes. "Dear Your Highness, what are we going to do, and how much reward can we get?" An old village chief was so frightened that he didn't even dare to mention his wages. Different jobs have different wages. Aemon knew that the people at the bottom were the most practical, so he introduced them one by one. Burning lime earns 28 bronze stars a month, quarrying 3 silver deer a month, and mining 6 silver stars a month. According to the exchange rate of 1/10 for bronze star, silver deer, and golden dragon, wages have been squeezed to the lowest critical point in King's Landing. Only coal mining is a profitable job. Accordingly, coal mining is the most painful and tiring. Real. The old village chief's eyes widened in disbelief. Jobs are scarce for rural people, and after the harvest, their income is basically zero. How could His Royal Highness lie to others? Steve spoke at the right time. The old village chief was so excited that he immediately started discussing with the other 9 people. They lost the land originally provided by Runestone City, and the river valleys were all uncultivated land, and they were worried about their future lives. With a profitable job, there is no need to worry about the family going hungry. Think carefully. We will recruit both men and women, but not the elderly or children. Aemon left a message and stared at the Xintian orphans gathered nearby. The same goes for you, I will distribute the wages. They originally wanted to support the river valley because of Rhaenyra's status, and they didn't talk about wages. Hearing this, the group of Xintian orphans also became lively. Within a moment, both groups discussed the results. Of course. Aemon finally showed his fox tail and said righteously, "As long as you are a citizen of the river valley, I will distribute 6 acres of land to each person according to their population. Not to mention the new territorial residents who value land most." Even the orphans from Xintian were secretly excited and wanted to stay in the river valley and get a piece of land. There is land outside King's Landing, but competition among orphans is fierce. Moreover, those lands are relatively barren, not as good as the fertile black soil in the river valleys. Aemon glanced secretly and saw that the people's support was available, and said, "In addition to wages, if anyone wants to stay in the river valley, after the town is established, a house will be distributed according to the household registration. He doesn't care whether he suffers a loss or not. Anyway, I don't have anything in hand right now, so I rely on the hard work of these people in front of me. If you work hard, you'd better kill me. Your Highness, let us stay." Someone shouted loudly and squeezed out of the Xintian orphans. What do orphans care about most? Don't go hungry or cold. After receiving the favor of Princess Rhaenyra, the light of the kingdom, they escaped starvation and had the opportunity to cultivate land and build houses. But it doesn't belong to them after all. Staying in the river valley and getting money and a house is not a dream life. With the first one taking the lead, the rest boils over. The new citizens did not hesitate to give in, and once again knelt down and asked to express their loyalty. "Prince." Johanna looked surprised. Unexpectedly, His Highness the Prince has begun to develop the skills to control his subordinates. Although it is all driven by interests, it is enough for a while. Aemon ignored it directly and was obsessed with work. The 2 groups of people are together, the women are baking lime, the older and younger men are mining stones, and the young and strong laborers are digging coal. After a pause, he suddenly realized, select some girls and strong women and cook for them. The wages are the same as for baking lime. Eating is a very important matter, so don't forget it. Johanna. The people who were even more speechless than her were the people from the fireworker tribe who were working as coolies to move the stones. Seeing the orphans and new residents of Xintian receiving wages and housing, they were all stunned. Crack! William struck the ground with his whip and yelled, "What are you looking at? I just want to rest after moving so many rocks today." Woo-woo. The people of the fireworker tribe were about to cry, so they threw away their arms and continued working. Who said they were prisoners? The tribesmen sent out to recruit the tribe never came back. At the bottom of the food chain in the river valley. Come to me, Grey Shadow. After Aemon finished painting the pie, he called the young dragon to watch the fun. It takes a kiln to burn lime, so we first burn some samples manually. Hiss. The Grey Shadow, unaware of the darkness of human hearts, flew over happily. Maester Mukun. Who said that dragons are all ferocious beasts? Aemon glanced at him and began to order the horses and cattle. Maester, please notify the work of tamping the foundation to stop, double the area of the foundation, and use lime mixed with sand and clay to tamp it again. The materials provided by the cards are of high value, and we must make the most of them. Build a palace once, then follow the specifications of the Forbidden City. Just trouble him to plan the palace drawings once. It's really hard work. One more chapter. The plot of farming is still relatively smooth, and it is a small compensation to see the process and harvest of farming in more chapters. Chapter 89, The Skull of Merixes. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Time passed slowly. The valley, which had been in need of reconstruction, gradually got back on track. As a prince, Yaimon naturally had to lead by example. Every day, he took turns to command 3 dragons to burn a batch of lime. The people in the territory had hope and worked very hard. More than 1,600 people were divided into 3 groups to perform different types of work. Because of donkey carts and horses, quarrying and coal mining could save a lot of manpower and transport from Green Ridge and Raven Ridge to the interior. Time flew by and it was mid-June. On this day, the 3,000 young men of Fushur City and all the people in the territory gathered together in the open space at the foot of the mountain. After 1.5 months, the foundation was expanded from half a kilometer in length to 800 meters wide from north to south and 1,200 meters long from east to west. The extra length was used to stack building materials. The material was changed to lime mixed with fine sand and clay, and deepened to 6 meters thick. It was not that it could not be deeper, but there was a rock layer underneath. Everyone, today the prince's palace officially begins construction. We invite you to witness the hard work of this period of time. Eamon smiled and stood in front of an altar. The eyes of nearly 6,000 people were all on His Royal Highness and the altar. Some people were stunned and their bodies trembled slightly. The altar was covered with a layer of red cloth, but the outline was taking shape. The building of the prince's palace represents the continuation of the Targaryen family. The king will worship a founding hero in the valley for generations. Eamon glanced at the whole audience and suddenly pulled open the red curtain. In an instant, a shiny black dragon skull with a metallic luster appeared, standing majestically in the sun. The dragon's skull was as big as a house. A pair of dragon horns on the top of the head were bent backwards, the hollow eye sockets were narrow and long, and the thick dragon teeth were neatly arranged. Through the dark skull at this moment, it seems that the former gorgeous appearance can be foreseen. It was one of the 3 founding dragons of the Targaryen dynasty. The skull of the first dragon, Merixes. 7 layers of hell. It's a dragon. The people of the valley are used to seeing dragons, but this is the first time they have seen a dragon skull. When they saw the skull of Merixes, their knees were sore. Lady Rhea was invited and stood in front of the crowd. When she saw her son carrying out the skull of an old dragon, her face changed slightly. The skull of Merixes, the king is really willing to give it away. Of course he was reluctant. It was Eamon who moved it quietly, and when his uncle learned about it, he had already moved it onto the boat. Quiet. Steve shouted loudly, stopping the whispers below. The people were silent in an instant, looking at the dragon skull with a little fear. For the people of Westeros, dragons are like gods in the sky, sacred and inviolable. The skull of a dragon is like a heavy hammer that breaks fantasy. Eamon had expected this. Why did the Dornish not surrender and invade the borders all year round? Just because they had killed a dragon before, they lacked reverence. In order to reduce the impact, he even concealed the news of killing the glutton, and only said to the outside world that he had killed a brutal wild dragon. He did not name the name, saying that he had killed an adult dragon. That was a foolish act of destroying the Great Wall. However, the dragon's skull and killing a dragon are 2 different concepts. Its name in life was Merixes, named after the god of wisdom of ancient Valyria. It was a majestic dragon that founded the Targaryen dynasty with the conqueror. Eamon's eyes were firm, his arms were wide open, and he said devoutly, "From now on, the valley will worship it and be blessed by the dragon's soul." After that, he secretly winked at the White Knight. Steve made a prompt decision, drew the long sword from his waist, and knelt on one knee in front of the altar. Plop. Plop. Gunther, William, and Sir Ryan, who came from afar, led the prince's camp and 150 valley knights to kneel down one after another. Eamon turned around, knelt on one knee, drew out his bronze sword and placed his hands on his head. If you want to act, you have to act the whole thing. The river valley is a new territory. It can move forward for a while by relying on interests, but there will always be a time of weakness. And if you want to mobilize people's hearts, faith is often the best choice. Some people believe in the 7 gods and the old gods, and it is difficult to unite them. The above beliefs cannot be used for themselves, so Eamon created a belief for himself. No name, no cult. Only the skull of a founding dragon is enshrined, pushing the divinity of the dragon to the peak. It is similar to people worshipping their ancestors and looking forward to being blessed by their ancestors. God of Wisdom. Blessing of the heroic spirit of the founding dragon. Everyone present was shocked, half believing and half doubting the words of His Royal Highness, looking at each other and kneeling down. In their eyes, the Targaryen family is the people closest to God. The words of a person who can control God are highly credible. Interesting. Lady Rhea crossed her arms across her chest, not even thinking of kneeling. How could she not know what a Targaryen is like? She slept and gave birth. That's all. Eamon glanced back from the corner of his eye, thinking that he was halfway to success. At this time, 2 people walked out from behind the altar. Johanna, wearing a black lace dress, hung 6 old bronze armors on a wooden stick and stood on the left side of the altar. Maester Mukon held a bronze shovel and knocked on a mud urn on the right side of the altar. Boom. One corner broke, a blazing fire came out, and fist-sized white lime balls rolled out, representing bronze and fire respectively. Seeing this, Eamon thrust his bronze sword upside down into the ground and shouted, "Start construction of the new city." With his hands moving non-stop, he turned out a red card and buckled it on the foundation. Kiangluyuyu, card effect activated, please name your palace. Buzz. The red card shattered in an instant, turning into dots of red fireflies, drilling into the solid foundation with a wide area. The next second, an inexplicable wave spread outward from the center point, like waves of soft ripples, faintly emitting a faint red glow. Eamon was the closest, and he only felt clear-headed. It spread all the way to the entire foundation. The people present only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and a warmth surged in their bodies, and a lot of fatigue from many days was dissipated. Due to the weak effect, they did not think in a mysterious direction. It was all considered as the skull of the God of Wisdom, Mirasis being blessed. Mira Ssis. Some people put their hands together and bowed devoutly. It is unknown whether the 7 gods and the old gods have performed miracles, but there are living dragons around. They are all gods, so why not worship one that can be seen but not touched? Hiss. On the high mountain dragon nest, Wumazur jumped down, and his roar resounded through the river valley. Silverwing rarely got out of the dragon nest and soared with his partner. Hiss. By the riverside of the long lake, the Grey Shadow, who was about to collapse, raised his dragon head and flew high in excitement. It should be a meal. His Royal Highness was very generous and rewarded it with 10 big fish every day for working for it. Boom. 3 dragons soared in the sky, spewing dragon flames from time to time, as if celebrating the start of work today. When the people present saw it, they were more determined to worship the God of Wisdom, Mirasis. At this time, Eamon fell into deep thought. The red card, Kiangluyuyu, was completely activated, and a name for the palace needed to be given. As a prince's palace, it must be loud enough. Eamon thought for a long time, thinking of the joy of discovering the river valley, and said seriously, let's call it River Valley City. The runestone city of the Royce family, the eagle's nest of the Arryn family. In the Westeros continent, city refers to a castle. His prince's palace is named River Valley City. After the outer city wall of the Copper Wall and Iron Wall is used, the city can be called River Valley Town. For example, the city names of Seagull Town and Old Town. The worship ended soon, and the craftsmen moved bricks and stones to start construction. The old craftsman of the prince's camp asked respectfully, "Your Highness, what is the name of your palace?" "River Valley City." Eamon said simply. The old craftsman chewed for a while and praised, "It's a good name, which fits the characteristics of the territory." Gorgeous words don't add points, what matters most is that they fit the reality. Eamon smiled and nodded. The old craftsman handed over a blue brick and a shovel, saying, "You are the master of the Valley City, and you lay the first foundation stone." Is there such a saying? Eamon was curious and took the 2 things happily. The foundation was compacted and solid, and the positions for laying were marked with lime. Just follow the lines. Eamon was concentrating. He dug out a white and greasy mixture of slaked lime with a shovel, threw it on the foundation and smoothed it. Very good, a smooth start. Eamon breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the blue brick and dropped it on the slaked lime mixture. With a little force, press and fill it. Snap. The hand slipped, the slaked lime mixture rubbed out, and the neatly placed blue bricks were crooked at one corner. Eamon. Frightened face. It shouldn't be like this. The old craftsman was stunned for a moment, and then comforted him. Your Highness, any position of the first piece is the will of the gods. You should accept it calmly and be grateful. As he said, he picked up the ash shovel that slipped from the hands of His Royal Highness, and skillfully laid blue bricks. The work officially started, and 3,000 people rushed to it. Some moved bricks, and some poured mud and plaster. Skilled stonemasons and tilers took the lead and laid the palace wall along the lime line. After a long time, Eamon covered his chest and accepted the reality of his mistake. The Valley City is 653 meters wide from north to south and 861 meters long from east to west, covering an area of about 0.56 square kilometers. It consists of 3 main halls, 6 side halls, and large and small auxiliary halls on both sides. There is still a central line running through it, from the main gate on the east to the last main hall. The architectural style adopts pavilions and towers, similar to the gardens of free trade cities. The colors are blue bricks and black tiles, with red and green. The foundation stone and the floor are relatively elegant and solemn, paved with white marble. From the drawings, it looks a bit like a cluster of flowers on a white porcelain plate. Outside the palace complex, there is also a circle of towering walls to defend against enemies. For such a large project, a brick is not a problem. But the palace where he just laid the bricks is the throne hall in the middle of the 3 main halls, where meetings will be held in the future. It still hurts my heart. Eamon lowered his head to prevent people from seeing his sad expression. If someone sees that the corner bricks of the throne hall are crooked in the future, it will be difficult to explain. Prince, there is a letter from you. Johanna approached quietly. Whose? Eamon took a breath, drew out the bronze sword and walked down the foundation. Don't delay other people's construction. Johanna followed in small steps and handed over 2 letters. One is left by Lady Leia just now, and the other is from Miss Lanner. Is my mother gone? Eamon just reacted and didn't see his mother's figure. Johanna said, Mrs. Leia instructed that if you don't want to communicate with her, you can write a letter. I bet it's not a good thing. Eamon suddenly had a toothache. Glancing back, 3,000 people built a main hall, and in a blink of an eye, they had built a skeleton. Even the old craftsman brought out the beams of golden nanmu to measure the position of the load-bearing columns of the hall. The card indicated that the completion time was 1 year. Judging from the situation, we will soon be able to live in the River Valley City that we created. Give me all the letters. My mood seemed to be on a roller coaster, and I had the courage to read the letters. This chapter has been changed, and the name of the palace has been changed to River Valley City, which fits the style of the Westeros continent. Chapter 90, Madame Leia urges marriage. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Eamon opened 2 letters. When he read the first one, he frowned slightly. When he read the second one, his eyebrows were almost pulled into a tuft. What happened? Johanna silently admired the prince's flexible eyebrows. Read it yourself. Eamon handed the letter out, feeling very complicated. The first one was from Lanner, congratulating him on the development of the valley and saying that he would come to congratulate him in a few days. As the saying goes, no one comes to visit for no reason. The bad woman's sudden visit must have bad intentions. The second letter was from his mother, Lady Rhea. There were 2 sentences in total. The girl she selected from the valley was already in place and would come to visit in a few days. Let him wash and wait, otherwise the Fushur city will cut off the logistical support. Lady Rhea is forcing you to submit. Johanna was extremely surprised, and her voice became smaller and smaller. It was tactful, and it was clearly urging marriage. And she used the despicable method of cutting off pocket money that every parent has used. It's true that the machine of the River Valley is started, and it can't run without logistical support. Mom is really, she will do anything. Eamon shook his head. Johanna hesitated, then you and Runestone City. Don't pay attention to it. Eamon said calmly, every son will experience the separation from his parents. Only by breaking free can he fly high. His parents have been unreliable since he was a child. That's just a candidate for marriage, you don't have to do this. Johanna said. The people of the valley are like sheep, how can they accompany the dragon? Eamon said seriously with contempt, I can't decide who gave birth to me, nor who I give birth to. In between, I can decide who to give birth to. It's really bad to cut off logistical support, but so what? There is a dragon under the crotch and the river valley under the feet. Let alone the suspension of Runestone City's funding, even if his inheritance rights to Runestone City are cancelled, it's just a pain in the fur for him. You are the legitimate heir of Runestone City. Johanna said softly, like a mosquito whispering. Eamon said, not to mention Runestone City, I am one of the heirs to the Iron Throne. The valley is just a stepping stone. If he wants, he is qualified to sit on the Iron Throne. If she wants to coerce, let her do it. Eamon turned and walked away, saying calmly, I saw this trick when I was a child, but I am not a child anymore. Dusk. It was getting darker and the work was gradually over. Eamon walked out of Raven Ridge and found the pyrotechnics who drilled out of the coal mine, like the people of the Summer Islanders. Your Highness. Led by the old men, the pyrotechnics knelt down hurriedly. 2 months of labor reform greatly wore away the barbarity of the mountain clans, and they became reasonable one by one. Eamon looked down and asked, the tribesmen you sent to surrender have not been heard from. How do you explain that? They don't want to surrender. The old man buried his head deeply, guessing what his tribesmen were thinking. They were abandoned. Lead me the way and make them surrender to the dragon. Eamon said calmly. After careful consideration, he planned to take action against the surrounding mountain clans. Runestone City cut off its logistical support, which was nothing more than food and money. He had a small family fortune, and most of the 100,000 gold dragons were left. The 3,000 young and strong men in Runestone City did not need wages, and they mainly took care of the 1,800 people in the valley who burned lime and quarried and mined. The average monthly expenditure was 960 gold dragons. According to the completion deadline of the Valley City in 1 year, that was a budget of 13,000 gold dragons. Enough money. But he wanted to build more than just a valley city, and also a city to develop trade. If he wanted to connect the Aran Valley with Runestone City, he had to pave an east-west road. All this requires a doubling of the population base and the resulting increase in expenditure. The best way to expand the population and save money is to absorb the mountain clans. Beat them and capture them as coolies. No money, just provide food. Don't say you can't find your people. Eamon said lightly. The old man hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth and said, yes, we can lead the way for your highness. The firesmiths believe in fire and are famous for having many blacksmiths. There are giant dragons in the river valley, which are the true embodiment of fire. If the firesmiths come to surrender with their entire clan, your highness will definitely give them preferential treatment. Who knows, they may become the blacksmith clan you have been thinking about. Eamon smiled slightly and said, I will wait for you by the long lake tomorrow morning. It is better to fight early than late. The next day. At dawn, Suedu had already started construction. 150 valley knights, wearing armor, were guarding the long lake early. The firesmith sent out 10 people to act as guides. Hiss. Suddenly, a dragon roared from the high mountain, and a bronze dragon leaped out. A pair of broad brown dragon wings spread out, covering half of the long lake. Hiss. Another silver-gray dragon followed closely behind, slightly smaller in size, and made a sharp cry while flying. Gunzer looked up and waved the two-part flag high, follow the prince and conquer the mountain clan. He grabbed the reins with his big hands and rushed out on his horse. Rumble. The knights of the valley were firm in their beliefs and galloped after the two-part flag. The river valley stretched for 300 miles from north to south, and there were many hidden places among the mountains. The firesmith's stronghold was in the mountains south of the Green Ridge. The army marched 150 miles, jumped over the Green Ridge where stone was mined, and came south to an inconspicuous valley. Stop. Gunther ordered to observe the surrounding environment. The valley is in a remote location, with tree-lined low peaks on three sides, giving it a completely deserted appearance. He did not act rashly, but waited for the prince's instructions. At the same time, in the valley, a sacrificial event is about to be held. The fireworkers tribe, whose skin is tattooed with flames, builds a bonfire and places bronze vessels and beast carcasses on it. There are more than 1,000 people, including men, women, old and young. They formed a large circle and danced in a wild style. Beside the bonfire, there were several pillars tied up. "Let us go, you'll attract the dragon. The dragon flames will burn us to death." Several fireworker tribesmen were tied to pillars, shouting in terror. It was the men who sent the troops to surrender. "Tell them to shut up." Gu, the leader of the firesmith tribe, is a tall and strong man wearing a horn helmet on his head. The subordinates were ordered to step forward and knock the traitor unconscious with a hammer. Gu held up the torch with a sneer on his ugly face. Half of his face looked like it had been burned by flames, and it was hideous and terrifying. According to the tradition of the firesmith department, whoever dares to use flames to burn bigger scars will have a higher status. There is no such thing as a dragon, they are all a bunch of liars. Gu has a bad temper. When he first got the news, he was so frightened that he couldn't sleep for half a month. But the dragon never came. As a precaution, he moved to the village several times and hid in the most secluded place. The dragon still hasn't come. Light a fire and sacrifice the souls of these traitors to the god of fire. Gu threw the torch and ordered the others to follow his example. At this moment, above the sky, a layer of shadow blocks the sun, and a strong wind mixed with the smell of copper rust gradually rises. Hiss dash. Wormizer plunged down into the clouds, covering the entire valley with his brown wings, and directly sprayed out a mouthful of bright copper dragon flames. A loud explosion sounded. The dragon's flames were like billowing copper water, knocking down the towers of the cottage and igniting fires, and then pouring out a golden line like water. Gu quickly turned around, and his jaw suddenly dropped. I saw a huge bronze dragon descending, soaring over the valley, its huge dragon snout spurting out lava-like flames. Dragon flame. Eamon lay on the dragon's back, his eyes cold. Hiss dash. Wormizer roared, his vertical pupils filled with cruelty, and dragon flames continuously spurted out. Now that you have conquered, death is inevitable. Boom. Boom. With just one encounter, the dragon's flames ignited most of the village, turning the valley into a huge furnace. It's a dragon. Escape quickly. The people of the Huijiang tribe were stunned. Thinking of what the traitor said, they ran away without hesitation. Unfortunately, it's too late. Eamon looked down from a high position and said coldly, "Dragon flame, Wormizer." He just saw clearly the reason for the sacrifice. They don't believe that the dragon will come, so let them experience a battle of blood and fire. Hiss. The silver wings hovered in the air, the silver wings refracted the cold light, and caught a fleeing person on the way and threw it into the air. The dragon kissed it and ate it with a bang. No no no. Gu's psychological defense collapsed and he picked up a pig iron warhammer to protect himself. It would be better not to shout, but shouting will lead to destruction. Hiss dash. Wormizer swooped down, and a puff of dragon flame struck along the sacrificial bonfire, swallowing up the frightened Gagu. A puff of white smoke burns people into cokes. The bonfire then exploded and flew into the air, knocking several of the knocked-out fireworkers' tribe members away. Boom. The whole valley was in chaos, and the knights of the valley filed in from the entrance. Don't want. It's the Tin Man. The Huijiang tribesmen were so frightened that they were unable to form effective resistance and were blocked at the mouth of the valley, unable to get out. Some people want to escape from the mountain path and become the meal of the silver-gray dragon. Eamon glanced at it, and the dragon plowed through the crowd. Crush. No, it should be a one-sided massacre. At noon, the sun is shining brightly. The valley was reduced to ruins, with all the buildings burning and emitting black smoke. Roar. Wormizer lay prone on the ground, chewing a few charcoal to replenish his exhausted energy. The silver wings are flying low in the air, and they have already filled their stomachs. How many people are left? Eamon asked. Gunzer ordered people to guard the prisoners and said in a rough voice, "There are less than 1,500 people, and the rest died in the chaos. Take them all back." Eamon said. "There are more than 2,300 people in the fireworks department, and the remaining 1,500 people are pretty good." Gunther was so motivated that he ordered the people from the Firesmith tribe who were accompanying him to lead the way to communicate as representatives. Having witnessed the terror of the dragon, the survivors simply had no desire for revenge. They all fell to their knees and swore allegiance. Eamon had nothing to do, patrolling the valley. The Knights of the Valley were divided into two groups. 50 people were searching for the assets of the Firesmith department. From the robbed gold and silver utensils to the grain and animal skins, they are all rare trophies. "Hey, what a big black panther!" Eamon walked to the remains of the campfire and saw a 3-meter-long striped panther. It should be one of the sacrifices. After closing the distance, Eamon was stunned. No, it seems to be a cat. A strong body, dark and textured fur, and 4 claws as sharp as steel knives. Isn't this Shadow Lynx? Eamon suddenly realized and remembered the story the old maester had told him since childhood. The weight of the Shadow Mountain cat is comparable to the man-eating giant monkey in the previous life. "Prince, we found a baby." A knight of the valley came over, holding a black kitten in his hand. The kitten was the size of a palm, and its eyes were not open yet. It looked like it was born not long ago. There was a change in the previous chapter, and the palace was renamed River Valley City. Sorry, there were guests at home today, and it took a while to entertain them. Chapter 91, Leonila Sneaks Away. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Discover a common creature with magic, get +1 essence. Eamon took the little black cat, and the panel gave a prompt. Meow. The little black cat was pinched by the back of its neck, its body bent like a shrimp, and its 4 little claws scratched randomly. It seemed to be looking for its mother and milk. Eamon looked at it again and again, and loved it. "Little thing, your good luck has come." The Shadow Mountain cat is a powerful predator. The adult size is comparable to that of a tiger or leopard, and its ferocity is even greater. In addition to the dragon, the only one stronger than it is probably the dire wolf outside the Great Wall. The key is that it can also provide 1 point of magic essence. Decided, adopt it. Pack up the spoils, we should go. Eamon's mood improved, and he stuffed the little black cat into the bag on his waist. Take it back and raise it well, and it can also guard the house. Squeak. The next moment, a sharp rat cry broke out. Eamon's face changed slightly, and he quickly opened the bag to check. However, the golden-nosed rat showed a humane expression of fear, and took out a silver fork from somewhere with its little paw, knocking it on the little black cat's head. Meow. The little black cat was weak, and it meowed when it was beaten. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Eamon was shocked and grabbed the rat's head and put it on his shoulder. The golden-nosed rat was extremely angry, and his little eyes were flashing with tears. He gestured with the silver fork. As a mouse, how could he live in the same pack with a cat? Sorry. Eamon's forehead was sweating coldly, and he hid the rat in his collar. In a blink of an eye, a month passed. It was July, midsummer. Good news. The first palace was built in the Valley City, named Midsummer Hall. Bad news. Eamon waited for a month, but none of the characters in the 2 letters came. At this moment, Midsummer Hall. Eamon sat by the window, and the corners of his mouth were raised uncontrollably. There is no bad news, it is clearly a double happiness. Ta-da-da. A light footstep was heard, and a figure in a black dress walked in. Johanna smiled happily. "Prince, according to your request, the honeycomb coal we made has finally been sold to the market in the Aran Valley." "How much is it?" Eamon became interested. "The initial price is 3 copper stars per piece of honeycomb coal, and there will be small vendors willing to stock up some. If you do a good job, the price can be even cheaper." Eamon smiled. "Don't be afraid of losing money, just sell the honeycomb coal, and it will eventually flow into the hands of the nobles. After a month, of course, I can't be idle. With the supply of coal mines, I can do some business. Honeycomb coal is simple to make, just mix coal ash with lus, and it can be used after it is shaped and dried. The old people and children captured from the fire craftsman department can produce it. Anyway, he will never raise prisoners who eat dry food. Johanna hesitated and said, but honeycomb coal is difficult to ignite, and there will be residual coal smoke. As a specialty of the river valley, there are still some shortcomings. Don't worry, these are sold cheaply to civilians. Eamon knew what was going on, and said, we'll produce some high-quality honeycomb coal in a while, and sell it to King's Landing to make a name for ourselves. In this era, civilians can't afford firewood. The trees belong to the nobles, so it's strange that you can cut them down to make fire. He originally wanted to sell them to the nobles at a high price. Due to the difficulty of the road in the valley, we'll first try the market in the Aran Valley. By the way, we'll find out the people's livelihood in the Aran Valley and whether it's easy to do business. Johanna nodded her chin and said seriously, there's one more thing. The 800 people you asked Sir Gunther to recruit are ready and are training by the Long Lake. Let's go and see. Eamon was refreshed and stood up and walked out. Since the capture of 1,500 people from the pyrotechnics, the population base of the valley has skyrocketed by half. But after all, they are from the mountain clans, barbaric and unruly. Rebellion is easy to occur with just the dragon and 150 valley knights. Training a group of elite soldiers exclusively for the valley can have a deterrent effect. Of course, he chose to do both. With a wave of his hand, all of them were sent to Raven Ridge to dig coal. At the same time, he gave hope. If they persisted until the completion of the valley city, they could get rid of their coolie status and be promoted to formal subjects. The first 74 captured people from the Firesmith tribe were the most powerful evidence. Eamon separated them. Some of them served as blacksmiths, and some were arranged to quarry. All of them were paid, which was the treatment of formal subjects. Among the 800 new recruits just mentioned, 30 of them were from the Firesmith tribe. Fully treat everyone equally and integrate them thoroughly. Walking out of the summer hall, Eamon habitually observed that 3,000 young men were building the second prince's palace behind the summer hall. It's really fast. Yes, the materials are also top-notch. Remind Sir Ryan to deliver the next batch of materials as soon as possible. Eamon stepped on the white marble floor, feeling very proud. When people are proud, they like to look up at the sky. The sky is clear and the white clouds are floating. A golden dragon shuttled through the clouds, its broad wings flapping gently, and its strong body was extremely fast. Haha, there is another dragon. Eamon smiled and admired. Hiss! The golden dragon flew all the way across the long lake and rushed straight towards this side. Eamon came to his senses when he heard the dragon's roar and was shocked. Syrax! Land, Syrax! The golden dragon flew overhead, and a clear girl's voice came from the dragon's back. Syrax's vertical pupils were agile and he slowly landed on the ground. Boom! The hind feet left 2 shallow claw marks on the foundation, and the wings folded to create a strong wind. Eamon, long time no see. Rhaenyra jumped off the dragon's back and said hello with a charming smile. Rhaenyra, it's really you. Eamon was stunned. Why, you don't welcome me? Rhaenyra tilted her head and stepped forward generously. As he walked, he raised his hand and bit off the leather gloves he was wearing, his eyes full of provocation. After getting closer, keep pressing forward with your body. Eamon looked disgusted and pushed him. Keep your distance, you smell like a dragon. The other party was wearing a black scaly dragon control suit, which showed that he had come with a premeditated plan. Don't you have it on you, aren't you a dragon? Rhaenyra had been immune to it for a long time, and even held the arm that pushed away. Eamon tried twice but failed to pull it out, so he said helplessly, you are not on a tour to choose a husband, why are you here? No matter how hard you hug me, don't show it to Xiong Xiao. No wonder people say they are poor and generous. Rhaenyra was determined not to admit defeat. She stood on tiptoes and leaned to her ears. Her red lips parted slightly, the person I chose is right here. As he spoke, he exhaled like a blue breath, hitting the other person's face. Eamon was silent for a moment and pursed his lips hard. I really hate people who hit straight balls. How nice it is to turn a corner, and he will be able to say something bad. Why don't you talk? Is it because you don't like to talk recently? Rhaenyra snorted. It was not easy to fly from the Riverlands in order to see him. You have to use some means to communicate normally. Your Highness, please. Eamon narrowed his eyes and smirked, welcoming him into the summer hall. Rhaenyra looked around, her eyes full of surprise, and she stared at the other person calmly. She's not really stupid. Eamon was not afraid of the slanted shadow, and he would not tell the truth anyway. After the prince and princess left, Johanna, who was stunned on the spot, came back to her senses. Looking around, I suddenly remembered that there was still an unsettled account. Summer hall. Eamon sat on a chair and glanced at the silver-haired girl opposite who was eating and drinking. Rhaenyra was enjoying herself, chewing the melon and fruit cakes bit by bit with her small mouth, but her eating speed was not slow at all. When they entered, the two chatted thoroughly. Rhaenyra's tour started from the royal territory, passing through Harrenhal and Riverrun, and met with the major families in the Riverlands. We are about to set off for Golden Tooth City and enter the Western Territory to continue our tour. Occasionally, I heard from my female companion that Mrs. Leia was looking for a valley girl for her son, so she sneaked out overnight. Have we met? Rhaenyra took a sip of sweet wine and asked casually. Meeting whom? Mrs. Leia's choice. No, I was let go again. Eamon pretended to be sorry, but his eyes were full of smiles. It's such a wonderful day when no one is urging you to get married. Rhaenyra raised her beautiful eyes and said calmly, Mrs. Janie's inheritance qualification in the Eagle's Nest City has been questioned. She ordered her cousin Arnold Arryn to be sent to Runestone City to serve as Lady Rhea's cupbearer. This cousin Arnold is the most powerful contender for the inheritance of the Eagle's Nest City. At just 8 years old, she gently moved Jane Arryn's position as Duchess. Eamon pondered for a moment and murmured, it turns out that something has delayed me. Otherwise, with my mother's resolute personality, I should have packed up the marriage partner and sent it over. But why didn't Lanner come either? Rhaenyra didn't know what he was thinking, and said, You said you would take me to fight the mountain clan. When will you set off? She saw that there were mountain clans working in the river valley. Eamon said, No rush, let's train a group of soldiers first. He also wants to attack the Alpine clan and capture more of the population using the Red Card, Copper Wall and Iron Wall. But there are too many people and it is difficult to control. The importance of an elite army was highlighted. When the training was almost complete, I happened to take him to attack the Gaushan clan, and saw the blood to sharpen the blade. Rhaenyra was stunned and said in confusion, Then what should I do? Eamon looked it up and down and came up with a good idea, how about you do a little favor? Tell me and listen. Rhaenyra asked curiously. Follow me. Raven Ridge. Horse-drawn carts and ox carts hauled the stones and unloaded them on the rugged mountain road that entered the river valley. Dragon Flame. The girl's voice spread. Syrax crawled slowly, pointed at a pile of gray-white stones, and opened his mouth to spit out dragon flames. Orange-yellow mixed with gold, floating in the air with a thick texture. When the stone burned red, the dragon flames stopped. A group of old men and women from the fireworks department stepped forward and used wooden sticks to smash the cooled stones and grind them into quicklime for later use. More people dug out a 10-meter-wide flat foundation, layered it with thick layers of gravel, and finally poured a mixture of lime and fine clay sand on top. There was a clanking sound, and the mixture seemed to be paved with mud. Yeah, not bad. Eamon stepped on it, which was quite strong. This is an ancient method of paving roads, and the mixture is called sanhatu. It means that the proportion of lime, clay, and fine sand will become extremely hard after repeated beating. The traditional sanhitu is also mixed with glutinous rice juice and eggs, which greatly improves the quality. But that would be too expensive, unless you have a lot of money. Rhaenyra, you are such a helper. Eamon smiled and approached the silver-haired girl who looked like a dragon. Rhaenyra moved aside and said expressionlessly, Is this the little favor you mentioned? Chapter 92 Preparation for the Martial Arts Competition. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. King's Landing. The Red Fort, the King's Palace. This unfilial daughter, how dare she run away halfway? Viserys smashed the wine glass angrily, his face livid with anger. Who knows how much manpower and material resources he spent on arranging a prince's parade? How should those nobles view the royal family after hearing the news? Alicent sat across from her and said softly, Don't worry yet, Rhaenyra is not that confused yet. Then she should take cruising seriously. Viserys was about to burst with rage. Alicent sighed and said perfunctorily, "You should think carefully about where she can go. Just for an adult dragon, the amount of food and drink he eats every day is astronomical. Ordinary nobles can't afford it." Viserys was stunned when he heard this and thought of a possibility. "You mean, she went to the valley?" "It's obvious." Alicent lowered her eyebrows and her tone was very subtle. "So?" Viserys thought of his nephew and lost most of his anger, wondering, when did the two of them become so clingy? Who knows, maybe Rhaenyra found cruising too boring. Alicent forced a smile and secretly picked at her nails. When she was nervous, she would use pain to cover up her emotions. Viserys glanced at her, vaguely aware that his wife did not want to see Rhaenyra getting close to her nephew. Is it jealousy or political leanings? Fortunately for the former, Alicent had a good relationship with her nephew, and the entire Red Keep knew about it. The latter is troublesome. His court had only been stable for a few years, and it was not yet time for internal strife to continue. Alicent noticed her husband's gaze, and her heart suddenly tightened, and she changed the subject. "Did you hear that Lady Leia is looking for a marriage partner for Aemon?" "When did it happen?" Viserys' face changed slightly. He was very sensitive to this. Alicent said, "A month ago, she traveled around the valley visiting relatives and friends in the name of hunting." "There is such a thing?" Viserys said in surprise. "It's about Rhaenyra's ability to sit on the Iron Throne. Doesn't Lady Leia know that Aemon is his default choice for the royal wife?" Alicent pretended to be puzzled. "Mrs. Leia loves her son so much. Isn't this a good thing? Women's intelligence capabilities are beyond imagination." She knew that Lady Rhea looked down on Targaryen, so she found a Vale girl for Aemon. On this point, it coincides with her thoughts. As long as it wasn't Rhaenyra, that selfish fool didn't deserve it. "That's nonsense, you stupid country woman." With Viserys' good temper, he couldn't help but curse secretly after hearing this. He and his younger brother Daemon respectively married wives from the valley, and had already formed a deep alliance with the valley. The next generation can marry the Stormlands and the West, but it cannot continue to fight against the Vale. Alicent added jealously, "Aemon is busy in the valley, and he doesn't seem to object." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Viserys waved his hand, full of confidence. "That's Daemon's son. Targaryens are attracted to each other. Why does Daemon look down on his first wife? The biggest reason is pride and prejudice. According to the Targaryen law of mutual attraction, Daemon's wife must at least be of ancient Valyrian blood. Lady Rhea is clearly not. As his elder brother, he married Aemma Arryn of the Eyrie. Aemma is a good woman and of noble birth. Her mother was Daena Targaryen, the sixth daughter of her grandfather, King Renren. Speaking of which, she was his biological aunt. Therefore, Aemma was born with the appearance of a Targaryen with silver hair and purple eyes. When she became an adult, she married back to the royal family to support her family. Daemon is aware of this and has higher and more selective requirements for his wife. Unexpectedly, she was used by her grandmother Alexa to marry into Runestone City. The contrast was too great, which led to Daemon's extreme behavior. He insulted his first wife as a bronze bitch and mocked the women of the valley as inferior to goats. Alicent stopped talking and picked her nails harder. Because she knew that her husband was right. Viserys smiled first after saying this and his mood improved. "Forget it, leave Rhaenyra alone for now and let her relax in the valley." "But where's Madame Leia?" Alicent was unwilling to give in. "Don't worry, she won't make it." Viserys smiled broadly, but there was still resentment in his heart. He felt guilty and angry towards his sister-in-law. First of all, she was pitiful for being a widow, and her brother Daemon failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a husband. Secondly, it irritated her that she was always at odds with the royal family. How can you castrate Daemon when you consummate their marriage to take out your anger on your son? Damn Daemon. You are right, but Rhaenyra still needs to resume her journey as soon as possible. Alicent knew that persuasion was useless, and hoped that Rhaenyra would leave the Vale quickly. "Okay, I will write a letter and scold her." Viserys was stern in his words and observed his wife's every word and action. He had determined that the other party simply couldn't stand the intimacy between Rhaenyra and Aemon. Really weird possessiveness. Hearing this, Alicent felt much more relaxed. Viserys rolled his eyes and struck while the iron was hot, the kingdom has been quiet for a long time. After Renera's parade is over, how about we hold a grand tourney? That's going to cost a lot. Allison said helplessly. The treasury is very full and has enough for us to spend. Viserys patted his belly, like a rich man, and smiled. Let's celebrate our 9th anniversary next year. The king was full of flattery at the moment. He hoped that his wife and daughter would not make too much trouble in order to meet their needs. Allison looked up and nodded with a smile. Okay. Valley. Valley, vast plain. Yo-yo. A white deer ran freely, and the silver-haired boy on its back drew his bow sideways. A hare fled in front, turning and moving flexibly. Swish. Eamon shot an arrow, and the dragon bone bow rebounded slightly. The arrow flew like a shuttle, accurately piercing the hare's neck. Good archery. Ser Ryan in a white cloak rode up and praised very well. Even after seeing it countless times, he was still amazed at the prince's outstanding talent in archery. Eamon was used to it, riding a deer forward to pick up the prey. Ser Ryan waved his hand, indicating the team behind him. Stop and rest where you are. Gonser pulled the reins and tied the 2-point flag on the soft grass. 800 newly recruited young men ran after the horses, sweating profusely. They were all recruited locally in the valley, including new subjects, orphans from the new fields and people from the fire craftsman tribe. They were between 14 and 30 years old, which was the best time for plasticity. There were no war horses in the valley, and the enemy was the High Mountain clan of the Moon Mountains. The military type was longbowmen. Each person had a set of copper-inlaid leather armor, a scimitar on the waist, a longbow, and a quiver. This was the best equipment that the valley could provide. Sir Ryan, can the next batch of building materials be delivered on time? Eamon peeled off the rabbit skin on the spot and made a fire to roast it. Sir Ryan, who was helping out, hesitated and said, a small group of pirates from the Three Women's Kingdom is causing chaos, and the maritime trade in the Strait of Sin is affected. Almost all ports are crowded. He lives in the Seagull Tower in Seagull Town, and is in charge of the landing and transportation of building materials. But the situation has been difficult recently, which has delayed the transportation time in Seagull Town. Eamon nodded. I am planning to pave a good mountain road from Ravenhill to the river valley, which will save a lot of time. Rhaenyra is working hard for this. Sir Ryan's smile was stiff, and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. You are really brave to use the princess of a country to pave the way for you. On the way here, the Golden Dragon was in a bad mood. Eamon was pickling rabbit meat seriously, and suddenly thought of two people. Dad Demon is in the stone steps. The Three Women's Kingdom pirates are causing chaos, and they will have to fight every day. In the original world, he had been addicted to being the king of the Strait of Sin in the stone steps for a few years, and returned to King's Landing in 111 AC and reconciled with his uncle. But he had other purposes. At that time, Rhaenyra had no one to choose from, and he wanted to steal the Iron Throne through his niece. Now that Eamon is here, he naturally has no such plan, and is still catching crabs in the stepstones. I don't know why I can't hold on. Eamon thought secretly. Subjectively speaking, the stepstones are stuck between two continents, and it is indeed a good place to collect taxes. But the territory composed of the archipelago is nothing but stones. The economy cannot be developed at all, and it is wishful thinking to build a port. Demon was tricked by the sea serpent Corlys, trapped in the stepstones, fighting pirates from the Three Women's Kingdom for others. Speaking of the sea serpent Corlys, Lana naturally thought of him. Eamon secretly complained, the port is affected, is Tidehead also affected? Then it makes sense that Lana broke his promise. Prince. Suddenly, a shout came. Eamon frowned, what's the hurry? The new soldier said nervously, we found someone stealing sheep, it seems to be the Mountain Clan. Lead the way. Eamon left the half-cooked rabbit and set off immediately. Soon, they arrived near a stream. From a distance, they saw a dozen guys wrapped in animal skins driving a group of goats into the mountains. Eamon said in surprise, it's really the Mountain Clan. The river valley is in ruins, and the houses of the people are still simple, of course there are no sheep pens or cow sheds. Except for chickens and ducks, cattle, sheep and other livestock are free-range. They eat, drink, defecate and urinate on the grass, and return to Changhu in groups at night. Unexpectedly, a group of mountain clans were attracted. Catch them and ask which tribe they are from. Iman gave an order and took the lead in drawing the bow and arrow. Swish. The dragon bone bow has great power, and the arrow shot out like a meteor. With a puff, it pierced through a person's head and pierced through the skull into the grass. Draw your swords, catch them. 100 longbowmen were dispatched, and they drew their scimitars to surround them. With the difference in numbers, they tied up more than a dozen mountain clansmen in a short moment. We ask, and you answer. Gonsur handed over a white deer-fronted mountain clan leader to His Royal Highness for interrogation. Iman asked, which tribe are you from? Looking at them, they also had tattoos on their bodies, and painted one or both ears black. We are warriors of the Black-Ear tribe. The little leader said with a look of dissatisfaction and stiff neck. Iman raised his eyebrows, thinking that there were all kinds of monsters and ghosts. Looking at this posture, he couldn't ask anything. He casually pointed out a longbowman from the Pyrotechnics tribe and asked, where is the Black-Ear tribe, and how strong is it? The longbow soldiers came out. The Black-Ear tribe is in the Mingyue Mountains north of the high mountains. It is a large tribe of 3,000 people. They are also neighbors in the river valley. Iman understood and waved his hand. Kill them. Don't. The little leader wanted to beg for mercy, but the scimitar was inserted into his head. Yo-yo. The white deer took a step back, fearing that blood would splash on the silky fur. Iman pondered silently. The longbow soldiers are almost trained, at least they can draw the bow and shoot arrows. It's time to find a high mountain clan to serve as a whetstone and capture a group of coolies. Thank you Nanku Izueming Qianqian for the 2,000 coins reward. Thank you Zui Zhiji and Hongmeng Li Changsheng for the 500 coins reward. Thank you Pu Pujing for the 100 coins reward to Prince Iman. There are also many book friends who voted and rewarded. Thank you very much, they are all great. I am still not good at farming, and I have no motivation to write. There still needs to be some emotional ups and downs in the plot. Chapter 93, Red Base and Hashtag 039, S-Gen Sifu. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. Accidents always come before tomorrow. Eamon prepared for 2 days and planned to lead the army to sweep the Mingyue Mountains. Without waiting for departure, the river valley welcomes new guests. Long Lakeside. Eamon, riding a white stag, led the escort team to greet them. Half a kilometer away, a red flag came into view. It looks like a red fortress with a red background and white edges. The Redford family of Red Base. Rhaenyra looked at the slowly approaching convoy and chuckled. Mrs. Leia is really selective. The Redford family is of the bloodline of the ancestors and has a very important position in the valley. As he spoke, he winked at Eamon. Eamon didn't bother to look further, and whipped the white mare's ass under the opponent's crotch. Sue. The little white mare squealed in pain and kicked her child in a bad temper. Rhaenyra was startled and held the reins for a long time to comfort her. Not long after. The convoy arrived at the bank of Long Lake, and 2 rows of valley knights reined in their horses and stopped. I have to say that the Redford family's pomp is still in place. A total of 50 valley knights wearing tin cans carried several red flags. The 2 knights at the front are extraordinarily brave, and their armor is more exquisite. The emblem of the Redford family is engraved on their chests. One person took off his helmet, revealing a young man with light red curly hair and an ordinary face. Your Highness the Prince, Your Highness the Princess. The young knight turned over and dismounted, put one hand on his chest, and said solemnly, Holden Redford sends his regards to both of you. May the glory of the 7 gods bless you. You're welcome, sir. Eamon gently raised his hand to signal him to excuse himself. Rhaenyra asked curiously, Are you the eldest son of Lord Redford? Yes, Your Highness Princess. Holden lowered his head slightly, adhering to the rule of not looking directly. It can be seen that this is an old-fashioned and polite person. There will be a very good noble heir in the valley. Eamon made way for us and said, Everyone has come from afar, and River Valley City has prepared a feast for us. Facing the invitation, Holden shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I am only here to see my little sister as a guest, and I have to get back as soon as possible. He is not an unscrupulous person. He turned sideways to let the people behind him show up. Another knight took off his helmet, revealing different short black hair, and a handsome face that was a little green. Holden introduced, "This is my brother, Adrian Redford. Prince, Princess." Adrian, who looked to be under 20 years old, turned over and dismounted and saluted. Eamon raised his hand again. It can be seen from the other party's hair color and face that her mother should be a beauty with the blood of the ancestors. Typically, the Redfords of Red Base all have red hair. The two brothers greeted each other one by one and opened the curtain of the carriage opposite. The scene fell silent, and Eamon and Rhaenyra looked away. The valley girl who can visit the valley at this time is naturally the future daughter-in-law chosen by Mrs. Leia. The curtain was gently opened, and a pair of exquisite deerskin boots stepped out. Then came the light green silk skirt, revealing a section of snow-white calves. When the whole person stepped out of the carriage, his long light red hair looked like a wisp of dancing flames in the sunlight. Eamon tilted his head and took a non-offensive look. She looks very beautiful, with long light red hair and passionate, healthy fair skin, and a tall and well-proportioned figure. He lowered his head slightly, his face not clearly visible. However, his pair of brown eyes were like those of a deer in the forest, and his nose was high and straight, showing a bit of heroism. Judging from the appearance alone, she is a classical beauty whose style is similar to that of her mother, Mrs. Leia. He is indeed a carefully selected person. Your Majesty, Jane Sifu of the Redford family would like to send you my regards." The red-haired girl bowed and saluted, her voice was hard but not unpleasant. Rhaenyra, who was very polite and looked her up and down, repeated it. It can be seen that the Redford family in Red Base has strict rules. "Welcome to Riverdale City." Eamon smiled faintly, with a gentle appearance. "No one knows, and they are already going crazy inside." Jennifer Redford. During the Dance of Dragons, she was the personal companion of Jane Eyre, the Duchess of the Eyre. Lady Jane never married, and it is said that she had an unusual relationship with her female companion, James. When she was about to die due to the strong wind and cold, she would always sleep in John Sifu's arms. "I knew my mother was unreliable, but I never thought she would be so unreliable." Eamon was helpless. "Thank you." Jean Sifu smiled lightly and acted calmly and generously. Holden said goodbye and returned with 10 Valley Knights, leaving the rest with his younger brothers and sisters. Before leaving, I chatted with Eamon alone for a few words. "Mrs. Leia kindly invites you. I hope His Highness the Prince will bear with me. No matter what the outcome is, Red Base will be a solid ally of Runestone City to help each other." After that, Holden put on his helmet and got on the horse. Eamon nodded slightly, appreciating the other person's frankness. If he remembers correctly, the Redford family of Red Base had some special splendor during the Dance of the Blood Dragons. Not only is Jensif the personal companion of Lady Jane, but Adrian, the second son of the family, has also been chosen as Rhaenyra's Queen's Guard. The identity is the same as that of the King's Guard. It can be seen that the Redford family has a good family tradition and is worth winning over. Eamon promised, "Don't worry, I only treat your sister as a guest." Holden was slightly startled, unable to hide his regret. "I still have some illusions about marrying a Targaryen." Next night, Eamon has dinner with the Redford siblings. At the dinner table, Jean Sifu took the initiative to chat about trivial matters. For example, the scenery of Red Base, the power of the family, and personal problems. Eamon learned that the other party was 15 years old. 1 year younger than Rhaenyra. "I'm done eating." Rhaenyra put down her knife and fork, wiped her mouth and left the table. Eamon glanced at it but didn't stop him. He knew very well that Rhaenyra had no emotions about Jensif's arrival. Especially when I learned that the other person was a little younger and was very considerate at the dinner table. Eamon even felt that she had been watching his excitement. It seems that it hopes for some development. The error-free version is being read. 6=9+ book_bar debuts this novel. Her Royal Highness the Princess has outstanding grace and is worthy of the reputation of Light of the Kingdom. Jean Sifu also put down her knife and fork and praised with a smile. Eamon said casually, "She is trying to adapt to the identity of the heir to the Iron Throne. Just assume that the other person is sincerely complimenting you." Jean Sifu shook her head and said, "I am serious. It is inconvenient for girls in the valley to travel. This is the first time I have seen the majesty of the royal family." A woman's sixth sense is very accurate, and she can tell that Her Royal Highness is wise. But where this wisdom is used depends on who will be the guide. I'm done eating. Let's feed the horses first. Adrian stood up to leave and whispered, "Little sister, you and His Highness should talk first." Eamon also did not stop. Speaking of which, Adrian was only 19 years old, 3 years older than William, and was already an official knight. The ending is the same, dying in the Dragon's Lair riot. After he left, there were only 2 main characters left at the dinner party. Eamon had almost eaten and wanted to hear what the other person had to say. "Prince, your mother is a shrewd lady." Jean Sifu folded her hands in front of her lower abdomen and said seriously, "We are opening up new territory in the river valley. Red Base is willing to become an ally with you." "Me?" Eamon noticed the words. "Yes." Jean Sifu said rationally, "The key to the rise of Runestone City lies with you, Your Highness. Honglei and Runestone City have been neighbors for generations, and they will also be neighbors with the river valley for generations. The distance between the river valley and the Red Base is shorter than that of Runestone City. Changhu Lake is diverted from the Straight Sea into the interior, forming a vast lake in the river valley. These lakes divide into thousands of streams, which eventually flow into the territory of Red Barrier." Eamon was surprised at the other party's wisdom and nodded, "The river valley is lacking a good neighbor. If you don't mind, we can go one step further." Jean Sifu said something ambiguous and then quickly turned back. "I heard that River Valley City produces a kind of briquette in large quantities. Is it a safe fuel made from coal?" "That's right," Eamon said. "Honglei has less land, but fortunately its food output is not low." Jean Sifu first finished talking about the advantages, and then said, "However, the Red Base is located on the mountain. Every winter, the wind and cold will penetrate through the thick walls, so we have to wrap ourselves in thick leather jackets." Eamon understood. "You intend to trade?" Jean Sifu smiled. "I can make the decision and exchange grain for equivalent briquettes so that the family can enjoy warmth during the winter." "No problem." Of course Eamon can't. "When I was worried that there was nowhere to sell briquettes, buyers came." Jean Sifu was thoughtful and said, "If you need it, Red Base can sell it for you. Many secondary nobles and wealthy knights under the family will be happy to buy it." On the way here, she could see that the marriage was not going well. Otherwise, she would not come to River Valley City alone, but should accompany Mrs. Leia and wait for her in Runestone City. This proves that His Royal Highness the Prince and Lady Leia have different opinions on the matter of marriage. Her original advantages will become disadvantages. If you want to seize the opportunity, you must first identify the other party's needs. Let's take a bet on whether His Highness the Prince's emphasis on the valley has a chance to compete with His Highness the Princess as the Crown Prince. That's naturally best. Eamon smiled and said, "How can I help you? Everything comes and goes, and you can't just take advantage." "Sure enough." Jean Sifu suppressed her smile and became sad. "My mother had a difficult time giving birth to me, and my father never continued her marriage." Eamon listened silently. The other party added, "Before leaving, my father told me to be careful in my words and deeds, and try my best to please His Highness. If I fail, I will be sent to the Eagle's Nest City as Lady Jane's female companion." "Mrs. Jane's female companion is a good thing," Eamon said objectively. Without him in the original world, the other party probably skipped the marriage and joined the Eagle's Nest City directly. Jean Sifu didn't know what the other party was thinking, so she said implicitly, "My father is old. As a daughter, I want to spend more time with him. I also ask Your Highness to allow me to stay in River Valley City for a period of time, so I don't have to go to the Eagle's Nest City early." Eamon smiled. "It's a small thing." After talking for a long time, the fox's tail was finally exposed. Another bad woman with 800 evil intentions. Jean Sifu stood up, bowed, and said with tears of gratitude, "Thank you, Your Highness. Go to bed early." Eamon waved his hand and turned to leave. River Valley City has not yet been completed, and there is only one palace, Summer Hall. There is a resting bedroom behind the hall, which is enough for the other party and Rhaenyra. As a male, he would not crowd with them. Stepping out the door, it was already dark. A full moon hangs high. On the steps paved with white marble, 2 figures sat talking together. Eamon glanced at them and saw that they were Adrian and William. The two guys had similar interests and had a lively chat. Well, it was quite rewarding. Eamon lowered his head and considered, as the first ally, Red Base is not weak. Chapter 94, Searching the Mountains and Eliminating Bandits. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The next day. Eamon got up early and found Rhaenyra, who was focused on repairing the road. Dragon Flame. Rhaenyra sat on the dragon's back and gave the order out of boredom. Syrax looked around and habitually spit out Dragon Flame. The firesmiths from the Kuli camp came forward to break the stones and mix them with fine sand and clay to pave the road. A set of processes to enjoy the smoothness. Eamon smiled and said, "If it weren't for Jansif telling me, I wouldn't know you got up so early. I don't have the bad habit of staying in bed." Rhaenyra pouted and asked back, "How was the chat last night? Are you satisfied?" Eamon's eyes were strange. "You are jealous. Who doesn't know how to play straight?" Upon hearing this, Rhaenyra's face flushed half, and she tried her best to deny, "I just care about you." It doesn't matter whether she is jealous or not. The key is that Eamon's attitude yesterday made her quite satisfied. But facing a valley girl carefully selected by Lady Rhea, it would be a lie to say that she didn't feel awkward. Oh. Eamon was meaningful and deliberately prolonged his tone. Rhaenyra couldn't hold back her face and said in a deep voice, "You are here to replace me, so you pave the way." "Of course not." Eamon refused. After working for half a month, Wormithor almost devoured his master. After that, he huddled in the dragon's nest in the mountains and slept with Silverwing all day. "What are you doing?" Rhaenyra said unhappily. Eamon crossed his arms and said lightly, "Gonsur led 1,000 people out of the Moon Mountains and took you to ride the dragon to participate in the war." Rhaenyra was stunned when she heard the words, and her anger was dispersed by the surprise. She couldn't resist the temptation at all. North of the mountains. Eamon rode a white deer up the hillside, leading nearly 1,000 soldiers. It consisted of 150 Valley Knights, 800 Longbowmen, and 30 Valley Knights led by Adrian. The latter followed after hearing the news and wanted to help. Eamon naturally would not refuse and gladly accepted the good intention. "Are you sure you don't want to ride a dragon?" Rhaenyra sat on the back of the white deer and turned back to ask with a frown. Eamon said confidently, "With Syrax and Grey Shadow, the mountain clan will have enough trouble. Vormithor is too strong. If it comes, it will not be able to train soldiers at all." The 800 Longbowmen put down their weapons and wait for the dragon to burn and come out to clean up the ground. Besides, the copper-bright dragon flame of Vormithor is comparable to magma, and it is easy to get out of control in the mountains and forests. Setting fire to the mountains is not a joke. "Okay, but I didn't see the shadow of the mountain clan along the way." Rhaenyra participated in the war for the first time, and she couldn't hold back. A real hunter must be patient. Eamon held the reins and held her down. At this time, the two were one in front and one behind, and the former's petite figure nestled in his arms. Rhaenyra raised her eyes and glanced at him, but didn't say anything. The mountains were difficult to walk, and the war horses were abandoned. Only the white deer that Eamon subdued, relying on its strong physique with a shoulder height of 2 meters and a length of 5 meters, could walk on flat ground. A faint sound. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the bushes in the distance. Eamon's ears moved slightly. He took off the dragon bone bow, put on the arrow, and shot it out with a swoosh. Puff. The dull sound of an arrow breaking through the body came from the bushes, followed by a shrill dog barking. Woo woo woo. Gonsur immediately stepped forward, swept away the low bushes with his heavy sword, and pulled out a black-haired fine dog. An arrow pierced its neck, and the dog's blood flowed. "Prince, it's a hunting dog." Gonsur's eyes were sharp, and he saw that the dog was not wild. Rhaenyra finally reacted. She stared at Eamon in amazement with her beautiful eyes. Eamon ignored him and called a longbowman from the Firesmith tribe, frowning and asking, "Does anyone in the mountain clan keep dogs?" The mountain was short of supplies, and many tribes couldn't even get enough food. Being able to keep dogs proved that they were very strong. The longbowman carefully checked it and said in surprise, "Prince, this is a mountain dog from the Painted Dog tribe." He then explained the situation of the Painted Dog tribe. A large tribe in the mountain clan, with a population of more than 5,000 people. good at training hunting dogs and cooperating with hunters to hunt. It is said that some hunters in the painted dog tribe have the talent of shape-shifting, and can see things thousands of miles away by controlling the hunting dogs they have raised since childhood. After the longbowman finished speaking, he poked the bleeding wound of the black-haired dog. Woo woo woo. The black-haired dog was full of vitality and was still twitching and howling. Eamon was keenly aware that the dog's eyes contained pain and human despair. Is there really a shapeshifter? Rhaenyra was surprised. Skin changers are a special talent passed down in the blood of the ancestors. They can put their perspectives on animals and control their actions. When she was a child, what she heard most was her father telling her grandfather, the king of the elders, about his legendary experiences. He said that when his grandfather was young, he visited the Wall of Despair and helped the Night's Watch defeat the wildling army, burning skin changers and giants to death. Are skin changers more terrible than dragons? Eamon didn't find it strange and ordered, "Give this hound a quick death." Yes. Gunther was quick and broke the neck of the black-haired hound. After the episode, they continued to march. Eamon occasionally observed the surroundings, trying to find new clues. He had a hunch that as the Pyrosmith tribe surrendered, the spies of the Black-Ear tribe were late to return. This aroused the vigilance of the mountain clans and made them unite to face the outside world. It is very likely that a skin-changer's soul was trapped in the black-haired hound just now. When the animals controlled by the skin-changer die, damage is dealt back to them. It can range from being mentally damaged to being completely insane on the spot. Fast forward half a month later. I didn't see a single mountain clan or a tribal village. Eamon directly confirmed that the Alpine clans had joined forces. Temporary camp. Eamon sat on the ground and lit a bonfire in front of him. Hiss. Syrax flew over the mountains and forests and slowly landed on the ground. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 + book_bar debuts this novel. Bang. Rhaenyra jumped off the dragon's back, carrying a hare in her hands. How was your day? Eamon asked as usual. Rhaenyra shook her head and said, the Mingyue Mountains are the main home of the Alpine clan. They hide in the ravines and cannot be found even if they are riding a dragon. After saying that, he knelt down by the campfire and skillfully skinned the hare and emptied its belly. After half a month, the princess also developed good skills. Eamon glanced at it and smiled heartlessly. Rhaenyra was in great contrast. Her black dragon suit was covered in dust, her soft silver hair was frizzy, and she lowered her head to handle her lunch seriously. You should go back and wash up before coming back. Aemon's kind reminder. Unexpectedly, Rhaenyra looked at the gray-silver gold hair, blushed and said, Is it dirty? I mean, you don't have to eat hard. Eamon's remaining conscience troubled him, and he couldn't bear to see the princess of a country behave like this. She's almost becoming a fire maid. Rhaenyra pursed her lips, You haven't even gone back, so I'm fine with this. How to say? Aemon took the dressed rabbit and grilled it on the bonfire. He doesn't like his attendants when he goes out, and he also suffers from them. No way. No attendant can keep up with the dragon's speed, so it's better to experience it yourself. Rhaenyra arranged her clothes, crawled to Aemon's legs and lay down, resting her head on his thighs, raised her head and said, I feel very free. I don't have to worry about the Iron Throne all the time. There's no chattering from ministers. It's just you and me. After a pause, he added, And Syracuse, it's best to have a small cake. So Syracuse is equated with cupcakes. Aemon laughed dumbly, You are a princess, the heir to the Iron Throne, and you should have a bigger pursuit. If things go badly like this, it would be better for him to sit on the Iron Throne. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and said in a sweet dream, I am the queen. If you come to be the regent, I can ride a dragon and swim across the straits, and eat as many cakes as I want. Are you kidding me? Aemon frowned, this attitude was unacceptable. Rhaenyra said calmly, I never joke about little cakes. Aemon was silent for a moment and moved his body to the side, My legs are numb. I really hate that iron cannot become steel. He didn't value the Iron Throne, only treating it as an iron chair with his hands cut off. As long as there are dragons and territories, the Iron Throne is nothing more than a symbol. But as the heir to the Iron Throne, Rhaenyra shouldn't have the same negative emotions. How to fight against Alicent and the aristocracy headed by the Green Party. With the Targaryen family in her hands, it was only a matter of time before they fell. Are you angry? Rhaenyra rested her head on an empty pillow and raised herself up with one hand. Aemon opened his mouth, trying to say I'm not angry. I feel too childish. When the words came to his lips, he said unceremoniously, if you just want to enjoy the power without fulfilling your responsibilities, you might as well give up your status as heir as soon as possible and become a vassal of little Aegon. Considering how stupid the kid looks when he is 3 years old, he can have less mental burden when he raises an army to serve the king. Rhaenyra was stunned and said softly, then do you want to be my vassal? I am not anyone's vassal, in any way. Aemon was extremely serious. Daemon, the father of the original world, was her vassal, even though Rhaenyra's four-quarter flag had the 3 red dragon emblems representing Daemon. But it was still a vassal, just giving comfort. The fate of a vassal is to be a victim when the vassal goes crazy. Hearing this, Rhaenyra's eyes dimmed, and her whole body seemed at a loss. She thought the relationship between the two was good enough. Think carefully about what the Iron Throne means to you. Aemon was too lazy to waste time and put down the half-roasted rabbit. She won't wake up unless the sweet dream is broken. The Iron Throne does not need a second, Maegor the Cruel, the Targaryen family must continue. If no one of the uncle's descendants can sit on the Iron Throne, he didn't mind taking it. Anyway, he is also the bloodline of brave Belren and the great eldest grandson of his great-grandfather, King Rinrue. Left not long ago. Aemon gets a piece of news. In a valley 20 miles to the north, traces of the activities of the Gaushan clan were found. The patrol saw the mountain spits of the Painted Dog department on the road. What should I pay attention to from the camp to that valley? With 800 eyes, Aemon immediately noticed something was wrong. The messenger said, Sir Gunzer said that there is a narrow mountain road in front of the valley and it is easy to be ambushed. Aemon nodded suddenly. Ambushes are the specialty of the Alpine clan. Inform the army and separate a team to go down the mountain to change the guard. The rest will search the valley tomorrow. Aemon gave the order decisively, turned around and left. The messenger was stunned for a moment and quickly went to report it. After everyone left, a pair of green eyes emerged from the bushes in the distance. A thin mountain dog stuck out its nose, sniffed to remember the smell, and then quietly groped its way out of the bushes. Soon disappeared into the forest. Chapter 95, The Cheating Rhaenyra. Prev. Next. Nights_stay. The next day, noon. Aemon rode a white deer and led the team along the narrow path in the mountain forest. Prince, it's a little quiet around here. Adrian was worried. The surrounding terrain was very dangerous no matter how he looked at it. Aemon said seriously, it doesn't matter, we will reach the valley soon. This. Adrian opened his mouth to speak. William rushed out from the side, hugged his neck and dragged him aside. Okay, let's go on our way in peace. This mountain road is certainly dangerous. There is northwest danger on the road, so how can you lure a snake out of its hole? Speed up the march, the soldiers are here, find a place to rest. Aemon looked around and shouted deliberately. His plan is simple. He led 800 people to act as bait, and Gunzer led 200 people to respond. Once the war broke out, Syrax and Grey Shadow suppressed it with firepower from the air. It depends on Rhaenyra's dragon control skills. Aemon looked up at the sky, feeling slightly uneasy. Then I thought about it. Rhaenyra became a dragon master at the age of 7, so she should have no problem abusing vegetables, right? Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a burst of fierce barking appeared. Yo-yo. The white deer stopped and looked up at the mountains and forests on the high slopes on both sides. I saw the bushes trembling, and hundreds of fierce mountain dogs emerged. The dragon is not here, kill them. For the tribe. The Alpine clans, wearing animal skins and armed with crude weapons, followed closely behind. Their number could not be seen at a glance, and they jumped down the hillside in dense numbers. Aemon didn't panic at all and chuckled, it's finally here. Everyone is on alert, and we are arrayed in front and back. Adrian's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and gave the order. He was a formal knight and had command over William. Boom. The 800 longbowmen were slightly panicked, divided into 2 columns and 4 rows, and drew their longbows and aimed them at both sides. This formation can effectively prevent difficulties when attacking from 2 sides. Archers, aim at them. The Gaoshan clan was no fool either. People were crowded on the high slopes on both sides, drawing their bows from a high position. Seeing this, Eamon gave William a look. Clear. William took out a long horn, took a deep breath and blew it hard. Woo-woo. The sound of the horn was deep and powerful, echoing in the surrounding mountains and forests. Be prepared. Eamon didn't waste any time and pulled the reins and rushed out of the formation. Call out. Call out. The 2 sides shot at each other, and arrows rained down instantly. The mountain clans flanking both sides fell one after another, and the long archers above who were insufficiently defended were also killed. Stop this silver-haired boy. Seeing the advantage, the Alpine clan charged forward one after another, targeting Eamon who was riding a white deer. Rush over. Eamon pulled the reins, and the white deer jumped up and rushed into the chaotic crowd. The bronze sword was swung around, hacking down a few idiots who were eager for success. Woof woof woof. Mountain dogs rushed towards me in groups, their eyes glowing green and their mouths drooling. Like a ferocious wild dog that has been hungry for half a month. Get away. Eamon swung his sword left and right, cutting off 2 of the dogs' heads that jumped up. Yo-yo. The white deer shook its huge antlers, pushed through the crowds blocking the way, and climbed up the steep hillside. In a few clicks, he jumped onto the bushes where the archers were ambushed. No, stop that deer quickly. Left left. The Gaoshan clan who saw it were frightened, and the Gaoshan clan who heard it couldn't tell the difference between left and right. I saw a soft white light like silk flashing past, and 1 man and 1 deer charged. The white deer pushed all the way forward, flying away all those who stood in its way. Aha! Aha! Eamon's smile grew wider and wider, and he swung his sword with 1 hand as fast as lightning, killing people like chopping melons and vegetables. In the eyes of the Gaoshan clan, he looked like a bloodthirsty pervert. Without the ambush of archers on the high slope, the 800 long archers on the path could breathe. Pull the bow forward and back and shoot arrows, and you will be safe for a while. Boom. At this moment, clouds and mist surged in the sky, and a giant golden dragon emerged. Dragon Flame, Syrax. The girl's clear voice sounded, mixed with indescribable excitement. Hiss. Syrax roared excitedly, and his strong body swooped down, spraying out thick orange and golden dragon flames. In an instant, the mountains and forests burst into flames. The Gaoshan clan on the other side of the high slope was unprepared and was swept away by the dragon flames, falling into pieces under the impact of the impact. Dragon Flame. Rhaenyra lay on the dragon's back, her beautiful eyes shining. The first time I rode a dragon into battle, my heart almost burst through my chest. Boom. Syrax made a roundabout way and was baptized by dragon flames again along the high slope. The ambush team of hundreds of people was immediately defeated. Aemon turned around and saw it, and laughed, well done. Rhaenyra knew how to ride a dragon. Hiss. Another sharp dragon roar came, and a light gray-white young dragon emerged from the mountain forest. It was the Grey Shadow who arranged to fly with him. Hey, there's an unexpected bonus. Aemon noticed with sharp eyes that the Grey Shadow was holding a small mountain dog in its mouth. The slender dog was just like the black slender dog I saw half a month ago, with humanized fear in its eyes. Click. Grey Shadow didn't care so much. He closed the dragon's kiss and bit the prey into 2 pieces, then raised his head and swallowed it into his stomach. Dragon Flame, Grey Shadow. Aemon shouted and tried to command the young dragon. Hiss. Grey Shadow neighed at the sound, lowered his head and searched back and forth, and finally found the silver-haired figure riding a white deer. The little guy's pupils flashed with enthusiasm, and he flew to the other side and circled. Oh no, another dragon has come. It's a little dragon, shoot it down. The Gaoshan clan was not scared yet, and they had no evil intentions towards an 8-meter-long young dragon. They pulled the bow with trembling arms. Dragon Flame. Aemon was anxious, and his voice was dull and majestic. Hiss. Grey Shadow shuddered and finally understood what he meant. Looking down at the ugly monsters who were aiming their bows at it, he opened his dragon mouth and accumulated a dragon flame fireball with a diameter of 2.5 meters. Boom. The dragon flame fireball fell into the crowd and exploded violently in an instant. Billowing black smoke came out, and broken limbs flew everywhere. This idiot. Eamon breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I had to think of a way to train the coordination of the accompanying dragon. Not understanding what is said at a critical moment is really fatal. Reading the error-free version. 6=9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. Hiss. Syrax glided at low altitude, burning the high slopes and the small roads, and sprayed dragon flames at the high mountain clans in front. Due to the terrain, the high mountain clans could only turn around and flee in a straight line. But they could not run as fast as the dragons. The dragon flames gushed out all over the sky, burning hundreds of people in one breath. After a few detours, the burning people were running all over the ground, screaming with hideous faces. Syrax was aroused, his nostrils flared vigorously, and he smelled the burnt smell and became greedy. Dragon flame, Syrax. Rhaenyra had not noticed anything unusual and gradually became familiar with the rhythm of the battlefield. Hiss. Syrax suddenly trembled, stared at the half-cooked corpse with his vertical pupils, folded his wings and swooped down suddenly. The huge body landed on the ground, and the 2 feet could not stop and plowed 2 gullies. It used its wings to hook the ground and barely stabilized. The dragon's mouth opened wide, biting a screaming fireman in half. There was a click, and blood was piled up high. Before Rhaenyra could stabilize her body, she shook the saddle with both hands. When she opened her eyes, half of the body fell in front of her. The broken arm flew over her head, and the blood instantly covered her face. In an instant, Rhaenyra's head buzzed, her eyelashes with blood beads trembled, and the scene in front of her was rendered blood red. She had never seen such a bloody scene before. The brain crashed on the spot, the body was stiff as wood, and she even forgot to breathe. Hiss. Syrax jumped up and down, chasing the firemen like a cat and a mouse, completely ignoring the driver on his back. Run away, the dragon won't spit fire anymore. Ha ha ha, may the old gods bless you. The mountain clan was like crazy, running out of the dragon's attack range. What's going on? Aemon rode the white deer and trampled through the bushes, and heard a shout from afar that something was wrong. The white deer shook its head and knocked a roadblock away. He carried his master to the edge of the high slope so that he could see the scene below clearly. I saw the golden dragon blocking the small road in front, swallowing the firemen in big mouthfuls, and occasionally burping and spewing out a puff of black smoke. Without the high-altitude fire suppression, the mountain clan fled frantically. On the other side, the situation was not optimistic. The mountain clan had a large number of people, and they rushed forward against the arrows of the longbowmen, and soon rushed to the front to engage in close combat. Draw your sword, stop them. Adrian remained calm in the face of danger, holding a huge shield in one hand and a half-sword in the other. Woof woof woof. A group of mountain dogs flew down from the high slope, holding down several front-row longbowmen and biting them. Taking advantage of the gap in the formation, the mountain clan rushed over. Damn it, what is Rhaenyra doing? Aemon frowned. Hiss. The gray shadow hissed, stared at the crowded path, and sprayed dragon flame fireballs. Like a divine soldier sent from heaven, it completely disrupted the charge of the mountain clan. The faster they rushed, the faster they died. Beep. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded in the depths of the forest, as if some order was issued. Woof woof woof. Accompanied by the violent noise of the bushes, groups of mountain dogs rushed out. One by one, the dogs jumped down the high slope and sandwiched the longbow soldiers from the front. Aemon was slightly surprised. He didn't expect there was such a dog training expert. Charge. The mountain clan driven away by Syrax turned around and counterattacked. The 100 people at the head were all spearmen with black ears. These spearmen were very brave. Seeing the huge dragon was focused on eating, he threw out spears to try to pierce the dragon's scales. Without exception, even the spears thrown at the wing membrane were bounced away. It couldn't break the defense at all. The spearman did not give up and prepared for the second round of throwing. But this time, he aimed at the silver-haired girl on the dragon's back. Not good. Iman's face changed drastically, and he pulled the reins forward. Yo-yo. The white deer was very smart. It turned around and jumped back to the path on the steep slope, and rushed to rescue quickly. The big noise immediately attracted attention. There is another silver-haired man. He is the noble lord of the valley, kill him first. The spearman recognized Iman's identity and decisively aimed his long hair at him who looked easier to kill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Spears flew one by one, blocking the way. Iman raised his hand and swung his sword, cutting off the spears easily. Don't let him rush over. The spearmen were terrified and took turns throwing their spears. Iman used the same trick again, but forgot about the white deer under his crotch. Puff! A spear hit the white deer's chest, and blood soaked its silky white fur, causing the white deer to kneel down with a thud. Iman's eyes blurred, and he subconsciously rolled sideways to reduce inertia. Yo-yo. The white deer collapsed to the ground and tried hard to get up. Catch him. No, kill him. Iman rolled up with the force, and looked up to see spearmen surrounding him from all directions. A few bold guys, with spears in their hands, were eager to try. Iman glanced back and confirmed that the white deer was not injured in the vital parts, and a big stone fell from his heart. Swish. He held the bronze long sword in his right hand and picked up a rough iron sword with his left hand. Iman was calm and composed, and he made a sword flower with both hands. Close combat. Then give it a try. Chapter 96 Population Explosion. Prev. Next. Knights_stay. Come together and kill him. The spearmen were frightened and chose the most conservative approach. Bang. The sword in Iman's left hand clamped a spear, and the sword in his right hand penetrated the visitor's chest. There was a strong wind coming from behind, and he pressed down on his left wrist and stabbed back. Before the attacker could get close, the crude iron sword pierced his abdomen. Stop him. 7 or 8 people swarmed forward, thrusting their spears in a row. Madness. Iman's eyes were scornful, and he waved his sword from side to side, holding the spearhead and cutting them off one by one. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, he rushed into the crowd and moved forward without hesitation. The sword in his left hand wiped out a person's neck, and the sword in his right hand pierced someone else's chest. The movements are smooth and fluid, without the clumsiness of a two-handed sword. Within a few rounds, there were dead bodies lying on the ground. Iman let out a breath and stepped over the corpse towards Syrax. He is still young, but the title of Warrior Descends to Earth is not groundless. After he chose to learn martial arts at the age of 8, no one forced him to study anymore. At the beginning of this year, when he became proficient with two-handed swords, no one forced him to learn martial arts. Even Sir Harold, Lord Commander of the King's Guard, commented. Unless there is a half-giant wielding a heavy sword that is over 1.8 meters tall, no one can stop him with swords in both hands. Hiss. After the gray shadow bombarded the rear side, it flapped its wings and flew over. Whoever provides it with a full meal, it still knows. Boom. At the same time, the roar of horse hooves came from the front side of the path. Knights of the Valley, crush the mountain clan. Gunzer held high the 2-point flag and led 180 Valley Knights from the Prince's camp and the Red Base camp to gallop forward. The Alpine clan was already frightened by Syrax, but when faced with the Valley Knights, they were immediately reduced to meat on the chopping board. They were knocked backwards by the war horses and many were trampled to pieces. It's quite timely. Iman glanced at it and walked not far from Sylax. At this time, dozens of spearmen were still besieging them, but they were frightened by the dragon's roar. He didn't dare to step forward. Raynela, are you out of your mind? Iman strode forward, opening his mouth to curse. A mentally retarded person who kills people for no reason, and those who dare to die in love are not her people. Ah. Hearing the familiar shout, Rhaenyra blinked and looked around blankly. Iman's face was ashen and he shouted, "Get out of here and control your dragon." Yes. Rhaenyra woke up from a dream, lowering her head and not daring to look at anyone. She realized what a good thing she had done. Hiss. Syrax looked out of the corner of his eyes and saw the driver approaching with a blood-stained dragon kiss, like a naughty child asking for praise. Fly. Rhaenyra felt guilty and shouted loudly, "Fly, Syrax." Syrax tilted his head in confusion, fanned out a pair of fleshy wings to stir up strong winds, and kicked off his hind legs to fly away. No, run away. Catch the silver-haired boy, let's take the hostage. The spearman was blown away by the wind and couldn't open his eyes, still thinking about saving his life. It's a good idea. Eamon sneered and faced him with 2 swords. He is very angry now. There was a crunching sound, and a dozen people were thrown away in the blink of an eye. Run away, this kid is a monster. No, that's the Tin Man over there. The spearman was in a dilemma, gritting his teeth and choosing the side that seemed to be the weakest. Eamon had no fear at all and faced 7 or 8 sieges at the same time without defeat. The 2 swords spin a cold lotus, dancing like an airtight flower. Bang. Suddenly, a spear came from behind and stabbed him in the lower back. Eamon cut off one person's head with his sword and looked back at the attacker. He was a thin boy with a sallow complexion, his hide was stained with blood, and he had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Seeing the spear piercing the opponent's body, his face instantly became ecstatic. But when he poked it forward, it felt like he was stuck on a stone, with no flesh and blood feeling at all. Eamon's eyes were surprised and he said, "I'm afraid it will hurt a little if I stab someone in the waist." Without some life-saving means, no one dares to block the killing god's random charge. Unexpectedly, it really gave him a surprise. The skinny boy poked again without giving up, but still didn't make any progress. He raised his head in disbelief. Coincidentally, Eamon was looking at him. Their eyes met, and the fear in the former's eyes overflowed from his eyes. "Hug, sorry." The thin boy wanted to cry but had no tears. "It's okay, I forgive you." Eamon smiled slightly, thrust out his sword in his joyful eyes, and said gently, "Pay attention in the next life." The sword blade shattered the heart, and the body fell with a thud. Run away. He is an immortal monster." This scene fell in the spearman's eyes, no less than a bolt from the blue, completely shattering the psychological defense. He ran towards the Valley Knight and the dragon without daring to look back. "Haha, that's all the courage." Eamon smiled sarcastically, exuding a kingly temperament that overcame everything. Unlike Uncle Viserys' benevolent kingly ways. It's not like Dad Daemon is evil. Rather, it is majestic and domineering. Demonstrate an upright person, and crush all evil spirits under the general situation. Yo-yo. The roar of a deer came from behind, and the white deer struggled to get up at some point. "My Dabai, I feel so sorry for you." Eamon dropped the crude iron sword, walked over and pulled out the spear from the white deer's chest. Fortunately, the spear used a stone spearhead, which pierced the fur but failed to penetrate the bones, causing only skin injuries. The white deer shuddered, blood gushed from the wound, and it lowered its head and rubbed its master. The wound was not serious, and it wanted to carry its master for transportation. People are not as good as deer. Eamon was deeply moved and secretly vowed, "I must exchange a protective item for Dabai. Such a good big white deer, I can't bear to leave me." Hiss. Hiss. Syrax and the grey shadow intertwined and soared, and the dragon flame pushed across the narrow path, burning the mountain clan to retreat step by step. In just half a minute, the situation was determined. It's time to harvest the spoils. Eamon led the docile white deer and walked forward on the corpses all over the ground. The mountain clan alliance attacked and caught them all in one fell swoop. A quarter of an hour ago. In the river valley, the mountain dragon's nest. A bronze dragon coiled in the cave, with hot air gushing out of its nostrils, and its body was like a big furnace. Swish. The bronze dragon suddenly opened its vertical pupils, and a hint of anger flashed in its eyes. It stood up and shook its wings, and gravel fell to the ground. Just as it was about to climb out of the cave, its huge body stopped in place. Reading the error-free version. 6=9 + Shu_bar first published this novel. The bronze dragon subconsciously glanced to the south, and doubts appeared in its bright vertical pupils, as if it was confirming something. After a while, it lay down again. The vertical pupils closed and continued to sleep. Time passed in a flash, half a month later. Thousands of people wearing animal skins, with a series of hemp ropes tied to their feet, squeezed on a protruding shore by the Changhu Lake. Directly opposite the shore was the river valley city at the foot of the high mountain. The terrain difference between the two sides was large, and looking up could only see the emerald dome of the palace. At this time, the River Valley City was holding a grand event. After the Midsummer Hall, the second main hall named Evergreen Hall was completed. Behind this Evergreen Hall is the prince's bedroom. According to the layout of the River Valley City, the bedroom is located on the inner side of the palace and is ranked as the third main hall. The palace walls are made of white bricks and yellow tiles, and a magnificent gate is built between the two palaces. In front and behind the gate are wide courtyards comparable to football fields, all paved with white marble floors. With the bright colors of the red bricks and black tiles of the main hall, the color tone of the entire palace is distinct, solemn but not cold. It has the simplicity and atmosphere of the castle and the pleasant scenery of the garden architecture. It is a good place to cultivate one's body and mind. In front of the Evergreen Hall, Eamon sat on the steps paved with white marble, looking down at a group of old, weak, women and children wearing animal skins. Obviously, they are all mountain clans. Call the tribe leader. Eamon Targaryen crossed his hands, his eyes revealing deepness. It has been half a month since the melee in the mountains and forests. The three alliances of the mountain clan tribes suffered a devastating blow, and all the survivors were captured and imprisoned in the River Valley City. It's time to recycle the waste. Yes, Prince. Steve stepped forward and pulled out an old man and a young man. For formal occasions, there are many people in front of the hall. Adrian and William guarded on both sides, and Gunther led a team of Valley Knights to guard the door. Johanna, the housekeeper, held a big fat cat with black fur and stripes in her arms, and stood at the door of the hall with Jansif, who assisted from the side. Almost all the important people in the River Valley were present. Rhaenyra was not there. She felt ashamed to see people, so she hid in Raven Ridge and focused on repairing the road. Plop. An old man and a young man knelt at the bottom of the steps, and they looked like a pair of grandparents and grandchildren. Eamon looked at the old man with gray hair and bone ornaments tied on his head, and said lightly, "Are you the chief of the Painted Dog tribe?" "Yes, the Honorable Dragon King." The old man buried his head deeply, and even pressed his grandson to kowtow. Eamon nodded secretly. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. "Honorable Dragon King, please give your order." The old man trembled, like a frightened octogenarian. Eamon said calmly, "Do you know how many people are left in the three tribes now?" The old man's face was full of wrinkles and he squeezed together, saying bitterly, 2 large tribes and 1 medium tribe, including the old and the young, there are less than 6,000 people. There were 3 tribes in the ambush, namely the leading Painted Dog tribe, the Burning Man tribe, and the Black-Ear tribe, which produced many spearmen. The Burning Man tribe was the worst, and only 300 to 500 people were left after the melee. Almost wiped out. 2,000 young men and more than 1,000 women and children were captured from the Black-Ear tribe, but the chief fled into the mountains and forests, leaving the tribe and running away. The people's hearts were scattered. More than half of the Painted Dog tribe was killed or wounded, and only more than 1,000 warriors were left. Fortunately, the old and the young hid properly, and most of them survived. Eamon nodded and went straight to the point, "You are the only leader left in the 3 tribes. Swear allegiance to me and I will give you a way out with a future." The number of people in the 3 tribes is more than double the total population of the valley. Reorganization and disbanding is one aspect, but a leader still needs to surrender. "Dear Dragon King, we are willing to surrender." The old man had no intention of resisting and begged hard, "But please don't kill the old people and children of the Painted Dog tribe. They will work as hard as the young and strong. According to the rules of the Mountain Clan, useless people will be killed after the defeat. I am not a tyrant. I will not kill anyone who kneels to me." Eamon recognized the conqueror's soft and hard methods and put them into practice. The war is over, there is no need to forge more hatred. On the continent of Westeros, cruelty is not praised. "Thank you." The old man's eyes were filled with tears, he opened his mouth and bit off a little finger, and smeared the blood on his forehead. Then, he wiped it on his grandson's forehead. Eamon frowned slightly and asked the key question, "How many skin changers are there in your tribe?" 5. The old man didn't dare to lie. Eamon was surprised and said, "So many." None of the free tribes outside the Great Wall had 5 skin changers. The old man sighed and said, "The other 3 are dead, leaving only my grandson Agudo and I. The one he changed into was an old dog that couldn't run. My grandson has a talent for shape-shifting, but he doesn't have a controlled mountain hound. Ayman thought to himself. In a large tribe of 5,000 people, there are 3 skin changers that can be used. One was the black-haired hound that was killed at the beginning, causing the skin changer to die on the spot. A mountain hound was eaten by Grey Shadow, and the skin changer went insane. The last one died in the chaos, and no one knew how he died. There are no ready-made skin changers available. Ayman was a little disappointed and said bluntly, "There will be no 3 tribes in the future, only the Black Stone clan led by the Painted Dog clan and the Burning clan led by the Firesmith clan. You and the old blacksmith of the Firesmith clan are familiar with the work. Persuade the Gaoshan clan in the prisoner camp to surrender and join the project of River Valley City." "Yes, Your Highness." The old man immediately changed his words. Ayman waved his hand and gave a guarantee: as long as the River Valley town is completed, you will all be promoted to the status of the people, and you don't have to be inferior to others. Another red card, Iron Wall, can't wait to come out. Chapter 97, The Wall of River Valley Town. 3 days later. A huge team composed of healthy women and children walked into the wide mountain road of Raven Ridge. What is striking is that some half-grown teenagers have red foreheads and a giant dragon tattooed on their left side. The healthy women and young children who were traveling with them did not have it on their foreheads. According to the new decree issued by His Royal Highness the Prince, all the young and strong boys in the prison camps and those who are taller than a will must have a giant dragon tattooed on the left side of their forehead using the tattoo technique of the Mountain Clan. This represents the origin of the Takayama clan and being a member of the prisoner camp. With this tattoo, everyone knows their identity, reducing the chance of harm to ordinary citizens. The tattoos can never be washed off, and there is no need to worry about them escaping back to the Mingyue Mountains. Likewise, His Royal Highness kept his promise and left them a way out. As long as you join the building in Riverdale Town, you will have the first dragon emblem tattooed on the right side of your forehead when it is completed. It symbolizes that they have been cleansed of their sins and become the official citizens of the River Valley. The old patriarch of the Painted Dog clan and the old blacksmith of the Firesmith clan have a third dragon emblem directly above their foreheads than anyone else. 3 dragon emblems were gathered together, which coincided with the 3 red dragon emblems of the Targaryen family. It proves that they are loyal and are the messengers of the noble Dragon King. Not too big, not too small, he is a cadre. Beep beep. Ayman rode a white stag at the front of the procession, blowing a bone whistle hanging around his neck. Bai Lu turned his head and glanced, his eyes full of curiosity. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Ayman looked up at the sky and muttered, "The painter can train dogs with whistles, but he is not qualified to train dragons." Hiss. After a long time, the Grey Shadow poked out the dragon's head from the thin clouds and observed the movements of His Highness the Prince. "Didn't you agree to tell it to start eating?" Ayman had a black line, the whistle stopped and you came out. Yes, he wanted to use a bone whistle instead of shouting to give simple instructions to the Grey Shadow accompanying him. It can be seen from the melee that the flying dragon has difficulty communicating and reacting immediately. Forget about Silver Wings. It is an adult dragon and cannot be commanded unless it is tamed and bonded with. Grey Shadow is still a young dragon, and he should be able to improve after being trained since childhood. Hiss. The Grey Shadow's eyes were puzzled, and he turned back to the clouds. Ayman rolled his eyes and continued to ponder the bone whistle. Grey Shadow is currently insensitive to whistles and does not understand the meaning of different whistles at all. The bone whistle was made of poor material and was not strong enough to convey instructions to a dragon. Why don't you try using the keel? An idea flashed in Ayman's mind. Maybe it's feasible, go back to Dragonstone Island and pick up a dragon bone. The team rushed forward slowly, and a road construction team appeared in front. It's almost noon. The old, weak and healthy women of the road construction team were paving the last section of the road, while the cook next to them cooked thick porridge. His Royal Highness is kind-hearted, and all heavy manual laborers have 3 meals a day. You go back and build the road with them. Ayman gave instructions and drew pictures as usual. When the road is repaired, you will be free. The Valley Knight who was in charge of supervision stepped forward and led down as many as 2,000 strong women and children. Most of them were family members of the Hua Dog clan, and they accepted their fate under the persuasion of the old clan leader. Hiss! Sirac stood on a pile of rubble and breathed dragon flames to burn the lime. Eamon rode the white deer and walked slowly towards that side. When he got closer, he saw the silver-haired girl in the corner. Rhaenyra squatted on the ground, hugging her knees with her hands, staring blankly at the ants moving on the ground. It almost looks like a jade. Haven't thought about it yet. Eamon led the white deer forward. It is indeed a flaw that the dragon control technique is not good. Throughout the Dance of Dragons period, Rhaenyra and Syrax were both soy sauce party members who carried out the great conspiracy of life and death to the end. Rhaenyra glanced up and lowered her head. She often felt sorry for herself for not being a boy, believing that her gender gave the public an unfair view of her. During the battle in the Minue Mountains, this idea was shattered. Lyashenwuzhu was frightened on the dragon's back, causing the battle situation to almost overturn. No matter from any perspective, she is unqualified. You should blame yourself. You should eat when you should. Eamon knelt down and took out a silver plate from his satchel. Rhaenyra had no appetite. Just as she was about to put her head in her arms, she smelled a familiar fragrant smell. Looking up, a small piece of cream cake came into view. Where did it come from? Rhaenyra's beautiful eyes widened, and her mind thought a lot in a flash. Aemon shook the silver plate and said, "Johanna made it. The materials were specially transported from Seagull Town. It's valuable. Butter is a high-end product, and ordinary nobles cannot eat it more than once a year. There is no production in the river valley, and all items must be purchased regularly from Seagull Town. Made especially for me." Rhaenyra couldn't believe it. Aemon said, "Eat, there are major events today. Even though they are stupid, they are here to help. Even if you are busy, you are still busy." Snap. A teardrop fell on the silver plate, making a small dot from the cream dough. Before Eamon could react, a pair of lotus arms wrapped tightly around his neck. "Sorry." Rhaenyra confided her true feelings and buried her head in the crook of the opponent's neck, unable to stop sobbing. "I didn't want to kill them." After the melee, only 569 of the 800 longbowmen remained. Among the number of people killed in battle, she was responsible. Aemon could not forgive her for the dead person, so he leaned his face against her hair and said seriously, "No one makes mistakes, but you must remember the pain so as not to leave scars again." "I will remember it all." Rhaenyra bit her lower lip and held her arms tighter and tighter. Feeling the softness on her chest, Eamon looked helpless and patted her back. "Okay, blaming yourself too much is a sign of weakness. When they choose to be recruited into the army, they should be prepared to meet strangers." At this point, he shares the same cold-blooded streak as his father Daemon. Death is like a lamp going out, but the living must look forward. Remember, that's enough. Rhaenyra was soft-spoken and easy to coax. After calming down for a while, he took the cream cake and started eating it. Completely forgetting the royal etiquette, he just gnawed on the plate. "You eat." Halfway through eating, he brought the plate to Aemon's mouth. "Thanks." Aemon took a bite and couldn't get used to the sweetness of the cream. Rhaenyra loved to eat, so she lay sideways in the other person's arms, concentrating on the cream cake. "I have been hungry for several days." The error-free version is being read. 6=9 + book_bar debuts this novel. Aemon was pressed against his thigh, which acted as a chair. "Occasionally, I smell the tangy sweetness of butter, and I can't tell whether it's the person or the cake that emits the smell. Until the cream cake is eaten and wiped clean." Rhaenyra licked the butter off her fingers and whispered, "The firesmith as 500 women and children can build 100 meters of road every day, and now they have built 6 miles of road. The total length of the mountain road from Raven Ridge to River Valley is 50 miles. Eamon did some calculations and estimated that the arrival of the 2,000 women and children from the Painting Dog clan and the Blackstone clan would increase the speed of road construction to 300 meters per day. The number of people is not directly proportional to the distance of road construction. Anyone who has built a road knows that materials and excavation of the road are the most time-consuming. There was no card to provide materials for road construction, so it relied entirely on fine sand and clay pulled by ox carts, and lime was burned separately. And digging the pavement is even harder. Although the mountain road in Raven Ridge is spacious, it is covered with vegetation and vines, and the road surface is bumpy. Before building the road, Eamon drove Vermisser to wash the ground with dragon flames. Burn all the vegetation within 50 miles, and burn the obstructing boulders on the ground into volcanic ash. This also caused the cliffs on both sides to become dark, leaving traces of smoke and fire. When the road construction is completed, it will be considered a feature. With the help of Long Yen, the road construction team still has to dig a 1-meter thick and 20-meter wide roadbed. The road surface of San Hitu is only 10 meters wide. 1 meter of roadside soil is reserved on each side, and 8 meters of sand and gravel are expanded. Finally, 1-meter wide drainage channels are dug on each side. This is the ancient road construction process. It was supposed to be a 30-meter wide roadbed, with trees planted on both sides to block the wind and guide the direction. Unfortunately, the mountain road is not that wide, and there is no need to plant trees on the cliffs on both sides. I've seen previous sections and the Sanha soil is very solid. Rhaenyra was a little proud. However, when considering the speed of laying, it is still a time-consuming and labor-intensive project. Eamon muttered, "It's 50 miles to Ravenhill, and 30 miles from the mountains to the Aran Valley. It will take about half a year to finish them all. The river valley runs 100 miles from east to west, and it will take another half a year to lay the roads. There is a long way to go. Follow me, there are big things to do." Eamon cheered secretly and picked up Rhaenyra, who was lying motionless in his arms. "You are an older girl, and you don't have any eldest sister-like demeanor at all. Not as good as Lanel." Below the river valley city, the skull of Melix's is brought out again. Under the leadership of the Chief of Internal Affairs, Johanna, and Bachelor Mukun, a bluffing ceremony was held, which shocked the captive camp's 5,000 labor force. Hiss dash. Wormizer and Silverwing flew side by side, turning shock into shock. "Your Highness the Prince." Haigu, the old patriarch of the Painting Dog clan, and Xia Jie, the old blacksmith of the fireworks department, knelt down one after another, completely surrendering. "Take care of your people, the ceremony is about to end." Aemon looked indifferent and walked alone to the shore of the long lake. "Then, take out the red card, copper wall and iron wall. The construction of River Valley City is booming, and the walls of River Valley Town cannot fall down." He had unique insights into city wall planning. First of all, the palace should be rectangular, and the city wall does not have to be square. Based on the shape of the city walls of King's Landing and Highgarden, it is decided to have a polygonal circular outline. It covers a large area, covering 12 square kilometers. The general landform is from the foot of the mountains to the vicinity of the Changhu Lake, where the palace, River Valley City, was built. The city wall takes the commanding River Valley City as its starting point, and its two sides arc toward the long lakeside. It just so happened that there was a protruding piece of land on the shore of the long lake that jutted out of the river mouth, like a pacifier near the foot of a mountain. The city wall surrounded the river mouth. The original East City Gate was abandoned and a long lake dock was built. Encourage fishing in the territory to make up for the lack of water transportation. The height and thickness of the city wall were directly filled by Eamon. It is 10 meters high and 6.5 meters thick at the base. It is mainly about being indestructible. An outer city wall was not enough, so another inner city wall was built. The inner city wall is more majestic, 18 meters high and 12 meters thick at the bottom. Just like one mountain is higher than the other, it will never end. Double city wall defense to crush any enemy's wishful thinking. Even if the giant dragon leaves the mountain dragon nest one day, River Valley Town will still be as stable as Dragon Mountain. Bail Ryan be upon you. Eamon murmured softly and placed the card in his hand on the foundation of the city wall marked with lime. Iron wall, the card effect has been activated. Please name your city. Buzz. The red card shattered in an instant, turning into red fireflies, drilling into the solid foundation of the wide area. The next second, an inexplicable wave spread outward from the center point, like a wave of soft ripples, faintly emitting a faint red glow. Eamon closed his eyes and felt it, and said the name that had been decided long ago, River Valley Town. When building the Valley City, 1.5 months were wasted for the foundation. With the experience of suffering losses, this time the card was used early to block the construction time. The task list of the card gave a prompt. The River Valley Town was named successfully, and the construction time is scheduled for 2 years. Let's get started. Eamon opened his eyes, and behind him stood his subordinates. Haigu and Xiaga did not dare to delay, and ordered the tribesmen to start construction. Digging foundations, moving stones, burning lime. Looking down from the sky, it was like a nest of small ants moving around and building a new ant nest. Chapter 98, Wumisal is asleep, please subscribe. The civil and military officials under his command dispersed and carried out their respective tasks. Now that the population has exceeded 10,000, it can be considered a large family. The stone mines in Green Ridge, the coal mines in Raven Ridge, and the road construction all need manpower to manage. There is still work to do. Eamon held his head high and thought of the red card he got first. With a thought, he aroused the induction in the dark. Hiss. Wumisal looked down with his pupils, found the position of the driver, and carried him to the old nest in the mountains. Puff puff puff. The dragon's nest was covered with dust and black dragon dung was everywhere. Eamon stepped on the air and rolled around, almost falling on the dragon dung. Roar. Wumisal chose to ignore it, and his huge body fell heavily. The ground shook, raising more dust. Eamon choked and coughed, not to mention how upset he was. He took out the red card, God-given bronze, and put it deep in the dragon's nest. God-given bronze, do you want to place natural copper ore? Yes/no. Eamon blew away the dust and nodded without hesitation. He didn't do it before because he was afraid that there would be drawbacks in the valley. Placing a copper mine would not change the basic situation. Now he was building a city and a town step by step, without any worries. Buzz. The red card shattered in an instant, turning into little red fireflies, drilling into the solid rock layer burned by the dragon's nest. Familiar special effects, familiar sense of fluctuation. Rumble. The mountain shook slightly, as if a dragon turned over. The tremor at the foot of the mountain was slight, but those who were attentive still noticed it and couldn't help showing fear. Before he could scream, the tremor suddenly disappeared. It was successfully placed. Eamon touched the rock layer and couldn't see any difference from before. Roar. Wumisal's vertical pupils suddenly shrank, and he keenly noticed that the nest had changed. People and dragons are connected in mind. Eamon was stunned and felt something in his heart. Yes, natural copper ore exists in the mountain, and we have to explore from the foot of the mountain. Eamon smiled slightly, feeling quite relaxed as if he was debt-free. Finally, he made full use of the resources at hand and got rid of the poor days controlled by others. There is a mine at home. Eamon said arrogantly. Roar. Wumisal roared and crawled to the depths of the dragon's nest to lie down. The driver got sick from time to time, so there was no need to pay attention. By the way, today's cards haven't been turned over yet. Eamon's eyes lit up and he couldn't help rubbing his hands. For the magic card panel, he has summed up some experience over the years. The cards that are usually opened are ordinary stuff. Only when something big happens, good things will be taken out. Take a look at the goods. Eamon couldn't wait. The gorgeous panel opened, and the white mist gathered and dispersed, lingering around the 3 unopened cards. The fingers poked 3 times in a row, and the cards turned over one after another. 1 blue, 1 purple, and 1 blue. Pop. Light blue and bright purple interweave, like the moon and the rising sun in the same sky, dispersing the thin white mist. Purple. Eamon's eyes widened. From left to right, the 3 cards are bronze armor engraved with runes, said to protect the wearer. Exchange price, 300 essence points. Bronze sacred tree, the ancient Valyrian dragon kings will be jealous when they see it. Exchange price, 2,000 essence points. Second treasure blood fruit, after taking it, it accelerates the growth rate of the body. Exchange price, 500 essence points. The second blood fruit. Eamon's hands were faster than his brain, he poked it up, turned his head and shouted, Wumither, open your mouth. Roar. Wumither opened his eyes irritably, revealing his jagged fangs. A red fruit was thrown over, hit the cracked dragon's mouth, and rolled into the bloody mouth. Gurgle. Wumisal's body stiffened, his copper-bright vertical pupils shone brightly, and his scarlet tongue rolled into his stomach. It felt the power. How was the effect? Eamon asked expectantly. Grey Shadow ate a blood fruit, which not only made up for the deficit of years of hunger, but also increased his body size by 2 meters. Woomisel is a dragon with extraordinary talent, and I don't know how much benefit he can get. Roar. Woomisel's vertical pupils were cautious, and he roared at the driver and slowly closed his eyelids. It was going to sleep. Sleeping can store nutrients, and by the same token, it can also promote nutrient absorption. Eamon sensed its intention and stopped asking. Let Woomisel have a good sleep, and it will be clear when he wakes up. There are 2 more cards, the price of this one. Eamon looked at the card panel again, his eyes fell on the brand new purple card, and he showed hesitation. It's not that the price of 2,000 essence points is high. On the contrary, he thought it was low. The exchange prices of Jade Houses and Iron Walls were 4,000 and 6,000 points of essence respectively. According to empirical reasoning, the price of gray and white cards is the same, both around 10 points of essence. Green is above 50 points of essence and within 120 points of essence. Blue is above 120 points of essence and capped at 500 points of essence. Purple is about 500 points of essence and will not exceed 3,000 points of essence. Red is at least 3,000 points of essence and temporarily exceeds 10,000 points of essence. He has never released gold, and the price is predicted to be over 10,000. The price of this purple card with 2,000 points of essence in front of him can be called conscience. Pop. Yaimon poked his finger and exchanged, Bronze Sacred Tree. This is the first time I have encountered a purple card. There is no reason to give up. Bronze Sacred Tree, card activation conditions, please place it on a small copper vein that is greater than or equal to a small copper vein. It is tailor-made for me. Yaimon raised his eyebrows and put the card in the dragon's nest. There is a piece of soil at that location, and there is a naturally formed cave above it, which can be illuminated day and night. Buzz. The purple card shattered in an instant, and turned into bronze particles of light, gathering into a 3-foot-tall tree. After Yaimon saw it clearly, doubt appeared in his eyes. The small tree was just as thick as a wrist, and the whole body seemed to be cast in bronze, and the smooth bark had a metallic luster. Reading the error-free version. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. Ding ding. Yaimon knocked with a stone, making a crisp sound of metal collision. Real bronze wood. Who would not be surprised to see it? Looking closely, you can see that the bronze tree has 3 branches, each with 3 bronze leaves. A branch has a bell hanging on it, a branch has a bronze bird standing on it, and a branch has a disc shaped like the sun hanging on it. The bronze leaves are lifelike, with clear veins on the surface and a faint halo. Eamon was surprised and said, "What is the use of this bronze sacred tree?" The introduction was too concise, only saying that the dragon kings of ancient Valyria would be jealous when they saw it. If it is a product of this world of ice and fire, could it exist in ancient Valyria, or even when the Valyrians just discovered the 14 fire peaks? Or, even earlier? Eamon lowered his head and thought deeply, muttering to himself, putting the bronze sacred tree in the dragon's nest is the right choice, and it must not be discovered by anyone. There is magic in the Westeros continent, but this kind of cross-generational product is ultimately a way to cause chaos. There will be trouble when it is born. There is still a long time, study it slowly. Eamon couldn't hide his joy and checked the last blue card. Bronze armor, exchange for 300 essence points. He glanced at the golden hourglass below, essence, 127. A month and a half ago, it was as high as 2,197 essence. For dragon eggs provide 120 essences per month, white deer, 6 bronze armors, dragon bone bow, double Valyrian daggers, etc. A total of about 100 points. Total is exactly 220 essences. In 1.5 months, the output is 330 essences. Just exchanged 4, bronze sacred tree, and a blood fruit, the essence number dropped sharply to 127 points. It's over. Back to the pre-liberation era. Eamon slapped his forehead and regretted, not enough essence, I should have known not to exchange for that bronze shield. It is said that the bronze armor that can protect the wearer is the treasure that the Royce family dreams of. I hope it can be refreshed next time. Eamon shook his head and looked at the edge of the dragon's nest. Wormisal fell asleep. The mountain is so high, how can he get down? Time flies, and another month has passed. It is August. The valley is busy, and there are hard-working figures sweating everywhere. On the north side of the low city wall, a silver-haired figure with bare arms, holding an iron plow, plowed a furrow on the fertile grass. Whoa! The brown horse pulling the plow was whipped, changed direction and plowed the land again, and the depth and width of the furrow were exactly the same. Done. Eamon wiped his sweat and smiled happily. The valley was busy everywhere, and he couldn't be idle. He found 2 old men, Blackbone and Shaga, and forged a curved plow with pig iron. Originally wanted to make an iron plow, but the iron plow requires more efficient kinetic energy. In Westeros, horses and oxen are more suitable for small and light curved plows. Prince, is this the dragon-mouth plow you mentioned? Johanna was in disbelief and rubbed the black-haired, striped super-fat cat in her arms. The effectiveness of this plow far exceeds the current plows of the 7 kingdoms. Also shocked were hundreds of peasant women who were specially called to watch. They were all farmers who migrated from the northwest of Runestone City. There were more than 800 households and a total of 2,670 people. All the men in the family participated in the construction of the city wall, leaving the women alone in the empty house. Farmers can't be idle. When they have time, they want to cultivate small plots of land and grow some home-cooked vegetables to reduce expenses. It was when Eamon saw them working hard to cultivate the land that he thought of making a curved, dragon-mouth plow. The plow invented by Targaryen has some dragon characteristics. Korakshu's dragon mouth is very sharp, like a plowshare. Prince, can the dragon mouth plow be popularized? As the chief steward of internal affairs, Johanna attaches great importance to the land of the territory. Yaimon smiled and said, of course, this is the initial version. In the future, it will be made of tough wood, and the finished product will be lower. Your Highness. Thank God for giving you wisdom. The peasant women's eyes lit up, and they rushed up without saying anything, surrounding His Highness. Yaimon. After the warrior came down to earth, another gift from God. It's all because I usually give cold faces to the Gaoshan clan and I'm too easygoing to the first batch of people. Your Highness. The peasant women stretched out their hands, almost crying with joy. His Highness had promised before that he would distribute a new type of dragonmouth plow to them, and would also allocate a group of stone-pulling oxen to help reclaim the land. Such a kind person, the image is deeply rooted in people's hearts. The former prince is gone, and everyone calls out to His Royal Highness. Everyone calm down, one day River Valley will be full of fertile fields, so that no one will have to starve. Eamon pretended to be calm and said encouraging words. But facing the raging love of the peasant women, he really couldn't resist. And who took the opportunity to touch him? His innocence. Chapter 99 The King's Personal Letter. He gave up the dragonmouth plow forged by his own hands and finally got rid of the passionate peasant women. Eamon returns to Dale. Looking from the outside, the 2 city walls are beginning to take shape. The outer city wall is built 1 meter high and built with green brick 6.5 meters wide, looking like a giant dragon lying on the ground. The foundation of the inner city wall has been laid and a layer of thick stone slabs has just been laid. A separate ring-shaped urban area is separated between the inside and outside, which is included in the small village originally built by the residents. It is surrounded by mountains to the west and a lake to the east. He town opens from the north to the south, with 4 towering gates reserved in the southeast, southwest, northeast and northwest. In order to save trouble, Eamon named the 4 gates according to the characteristics of the 4 dragons in the valley. The southeast side serves as the main city gate and is named Bronze Gate. The rest are called Silverwing Gate, Harvest Gate, and Fishing Gate. Copper mines have been discovered under the mountains. When the copper mines are officially mined, the materials for the bronze doors will be available. Eamon smiled. Johanna hugged the super-fat cat with black fur and spots and struggled to keep up. River Valley Town is booming. After the garrison training is completed, some shops and buildings can be built on fire. River Valley Town is not poor and has valuable specialties. For example, smelted copper, honeycomb briquettes, and fired lime are all popular commodities that are easy to circulate. Among the recyclable resources, uncultivated land, fishery in Long Lake, and clay pottery making technology are all rare wealth. Eamon was very satisfied after hearing this and felt that the future was bright. Glancing back, he raised his eyebrows. It has grown up, you don't have to hold it all the time. Meow. The big fat cat drooped his head and bared his teeth in dissatisfaction. It was only 2 months old and still a cub. Johanna rubbed the cat's head and gently placed it on the ground. It's too sticky to me. This is the shadow lynx, the ruthless predator at the top of the food chain. Eamon shook his head. Originally, he wanted to raise it by himself, but there was a racist rat in his bag. Thinking that Johanna could be considered a noble lady, raising cats could cultivate her temperament. Who would have thought, this cat is considered useless? Blacksmith's Guild. A house with a stone roof was built at the foot of the mountain northwest of River Valley City. Prince. There were a lot of people in the stone house, and they all nodded in greeting when they saw His Highness the Prince. They were all men like iron towers, bare-chested and wielding hammers. Eamon blended in and had a separate stove to use. Ding dong. He swung the hammer and hit a sword embryo, causing fierce sparks from the collision. After repeated forging 99 times, the hardness becomes more and more brittle. Eamon thought to himself. After a month of hard work, he became an honorable blacksmith. I wanted to imitate the exchanged, bronze shield, and study the ancient runes. Unfortunately, current forging technology is relatively backward. There are many difficulties in making steel. Unintentionally planting willows and willows to create shade, but instead made a dragon mouth plow with simple craftsmanship. The problem still lies in the materials. Eamon pondered for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. His Royal Highness said nothing, and others did not dare to disturb him. Eamon looked around and called up the Magic Essence panel. Eamon Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Bloodline, Ancient Valyrian Dragon King, 41.5%. Skills, Binding Spell Zon, Proficient, Archery, Always Hitting the Target, Expert Empty Hand, Proficient. Magic Cards, Strong, Blue, Rock Solid, Intermediate, Purple, Kingly Temperament, Purple. Equipment, Twin Valyrian Daggers, Sapphire Amulet, 2/3, Bronze Shield. Pets, Golden-Nosed Rat, Blue, White Deer, Auspicious Animal. Sacred Object, Bronze Sacred Tree, Purple. Evaluation, the bloodline is steadily improving, you can try to learn advanced dragon control skills. There are no changes. There is an additional item in the personal panel, Sacred Object slot. The bronze sacred tree took root in the dragon's nest for a month, but it didn't grow at all, and I don't know what the mystery is. With a thought in mind, he turned over the card panel. 1 white, 1 blue, 1 gray. The white card is an ordinary iron sword, and the gray card is a gray-haired mouse. Eamon passed directly over and looked at the dazzling blue card. Mithril Beans, Special Magic Material, The Lost Secret of the Pyromancer. Exchange Price, 300 Essence Points. Eamon hesitated for a moment and glanced at the golden hourglass from the corner of his eye. Quantity of essence, 347. Enough, but not quite enough. Eamon gritted his teeth and poked it with his finger. Bow. The blue card shattered in an instant, turned into dots of light blue halo, and fell staggeringly onto his hand. Eamon's palm felt cold, and a silver-gray metal ball the size of a soybean appeared. Is this thing worth 300 points of essence? His eyebrows were knitted into a knot, and he grabbed the mithril bean with 2 fingers and held it in front of his eyes for observation. Pinch it and it becomes as soft as rubber. Bang. After hitting it with a hammer, the mithril beans were smooth and intact, with a small pit on the hammer surface. It's a bit interesting. Eamon was amazed and raised it to his eyes again. Mithril beans are like solid liquid, ripples will appear when shaking, and the thickness of the metal can be seen in places protected from light. Thinking of it, a finished, bronze armor, only costs 300 points of essence. This soybean-sized piece of mithril is obviously precious. Is His Royal Highness inside? Suddenly, a familiar annoying sound came from outside. Cole, dressed in silver armor and white robes, stopped a blacksmith and asked seriously. The blacksmith was a member of the Firesmith clan and did not know the concept of the King's Guard. He snorted coldly, turned around and gave the other party a slap on the back of his head. You. Cole was stunned and suffered a frustrating loss. Are you looking for me? Eamon put away the mithril beans, clapped his hands and walked out of the hearth. Cole was stunned when he saw this, and quickly saluted, "Your Highness, on the orders of the king, I will pick up Your Highness the princess and continue her tour." As he spoke, he handed over a letter written by the king. Eamon nodded slightly, took the letter and read it. It was the uncle's handwriting, and the small yellowed paper was filled with High Valyrian. Or an encrypted message. Eamon looked at it once, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. No wonder it's encrypted in High Valyrian. The uncle usually has the image of a good old man who is tolerant, kind and smiling. When it comes to letters, literary skills are really not enough. The curse words were so strong that he and Rhaenyra were forced to neglect their duties and scolded him for 2 pages. Just looking at it, Eamon felt bloody. If you are scolded in person, you must not break your defense on the spot. The error-free version is being read. 6=9 + book_bar debuts this novel. Seeing the prince's face turning green and white, Cole said, "The princess has read the letter and said she would rush back as soon as possible." According to what he saw with his own eyes. After the princess saw the letter, her expression was even more exciting than that of the prince. Eamon digested it for a while and said seriously, "I understand. There is a celebration dinner in Riverdale City tonight. I will discuss it with Rhaenyra. The Princess Honor Guard is here and ready to go at any time." Cole nodded and turned to prepare. TSK, Uncle is good at writing. Eamon glanced at the letter again, threw it into the stove and burned it. It was a painful day to watch. "Before we say goodbye, I have to give you some farewell gifts." Eamon picked up the hammer again and his eyes fell on the sword embryo that had been forged 99 times. Bang. Bang. After a while, the wind hammering method was blown randomly, and the tinkling sounds were heard endlessly. Next night, sunset and dusk. A celebration dinner was held at the newly completed third unnamed main hall. Johanna was in charge of setting up and Sir Steve was in charge of greeting guests. "Princess." Johanna stepped forward to greet him personally. Rhaenyra forced a smile and dragged her tired body into the room. Building roads was not easy, but a letter from his father became the last straw for the female dragon. The curse was too dirty. "She is the firstborn daughter." "Sir." Cole saw his senior Steve and nodded as a greeting. Seeing his comrades for the first time in a long time, Steve stepped forward to say hello. Cole held his head high and made small talk. This Iron Guard senior who was far away from King's Landing was already ranked at the bottom in terms of status. "I hope that we can regain some sense of honor from the past through chatting." Soon, other people arrived one after another. Yen Seafair, Maester Mukun, Adrian and William, Gunther and Sir Ryan. Even the old craftsman Matthew from the prince's camp, and the 2 old men Haegu and Sia from the prisoner camp. The 3 old men merged into the Blacksmiths Guild to supervise the construction of Riverdale City and Riverdale Town, and they were called the key members of the Last Sound. The sun completely set and the dinner was officially held. Eamon had said hello in advance, but had yet to show up. Rhaenyra sat in a corner of the hall, sipping a glass of Arbor Island's golden wine and lowering her head glumly. "Princess, there may be something wrong with your highness." Cole stood beside him and whispered. Rhaenyra asked doubtfully, "Do you know where he is?" Looking across the spacious hall, Jean Sifu invited some noble ladies and young people from the valley to celebrate with singing and dancing. She was standing alone, a little out of place. Cole hesitated for half a second and said, "At noon, I found the prince in the blacksmith shop." He was a little emotional after reading the king's letter. He guaranteed it with the white robe behind him, and His Highness the Prince's emotions were written on his face. Not lying at all. Rhaenyra hesitated. Although his father scolded him excessively, was Aemon such a narrow-minded person? Remove the word, ? That's it. Rhaenyra smiled, thinking of someone whose mind was no bigger than the eye of a needle. Then, sadness set in. Girls have complicated minds and are always sentimental. Gradually, half an hour passed. Rhaenyra held her chin in one hand, her elbows on the table, and her head was getting dizzy little by little. "I was exhausted both physically and mentally, and I couldn't hold on any longer." "Relative." Cole suddenly spoke and his words immediately stopped. Eamon arrived at some unknown time and interrupted his greeting with a wave of his hand. "Wake up. If you feel sleepy, go back to the palace and sleep." He poked the girl's forehead with his fingers and spoke as softly as possible. Rhaenyra opened her eyes and was stunned. Aemon, why did you come here? As soon as he finished speaking, his mind suddenly cleared. Somehow, I felt a sense of grievance in my heart. In the center of the hall, young men and women danced together, and the atmosphere was warm and jubilant. Like an idiot, she sat alone until she fell asleep. You. Rhaenyra bit her lower lip, wanting to complain about injustice. Are you stupid? Aemon interrupted the spellcasting and said speechlessly, I said hello in advance. If you are bored, you won't find someone to chat with. Rhaenyra's eyes widened and she pointed at herself. I've been tired all day, but I still don't see you caring about me. Aemon spoke first and complained, you two, father and daughter, are really heartless. After saying that, he sat down in the next seat. He looked like he had suffered a great injustice. Rhaenyra. Gods, who will take care of him? Chapter 100 Mithril Sword. Chapter 100 Mithril Sword, Light of the Kingdom. Seeing Rhaenyra gritting her teeth, Aemon took a sip from the wine glass to cover up the corners of his mouth that could not be suppressed. Today, he will cure the other party's stupidity. Even if she is really a princess, don't think of acting like a princess to him. I won't accept it. Rhaenyra was so angry, but there was nothing she could do. She said dejectedly, I'm leaving tomorrow. Well, I read the letter from my uncle. Aemon nodded and commented sharply, the scolding is very powerful. Rhaenyra rolled her eyes and said aggrievedly, don't you have anything to say to me? She is leaving. Even if she worked for 2 months in vain, she should have some attitude. How far has the road been built? Aemon asked suddenly. Rhaenyra suppressed her emotions and said in a muffled voice, the mountain road of Raven Ridge has been built halfway. A total of 50 miles, half is 25 miles. A little more than expected. Aemon followed the road, appreciating the other's profile, and said seriously, you built the road, you come and name it. Opening the east-west road between the Arryn Valley and the Eastland corner is enough to be famous for thousands of years. He was ready for the other party to give it a name like Princess Avenue, National Glory Avenue, Goddess of Fertility Avenue. Just as a farewell gift. I will name it. Rhaenyra turned back and happened to meet their eyes. Hesitantly said, but the road is not finished yet. Come if I ask you to. Aemon's eyes were firm. Rhaenyra pursed her lips and thought deeply, let's call it the Valley Avenue. Oh, why is it so ordinary? Different from what he expected. Rhaenyra looked proud and whispered, this is the road I built myself. Let's leave it as a gift to the people, so that the name of the Valley Avenue will be remembered and attract more passing merchants. Aemon put down the wine glass and stared at her clear eyes. Small, his pattern is small. The vision of looking at people is also small. Rhaenyra snorted, circled her fingers around the hall, and asked, have you named this main hall where Johanna works? Aemon's eyes flickered, and he said, the Hall of Plenty. Oh. Rhaenyra was stunned when she heard this. She thought it would be the Rose Hall, the Black Swan Hall, the Long Lake Hall, etc. Compared with the functions of the Summer Hall and the Evergreen Hall, the Hall of Plenty is currently used by the vassals of the territory to work. The only one who is really stationed there is the housekeeper Black Swan Johanna. Aemon smiled slightly and said casually, I suddenly remembered this name. The name of each dragon in the family has a deeper or shallower meaning. For example, Wormuther is the god of blacksmiths in the ancient Valyria period. Balerion, known as the Black Death, is the god of death in the ancient Valyria period of the same name. Bloodworm Karaku is the god of the sea in the ancient Valyria period of the same name. In summary, Rhaenyra's Syrax is the name of the goddess of fertility in the ancient Valyria period. Thank you. Rhaenyra naturally knew the deep meaning, and a smile appeared on her face. Her mood suddenly became much brighter. Come with me, I have prepared a gift for you. Aemon said less nonsense and got up to go out. Princess, it's getting late. Cole's expression changed slightly and reminded him. It's okay. Rhaenyra smiled and was more curious about what the gift was. Seeing the princess and the prince slipping away together, Kerr was in a dilemma and had no choice but to follow. Before leaving, the king's attitude towards his entrustment was tough. But he couldn't be tough at all. Evergreen Hall. Two different footsteps, one in front and one behind, slipped into the prince's bedroom. Princess. Cole hurriedly caught up and the door slammed shut. He took a step back urgently. He almost hit his nose. Bang. The door opened again, and Rhaenyra stuck her head out and whispered, "You go first, I'll find you later." The White Knight was tall and handsome, but he was a favorite courtier who was pleasing to the eye. She and Aemon were alone in private, which was rare. "It's really late." Cole sighed, full of helplessness. Rhaenyra's eyebrows were raised, and she asked, "Cole, are you teaching me a lesson?" Unconsciously, she put on a princess's airs that she hadn't seen in a long time. "No, I don't mean that." Cole's face changed, and she took a step back unconsciously. Vainly proud of the honor of the white robe, he was very fond of the king and the minister. "Then stay away, and I'll find you." Rhaenyra glared and closed the door again. Bang. "Is it done?" Aemon lit a candle and held up a one-handed sword. "Sometimes he is like an old woman." Rhaenyra chuckled. It's normal for the son of the steward of Black Harbor to have some old woman attributes. After her mother passed away, she was attracted by the tenderness of her male mother and asked her father to bring Cole to her side to protect her. "Your gift." Aemon looked forward and handed over his masterpiece with both hands. "A sword." Rhaenyra stretched her hand in the air and laughed dumbly. "Aemon, in fact, I can't even tell the difference between the blade and the body of a sword." She regarded Queen Visenya as her idol and often braided her hair. That was Queen Visenya's hairstyle, neat and convenient for fighting against the enemy. But she was a pure girl. The nuns taught her embroidery and belief in the seven gods, but no knight taught her how to hold a sword. "Hold it and you conquer it." Aemon handed it over again. Seeing that she could not evade, Rhaenyra took courage and took the one-handed sword with trembling hands. Once you hold it in your hand, the sword is extremely light, as if it has no weight. "Ha!" Rhaenyra was surprised and slowly drew out the sword. "Aha!" A cold light flashed, and the slender sword body was like a willow leaf, covered with mottled silver-gray lines, which at first glance looked like snowflakes. The sword is bent forward and the end is rounded to increase the weight. Rhaenyra was entranced and dazzled. Until the moonlight shines on the sword, reflecting a hazy black light. Only then did she notice that the hilt of the sword in her hand was polished with dragon bones and felt as warm as jade to the touch. The keel is jet black, with a silver ring inlaid in the middle about 1 foot long, which is low-key yet luxurious. From the end of the keel sword hilt, a rose vine is carefully carved, and it vividly climbs up the silver sword hilt, and 3 beautiful roses bloom. In the center of the sword, a diamond-shaped 4-pointed star is engraved. A finger poked it, and his voice was warm. "Light of the kingdom, the name of this sword." This sword. Rhaenyra fell in love at first sight and raised her hands excitedly. The error-free version is being read. 6=9+ book_bar debuts this novel. The sword blade flashed with cold light and struck at the person in front of him. Careful. With quick eyesight and quick hands, Aemon held her wrist, turned it and pressed down, and swung the blade towards the table with the candlestick. Not a sound was made. The blade of the sword fell lightly, cutting off a table corner like iron and clay, without any sense of obstruction. Rhaenyra's eyes widened and she said in panic, "Aemon, this sword is too sharp. The clan swords Blackfire and Dark Sisters are only as sharp as this. She can't accept it." "Of course it's sharp, but I added special materials." Aemon explained seriously, "This sword is 60 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, and 33 centimeters long. It is a standard women's sword. The Dark Sister, in the hands of Dad Demon, is the sword that Queen Visenya used to wear during her lifetime. The same edge will be revealed. You don't understand what I mean. I'm not worthy of this sword." Rhaenyra was furious. She didn't know how to use the sword, so instead of watching it in her hand, Aemon would use it himself. Aemon said nonchalantly, "Keep it, it's specially made for you." For this sword, he spent all the mithril beans. The forging of hundreds of steel was finally completed, and mottled marks like snowflakes were formed after the sword body was quenched. When you say you give something away, you give it away. Then what do you use? Rhaenyra sheathed her sword, her purple eyes slightly rippling. Aemon waved his hand. I'll do whatever I want. It's not like Runestone City doesn't have the Valyrian steel sword, Lament. Although my mother won't use it for the time being, sooner or later it will be his. And he tested it. Light of the Kingdom, mixed with mithril beans, can harvest 5 points of magic essence, which is the same amount of essence provided by the Valyrian steel dagger. Compared to normal Valyrian steel weapons such as Blackfire and Lament, the number of essences is twice less. It can be seen that mithril is similar to Valyrian steel in terms of material, but the forging process is far inferior. It has enough toughness and sharpness, but its adaptability to magic is low. I don't know if I can kill the White Walkers. Rhaenyra hesitated. Really, send it to me? As if asking, he hugged the sword tightly with both hands and squeezed into the ravine in front of him. A Targaryen is true to his word. Aemon's voice was strong and powerful, speaking in High Valyrian. He used a half-handed sword, and the one-handed sword was too light and thin for him. The material seemed to know his thoughts. When the sword embryo has been refined for 100 times, the impurities have been removed and the remaining steel is enough to make a one-handed sword. Thank you, Aemon. Rhaenyra stared deeply into her eyes and quietly clasped her legs. Aemon smiled and said it was a joke. He is indeed a bit clever and good at anything he wants to do. He is regarded by the 3 old craftsmen as a talented blacksmith and a powerful warrior. Just don't hit them. I also have a gift for you. Rhaenyra showed her true feelings as she put a hand on his neck and stood on tiptoes to get closer. Aemon tilted his head and hid. Rhaenyra was stunned when she saw this, her eyes uncertain. Learn to exercise restraint. Aemon's voice was very soft, and he lowered his head and looked directly into her eyes. Why? Rhaenyra's pupils flickered, confused. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere of warm colors filled the air. Each other's figures were reflected in their eyes, like 2 moths in the bright candlelight. Taking into account the candlelight, they wanted to push up. Aemon remembered what Rhaenyra's flaw was and how her mistakes began. Emotions cannot be released and correct guidance is lacking. He degenerates step by step, learns to use women's skirts to conquer men, and makes his life a mess. Aemon, what should I do? As their eyes collided, Rhaenyra seemed to understand a little bit, her eyes as confused as a baby's. But the emotions in her body were surging, making her breathing heavier and her upper body involuntarily moving forward. She wanted scalding heat. You're holding back now. Aemon lowered his head and escaped from the hot gaze. Dragons are chaotic. When one dragon is restless, the other cannot escape its response. However, it's not the time yet. Both of them are not old enough and are afraid of causing death. I see. Rhaenyra smiled gently, stuffed the light of the kingdom into the other's hand, and put her free hand on the skirt behind her. You. Aemon raised his head, wondering what she understood. Bang. A touch of white flashed by, the warm touch hit the face, and the faint cream fragrance penetrated into the nose. Outside the window, the moonlight fell. Meow. At the door of the Hall of Plenty, a pleasant cat cry came out. Eat slowly, it's all yours. Johanna squatted on the ground, quietly watching the super fat cat eat. A sheep was tied to the ground, trembling with fear. The super fat cat stood up on its hind legs and lay on the sheep's belly to eat milk. It is still a kitten. Since it has not had the love of its mother since childhood, it should eat more milk.